Yo, welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm your co-host Stephen Fox. Our host, our founder, and our leader, Uncle Freezy, will be here soon. He's taking care of some business. Yo, welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm your co-host Stephen Fox. Our host, our founder, and our leader. Hey, do you hear that, or are we having problems again? Hello, hello.
Hey, what's going on, Steven?
Hey, I think that was me. I totally apologize. I turned
Oh,
the YouTube off. We're good.
All right, let's start this all over again. Well, it's the day after we lost 110-83 to the Raptors. It was an ugly loss where we shot 3 for 36 or 8% as a team from three. We saw RJ shooting woes continue. He's now missed his last 21 threes. But what was even more frustrating was that it was a winnable game, and they didn't have their best player, Siakam, in the lineup. We're going to freestyle tonight, fellas, so we'll be interacting with the live chat and the video panelists on their thoughts of the game, their predictions for our game tomorrow night against the league-leading 4-1 Pacers, and any topic you want to discuss. That's why I love freestyle tonight. So shout out to the chat, the new Knicks. How are you, my friend? Salute to you also, David Parker, Daryl Pemberton. As always, it's a pleasure. Let's see, Living Guide Life, Brandissimo. See, Kaiser Sose, one of our favorites. Zach Stanton, hope all is well. Ant, Jarrell Williams. So welcome, Kevin. Welcome, Cornerstone Kev. Hope all is well.
Happy New Year, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well. And you?
All right. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. Hey, Kev, how you feeling, man?
What's going on? Great. Just watching my Buckeyes beat down on Clemson.
I hear you.
Were you expecting that, Kev?
I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, really, man.
I mean, I felt they would win. Should have won last year, but I tell you, as a Jets fan, I was watching this other stream, this other channel earlier during the game, and I still don't want Fields, and I'm not that high. I've always been on the record as I was never on the Trevor Lawrence hype train, like this generational quarterback. I mean, I'm not that. I've always said when he plays up against competition, like elite competition, he doesn't seem all that, elite.
Generational.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't. I mean, if you look at the defenses in the ACC, I mean, who is he really going up against like that? I mean, nobody. Boston College.
Yeah, the toughest defense he faces is in practice.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, I'm happy when we get this tackle out of Oregon and call it a day.
Call it a day, right?
We get 700 pounds worth of tackles between him and Becton. That's talking about building a wall.
Yeah. You're not kidding. Maybe push Fant in for a guard position, and we have something there.
I mean, like I said, I like Sam. I've always liked Sam. So,
hey, I know this is a Knicks thing, but Kev, let me ask you: do you have deep content against your organization, the Jets organization, with the structure?
Hey, my man.
What's good?
You, Freezy.
Hey, Freeze, how you feeling, man?
Well, hey, man, I'm fantastic, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir. Happy New Year, man. I was plastered last night, so I couldn't get on tonight and yesterday and this morning.
Yo, hey, my main man, Foxy is in the building. What's up, Fox?
Hey, tip of the hat back at you. Everything's well. Very blessed and looking forward to a great show tonight. And congrats on a great show this morning.
Hey, man. Hey, we did those cats carried me, man. The community carried me this morning, man. They were dope. They were dope. Hey, y'all mind if I jump in and do some shout outs real quick before we get started?
We look forward to it. It's not the same without you doing it. So please, we've been missing it.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey. So H is in the building. What's good? Jarrell Williams. I see you. Hey, Foxy. Hey, Foy Trey, what's good? Ant, what's good? Hey, Zach, what's good? Come on, Zach. Zach was on with us this morning for a little bit. Shout out to Zach. Let me see. Oh, Kaiser Sauces in the building. Hey, and I got something for Kev. I got one thing for Kev, right?
Which Kev?
I got one thing for Kev McLeod. Let me
Red Fox is in the building.
Red Fox is in the building. Hey, if you could allow cursing, I bust out my Delarice voice when he was talking
Hey,
to
Freeze.
him.
Hey, Freeze, can I ask you a question? Did you know that the Prince the other morning showed the scene where with Red Fox live on the broadcast while you were doing stuff?
Yeah, we was tripping.
No, I didn't know
was
that.
tripping.
Yeah,
was tripping. That's what we was tripping on, Freeze.
He had the Harlem Nights in his collection, and he put it up. So when you left, he changed his camera angle, so we were all watching Red Fox do the scene. So I was like, "Wow!"
We was rolling. Hey, Freeze, we was rolling, man. We was rolling. You didn't notice when we were like laughing so hard and everything? That's what we were laughing at because he put the thing on there.
Yeah. He better not get me a strike. I'm gonna
give him 5 across his lip. Give him 5 across his lip.
Yeah, we got 5 across his lip. Yep. Yeah. But
hey, Freeze, they don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about that, man. They don't know nothing about.
Yeah, man. That was my man. And so let me. So I see El Maddox. Illmatic was good. David Parker was good. I see the New York Knicks is in the building. Was good. Daryl Pemberton was good. Oh, GC was good. I see you. Hey, Clutch B-Ball TV, keep doing your thing, bro. Keep doing your thing. I see you out here. Andre Bryant. Oh, Felipe 210. What's good? Felipe 210 is in the building. I see y'all. Jeremy, what's good? And Thessius Thomas is in the building. What's good? Trizzy Trey. Yo, so Trizzy Trey was our was the Knicks Morning Drive star chatter of the day this morning. Okay. So hey, Trizzy Trey, I got your shout out on Twitter coming up. Hey, good job too, by the way.
Hey, Freeze, no lie. I didn't wake up till like almost 11:45 today, man. That's how blasted I was.
Celebrating.
Yeah,
Celebrating.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, Foxy, I'm gonna step out of the way real quick to do the stuff on Twitter, and then I'm gonna jump back in. You okay with that?
Absolutely, and man, was that warming everyone's heart. We missed that voice, those shout outs, my friend.
Yes,
there's no substitute.
Yes, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, hey, man. Hey, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and do my thing for Trizzy Trey on Twitter, and then I'll come right back.
Okay. All right. See you then.
All right, y'all.
Yeah. Yo, Zach, how you doing, man?
Good. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Zach. Happy New Year, man.
Kev,
Happy New Year, everybody.
Question from
Yes.
earlier.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why I asked the question. You go first.
I just don't trust. I want to believe of all the good things people say about Joe Douglas. I want to believe in him. I know he didn't have a great of a free agency. His draft has been great, but Adam Gase. There's a couple of people on my plane out of LaGuardia. We all know Reggie Bullock has a first class seat. Adam Gase is like the
first class.
Is like higher than first class. If we had like a celebrity person flying, that would be Adam Gase. Adam Gase, I can't wait till Black Monday. Adam Gase better be the first, and I had never want anyone to lose their jobs, but Adam Gase better be the first.
Make an exception for Adam Gase.
Adam Gase better be the first name I see on ESPN Monday morning that says Adam Gase has been fired by the New York Jets. The first name, like when I wake up and turn on ESPN, that better be like breaking. I don't even think that's breaking news since it's like just inevitable. That just be like news. Like, yeah, he got to go.
Hey, Kevin. All that trash I was talking on Kevin Knox. I apologize, man. Had a good game.
You know,
Hey,
we're
but
going to
did
get
you see
into
the
that a
morning
little
show?
later. But what I wanted to say is, did you tell him about your little secret weapon that you brought on the morning show?
I was getting ready. Did you see the morning show, Kev?
I did not. I didn't
Well, my 5-year-old son came on the show. He wanted to say hi.
Okay.
And everybody asked who his favorite player was. And of course, you know where I'm going with this. Boy said Kevin Knox.
Well, he has good taste.
He has great taste. He has great taste.
The boy has an eye for talent. He should be a scout.
So I grounded him for 2 months.
I mean, you can't help it if he has an eye for talent.
He just started watching really this year with me. Okay. And one of his first games was the preseason game he lit it up in. So
yeah,
I mean,
boy don't know no better. It's all right.
Was that the second Cleveland game? Was that the second Cleveland game?
Yep.
Okay. People think we forget about this. The first Cleveland game, Kevin Knox was instrumental in us coming back. Oh, yeah. He had 14 in the fourth.
But in all honesty, it helps when you have an adequate point guard too. When you have adequate point guard play, because Quickly was getting him the passes, left and right.
As I mentioned last night, it's not even adequate point guard play. It's any point guard other than Elfrid Payton. Like anyone other than Elfrid Payton, because Elfrid Payton.
I don't know about that. DSJ is in that category too.
Well, DSJ gives Kevin Knox the ball.
Yeah, but still, he's not an adequate point guard.
He gives everybody else that Ajita.
So. Yeah, he's not the Zach. You're totally right. He's not the He'll give Kevin Knox the ball and anybody else the ball, but he's not the point guard that he's not a point guard at all. He's more of a two. And that's
more like the water boy.
I'm trying not to.
GSJ, I think here's the thing. GSJ is one of those people I think that Tibbs is fond of, because I think DSJ does practice hard. I think he tries. I think DSJ wants to be better. That's why I think DSJ. I think that's why he gave DSJ a look. That's why it's like, okay, I'm going to try you because I believe you work hard. You deserve a chance to see if this can translate. But unfortunately, it just hasn't. So
see, my problem with him is, and you guys might have seen this before, is he quits. He quit, and he was rumored to quit in high school. He quit on NC State, and he quit in Dallas. When New York, when things don't go right or don't go 100% his way,
he shuts down.
Quits.
Man.
He quits.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Zach, because not just him, but a lot of the players, like the game last night, we were totally in it. We had the lead, and then we lost it. But when the Raptors kept, putting points on the board, you could see the body language, and they're saying, throwing their hands like they, like they were giving up and everything. And then that lead, grew because we were in that game. I mean,
even after all the bad play, we were still in it.
Right. We were still in the game. I mean, it was only 6 points, and then they kept hitting, and then it was like you saw everybody they were like flabbergasted with the whole thing. Can't blame them because I need to cut you off. Go ahead, Zach.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, what I was going to say was when their shots weren't going down, I think that's what kind of frustrated them, and they were trying to get back on defense, and then Lowry and Van Fleet and I know I'm going to say his name wrong. Boucher. Okay. When they were getting what they wanted, I think that kind of deflated them. They were like, all right, that's,
Well, honestly, Guillermo comes to mind with this because he talks about the perimeter defense being a fluke and how when they start making shots against us, it's going to show. And I think that showed a little bit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they were giving up. I'd say they haven't had to deal with a flurry of threes or teams making their shots. I mean, we have to be better at making adjustments, and Thibodeau's going to correct that.
Yeah.
We just got to give him time. Like I will always stress, we had a 9-month layoff, brand new coach, brand new system.
Yeah.
And then we have a couple of injuries, so everything's against us right now. Like the cards are stacked against a lot of teams with that.
Yeah,
with new systems. I think we'll get it right.
Exactly.
And as Knicks fans, we're used to it.
Yeah, but I also, as Knicks fans, we're so quick to give up. because we've heard this patience thing before. We've heard this new players, let's see how they develop thing before. But this time, and I don't want to sound like the person who keeps going, the girl who keep going back to her boyfriend who always swear he's going to change. But I swear, I seriously think that things are going to be different this time around.
Oh, I believe the same. The one thing I've been saying, Zach, on the morning show and on this show and on other podcasts is that this management team, this coaching staff, they have all the credentials that are going up in a positive direction. When you look at what Leon Rose did with putting key people in different places, like getting Perrin from Utah, getting Kenny Payne, getting Brock Aller for the capologist,
Worldwide West,
keep forgetting Worldwide West. Getting all these, and then going to the coaching, getting probably the best coaching
staff,
best coach and staff, that the NBA can bring out to get with these guys. I mean, you've got, and then you see the change. Even though we're 2-3, but those
easily could be 4-1.
4-1. Easily be 4-1.
Easily.
So you've got to. You can't be nothing but positive. You can be nothing but enthusiastic of the direction that we're going. I mean, as much as the media was clowning us out and
they always
saying
will, man.
yeah. So it's like now. I mean, it would have been great if we won last night, because then people would be like, "Oh shoot, this team, might do something." If we beat Indiana tomorrow, and then we have Steve, we have
Atlanta
next. If we win the next two, people are going to have to really see us. Be like, the Knicks say this isn't Fizdale's team. This isn't like teams at the Platts. It has a new management and a new coach, one of the best coaches in the NBA
ever,
right
in my
now.
opinion,
Ever, yes,
of his generation,
yes,
at least, because everything
Exactly.
Thibodeau does. Look at where he's going. I mean, when healthy, he had a very good team in Chicago.
Yeah.
But all those years when Rose was hurt or when certain guys were hurt, they were always overachieving and always in the playoffs and gave teams fits, even though they didn't go that far.
Right.
And he went to the Timberwolves and broke their playoff streak. And his problem there was players are soft.
Were soft and didn't buy in.
Because they're soft.
Yes.
Because they want everything given in
That's why
hands.
Butler wanted out. He
My
doesn't want to play with
generation wants
soft guys.
everything handed to us.
Exactly.
And that's how most of the players are.
Exactly.
So, fellas, let me do a quick. I'm sorry. You want to finish up Cornerstone, and then I'll just get to some business.
We got all night.
Okay. Just wanted to do a quick shout out again to the chat. We have Comslami, Delano Steele, one of our great guests on the show, mornings, nights, and just a great person. How are you, my friend? Jeremy, Danny Landis, another one that I'm always corresponding with, not Zay. Hope all is well. And just reminder, please hit those likes, subscribe, remind the bell so you don't miss out on any of Freezy's Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. And thanks again for helping us hit the 1,130 subscriber milestone. We blew past that 1,000, 1,500. Here we come. We greatly appreciate it. Also, shout out to the best mods in history, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. So, gentlemen, the talk of the town tonight is RJ's shooting slump. So I'm going to get into some stuff tonight. And again, it's freestyle. We'll get into some of this, anything, but also I'm going to ask your help and check in the comments in the chat to make sure we're getting all of our Knicks at Night families' thoughts and topics.
Yes.
So Barrett shot just 26.3% from the field since the game against the Pacers, which is 19 for 72. Remember, the gold standard in basketballs, 50, 40, 90. 50 from 2, 40 from 3, and 90 from the foul line, which means RJ is shooting about half of what the standard is for twos. He's also bricked 21 consecutive attempts from 3, and that Barrett 0 for 8 and Reggie 0 for 9 became the first teammates in NBA history to each go 0 for 8 or worse from three-point range in the same game. Barrett wasn't made available last night after the game for the media. And the Knicks didn't practice today, nor did they make anyone available to the press again today prior to the going to Indiana tomorrow. What Tibbs saying, I'm looking at the stuff here, he said after the loss that he wanted to review the game film before commenting directly on Barrett and the team's poor shooting game, especially since the Knicks entered the game as the league's leading the league in three-point percentage at 45.9%. He said, I think when teams play zone, you're going to get a lot of open looks, but we'll take a look at it. It's the right play. To me, it's like if you get the right play, if you get the movement, if you force the defense to collapse, you kick it out. And if one of the shooters is open, that's all I go by. So if a guy's wide open, there's no one within 5 feet, you got to shoot. So, panel, my first question tonight to kick around tonight is what's wrong with RJ? And I'm going to start her off. You know, this morning on Knicks Morning Drive, Freezy said something in passing that just stuck with me all day. He talked about his experience playing hoops with a guy that was jacked from weightlifting, and that he was a terrible shooter because his muscles were overdeveloped. I love MMA, and I'm always listening to Joe Rogan on his podcast, and he talks a lot about players who overdevelop their muscles and the impact of lactic acid. Which causes fatigue, which causes all of these issues. And in fact, some of the things I wrote were that a lot of the trainers love when their fighters are going against a fighter like that because they know that they're going to be losing their speed as the fight goes on, losing their quickness, and they're going to get tired a little early. So, gentlemen, my question to you, I'm going to kick it off with the man with the velvet voice, Kevin Wright. So do you think there's a possibility that RJ had the wrong workout regimen during the 9 months that he was off during the layoff? Did he hit the weights too much? And is a potential reason why his shooting woes and why his legs looked like it had no lift that was demonstrated during the game last night, and especially in the fourth quarter. So, Kevin, do you think possibly he was doing the wrong workouts and that's what's impacted him so early in this season?
No. I'll say this. Last year, RJ wasn't, a good shooter. I can see if he was a good shooter and worked out and it messed up his mechanics or something, and he came in and his shot was messed up, but he wasn't a good shooter to begin with. So that kind of, I guess, negates that a little bit. It reminds me of. I wish he'd play it again now that I think about it. We all saw The Last Dance, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really came on at the perfect time because there wasn't anything on. I wish they'd show it again, but there was an episode.
They did on, I think, Christmas Eve or something, or no, they didn't. That was the Dream Team. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's also on Netflix.
Oh, I don't have Netflix. Which is weird because I have ESPN Plus and
Okay.
everything, but it's not even on there. So I don't know. There was an episode where Jordan went in the weight room and got bigger and bulkier. I think it was the year after they lost to Detroit.
Yeah.
So was that 90?
Yeah, after the Jordan rules, yeah.
Yeah, so he went in the weight room and put on all that added muscle and everything to take the punishment that Detroit were giving him, man. He didn't come back and, I mean, granted, yes, we're talking about Michael Jordan. I'm just using it as a basketball reference of a two guard who put on weight and added muscle for the rigors of the game. And his shot wasn't necessarily messed up. It's all about whether you're just a good shooter or not. And RJ, I think Freezy said it. You can tell when he releases it, it's not going in.
Yeah,
Like it's just
brick
I don't know
city.
if it's the form or what. You can tell like when he shoots it, it's just not going in.
Hey, so what I was getting at though, what I was getting at though is that I think RJ is pressing because he is no longer the apple of Knicks fans' eye, based on how rookies come into New York, how Frank Ntilikina was drafted, and when Kevin Knox came in, when Kevin Knox was drafted, everybody fell in love with Kevin Knox. Now they didn't fall out of love with Frank Ntilikina. We know because the Frankers are serious, bro. The Frankers are a cult. You know what I'm saying? That the Frankers legit. If you're not 100% Frank Ntilikina, they come after you. But what I'm saying is
I don't.
I don't know what the Frankers are going to do when they get that those string of DNPs.
No, what I'm saying is,
go ahead, Freeze.
Let me finish my point real quick. I want to finish my point on RJ Barrett. What happened is when Knox came in for Frank, all of a sudden there was a Knox fan base out of nowhere. The Knoxers just were born, like two planets collide, and so then you had the Frankers and you had the Knoxers, and they're not enemies of each other. They just coexist. Mm-hmm. And so the Knoxers were the apple of the eye of New York fans, especially coming off Summer League. He averaged almost 13 points a game. Mm-hmm. He was played for the month of December of his rookie year, and I think he made all NBA second team. And we were like, "What? Why was he all NBA first team?" And you know what I'm saying? And then we drafted RJ Barrett, right? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, RJ Barrett is the apple of New York's eye. And not the Knoxers are like, why are we forgetting about Kevin Knox, right? And then moving along, speeding this up, all of a sudden RJ has a decent rookie year. We know he was hurt with a high ankle sprain. He put up decent numbers, and those of us in the RJ Barrett fan club were like, RJ Barrett got done dirty. He didn't make the all rookie team. What? That's a crime. RJ's going to get them this year. Wait till RJ Barrett gets back healthy. And then the Knicks draft Obi Toppin. And then now you have the Toppers fan base, like the Obi-Ones. The Obi-Ones are legit out there. You know what I'm saying? They love Obi. And they're like, man, Obi's going to have his jersey hung in the Raptors and one day such and such. And RJ, and then also you got the ones that love Quickly. They're like, oh, Quickly is the future of the point guard. Did you see how Kevin Knox looked with such and such? And RJ Barrett is looking like, hey, man, I used to be the apple of your eye. What's happening?
And you got one other thing that was evident in your Twitter poll. Julius Randle is being thought of as the best player on the team. That can't be. That's got to get into.
I think that might be a part of it too. And I was going to get to that.
Julius can never be in that category.
In a long-winded way, I just wanted to kind of so RJ feels like he's the franchise player, but so did Knox, and so does Julius. And now you have this internal competition type thing with RJ being the leader of it, probably thinking like, I'm supposed to be the leader of this franchise, and I'm gonna go out here and prove it. So now every time he touches the ball, it seems to me that he wants to prove that he's the franchise player, instead of letting his growth come organically. So the muscle thing might be a part of it, but I think more so than anything, I think he's pressing. I think he's pressing his offense. I think he wants to be a 25-point a game scorer and somebody to have his jersey retired for the Knicks. But I think what he has to do is let that thing come to him.
Can I just say something real quick? I agree with you totally, Freeze. I'm not worried about RJ. His game's going to come to him. But I just want to shout out to H, whatever his name is, talking about Franker's cult are delusional. We're not delusional, all right? Frank is who he is. He's on the Knicks. We're supporting him. Get over it. And to C-Mac saying Knicks fans love bums, he's not a bum. The thing with you, C-Mac, and a lot of these other guys is that you guys go hard on bashing, your own players, and don't realize is that you're supposed to be supporting them. This is the Knicks, all right? They're on our team. Support them. If you don't like the Frankers, if you don't like the Knoxers or anything like that, get over it. Support somebody else. We're going to keep supporting our boys. That's because they're Knicks, and that's all I got to say about it.
Yeah, you have to support all of your team, all the players on your team. My best friend's a Bulls fan, and he always tells me, why do Knicks fans hate half the team and love half the team. He said, "Why don't you also like you want half the team to fail? That's if half the team fails, your team's gonna suck."
Exactly.
And
exactly.
but as far as RJ goes, I think there's a couple. I mean, I honestly think, real quick, what's his free throw shooting percentage? I think it's leaps and bounds better so far.
Yes,
if I'm not
it is.
mistaken.
It sure is. I think he's only missed I don't know what happened last game.
I'll tell you right now in a half a sec. Right now he's doing he's doing 78%, which is
okay, a lot better.
A lot better.
And last year he started out in a slump in every category, and he started slowly progressing. And then we saw some good games with him. The Houston game where he lit it up against Harden and Westbrook. Then the injury, then the COVID happened. Then RJ's a rhythm guy, and if he doesn't have any confidence and he starts pressing, that's a recipe for disaster. I think we need a veteran to kind of take him under his wing and show him
Austin
the
will
ropes.
be that. Yep,
yes.
I think Austin will be that.
And
yes.
Burks.
Yes.
Yes.
But at the same time, he can't be. You got to earn the whole top dog, alpha dog, future of the franchise thing, and I don't think any of these guys so far have earned that yet.
Yeah,
so you can't just sit there and say,
"Why
not me? Why not me?" You got to go out and take it. But it's not just taking shots and trying to score 25 points a game. Starts at practice, being a leader for your teammates, being someone they can trust and count on, and then taking it to the game.
Right. And I think, this is my opinion, I think that he needs to start from the inside out.
Yes.
So if he gets those chippy 2-point shots, those jump shots and everything, I believe that he can then expand it to the 3-point line, and he'll probably have a better percentage of hitting that. See, what happens is when people come right in, they just want to start hitting the three. And sometimes you can't do that.
Nope.
I mean, the greats started from hitting, 2-point shots. I mean, the only ones that were really, as far as I've been, watching, Reggie Miller, Dale Ellis, all those, Ray Allen. All right. Those were guys that had that shooter's touch that could do that. Everybody else, you had to really work, and you worked from the 2-point line, trying to score 2 points, 2-point jump shots, then expand over to the three.
What I'd be?
Yo, did we shout out our mods? And let me shout out our mods real quick. Simmer Singh in the building, Bodega Wi-Fi, the New York Knicks, the Legion of Knicks podcast, Stephen Foxman. We got the dopest mods in the game. Hey, y'all mind if I shout out? I just want to say some stats real quick, and then I get out of the way.
No,
I promise.
Man, let it flow. It's a freestyle night.
Yeah, so let me say these stats real quick. So 35% from the field, 29% from three, and 75% from the free throw line. Right? Is that what y'all expect from RJ? No, right?
Nope.
Yeah, I would expect that. But
now or something.
You also got to remember.
So guess whose stats those are? That's Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
So it's not just RJ struggling. It's not just RJ
go through
struggling.
slumps, man. Every year.
Yeah.
You did that yesterday, right?
That's slick.
Freezy. Right. You did that yesterday, right? On the morning one yesterday.
We did the Knicks morning drive, right?
Yeah, Joe Madden walk right into it, man.
What I was gonna say is I'm not an NBA coach, but I've coached basketball where I'm from for 5 years now. And if I have a player like RJ, what I'm telling him, and from watching him, what he's done so far this year is shoot a couple of deep mid-rangers or a three to start the game out. And then when that don't fall, he goes to the post fadeaway or mid-range, little jumper here and there, and they miss. So then all of a sudden he goes, all right, let me sit back, let me cut, let me get a backdoor layup quick, let me get a dunk, let it come to me. He needs to reverse that completely. Like you said, inside out. He needs to cut and be a slasher, get a few layups, get a dunk, then try to get to the free throw line. See it go in from the free throw line. They'll always tell you with a scorer, if it's not falling, get to the line, get a free throw, watch the ball go through the net, get your confidence up. And then get out to the mid-range and get out to the three.
what do you do though if the set is, you kick it into Randall, they collapse, and he kicks it out, and he's all along at the 3? What's he supposed to take
Pass up a good shot for a great shot?
But he has a great shot. No one's within 5 feet of him.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that's what the game plan should be. Things change during a game. I'm saying that that's what his mindset should be going into a game. It shouldn't just be let me start chucking. No, when that don't work, go to something else.
Let me ask you this: so if he gets it on the wing out the 3-point line,
yeah,
can he does he have enough time to do a move in or do a pump fake if someone's going to come out?
If it's wide open, it's wide open,
mid-range instead.
Even if he's wide open, let's say like Stevens I think was saying, what happens if you see Ocean's part and he's outside on the 3 wide open, drive in the paint and kick out. I mean,
exactly.
Get it out to a guy who's
only got 24 seconds, man. The ball got into Randall. He took up 10 and he just kicked it out.
I understand that. I understand that, but his game plan should be to get the ball, take the ball to the hole.
Yeah,
it should be reversed from just starting out the game chucking shots.
Yeah.
So, fellas, just to finish up on my first question, so you don't think there's any element of maybe he had the wrong workout regimen?
No, because he was what 6'6", 220 starting out.
Yeah. Because C-Mac said that he felt that he was a lot slimmer at Duke, but I think the maturation process, he's getting older.
He's getting older. He's going to fill out.
I mean, I was slimmer at college too.
But also you see his form.
You still have your girlish figure
that I've seen. His form is not the worst shooting form that I've seen. He shoots his free throws at a high clip now, at least percentage. So there's no reason why you could make a discernible guess that his shots will start falling.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of if they will or if they won't. I think it's a lot of confidence.
Yeah, the one area that he has improved in is his free throw shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Is his free throw. It's just now that he has to, when he's in the paint, and I want him to finish those shots more. So if he gets fouled, then it could be the and one.
Seems like he's looking for the foul too much. It seems like when he misses a layup, he'll look at a ref and wait for a call.
The refs are dissing him. I mean, you look at him, and then you look what Quickly did, like in the preseason and part of the first game against the Pacers. He's getting the calls more than RJ is. Yeah,
but you can't just wait for a ref to make a call for you. You have to finish You have to finish
it and then try and sell it the best way you can.
Yeah, right. But your first option, your first thing should be making the shot.
Yeah, and then if you don't get the call, just run back on defense. But I gotta say, I've really been impressed with the team's overall defense from everybody. Even from
you know what? Let's get into that in a little while. The next thing I wanted to do, just to follow up on that you all guys, and I'll kick it off with you, Cornerstone. So we already said, that conspiracy theory that maybe he had the wrong workout regimen there's no validity to it. So my next question then is, let's put yourself into Tibbs' shoes. Mm-hmm. So what do? Do you sit RJ for a game? Do you let him keep playing? Do you put him on the second team? What do you do?
I keep him. I keep him on the first team, and I keep going. The way he's going. What I would do is discuss it with my coaching staff, especially with Brian, of how we can get his shot, get him going, get some easy buckets for him, so that he can build that confidence up, and then if he wants to, try and hit those, 3-pointers, at least give him some easy buckets so that his confidence can be up there. I mean, he doesn't, put it this way, he doesn't have a stroke like Mr. Wright's boy, Mr. Knox. He doesn't have that stroke. I don't know if he'll ever get it or not, but he just needs to get easy buckets starting out, and then just to get him going, and then he should be able to that'll give him confidence so that he can try and take those 3-point shots. So no, I would keep him the way he is and just work some plays off, for him to start off with.
Yep. What do you think, Coach Zach?
Well, if I'm Tibbs,
hold on one second. One of my favorite, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna have
some people call him Charles B. Some call him Chuck. I call him my friend. Chuck. How are you, Chuck?
I'm good.
I got a headache.
Man, he's my man. Leave Chuck alone.
Yeah, man.
I got any Excedrin? Need some Excedrin?
Let me see.
Zach, we'll get right back to you, my friend.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Go,
Zach,
Chuck.
Zach,
Us
you know
Cowboys fans got to stick together. Go, Chuck.
You know I'm quick. I'm always short.
Go, Chuck.
Somebody said Frank wasn't a bum,
Oh God.
Oh my God.
and they also said he's not delusional. First of all, Frank is a bum.
And you know what? And you need to look in the mirror. And then you need to look in the mirror because you ain't right, man. No, because I'm not gonna let you talk about this guy, man. You the only
I'm
one
not talking about him. I'm talking about you.
No,
Kev, we'll hand him his L's later. Just let him go.
He's
calm down.
We got a lot of time to talk.
I'm calm, man. I'm calm.
It's gonna be okay.
You're just a hater. You just get into his overgrown hater. That's all you are.
You interrupted me.
I'm not. I'm gonna keep interrupting you. You're right. I'm gonna keep interrupting you.
That's
let
our boys talk.
That's
let him go.
That's hate.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Now, Frank is 100% a bum.
Look in the mirror.
The person that said it is super delusional. Super delusional, no doubt about it. Whoever said it is delusional. I don't remember who said it, but that person is delusional, and I will not take it back. No apologies. You are delusional. You off your rocker. That's all I gotta say. Go ahead, Zach.
Zach, we'll go in a second. Just a quick shout out to my brother Guillermo.
I just want y'all to know I missed everything that just happened. I saw Chuck, and it's like, oh goodness, what's going on? I was on the phone. I know he was saying some nonsense just now.
Nah, you missed some wisdom. It's a shame, man.
Wisdom.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Are the Frankers and Knoxers forming an alliance? Is that what we see happening in real time?
I don't even know what's going on. I just know
you know what it is. You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what it is. Knicks fans have always been so negative because they've been experiencing negativity that they don't know how to get out of their negativity. So any player that plays for us is always going to be a bum or whatever, in their eyes, and not see, the progress or the what they can do.
Randall's not a bum.
Huh?
Randall's not a bum.
Oh, whatever. Anyway, that's all they see. They always I'm speechless right now because
you should be.
Because you're a negative person. You are a negative person.
I just cut that out. Randall's not a bum.
But you're a negative person. You are. You're a negative person towards your team.
Cornerstone, we got a question from one of the great mods in history, Sima Singh. He wants to know what Frank has done for this franchise to be your favorite player.
Do we really have to go there with that? Again, I defend Frank because all you bash on him all the time. All right?
And if all you guys.
Huh?
I don't ever say anything negative about Frank.
No, I'm not saying you. I say when I say you guys, I mean the Frank haters, and we have the president of the Frank Hater Club right here, and you can tell he's a hater because he's wearing a cowboy hat. All right.
Hey, easy. I agree with Chuck on that.
This is where I stand with Frank.
Let me just try and get it back at him, Kevin.
You don't want that can of worms open.
Yeah, I will not.
You don't want that open.
Zach, you're totally right. I'm not going to do that. I'll let Stephen A. Smith do all that.
Yeah,
that fool. But anyway, what has he done? Well, I remember that he had a 20-point game and 10 assists against the Wizards.
A lot of bums have big games. A lot of bums have big games sometimes.
All right.
It took 3 years.
It took 3 years, but he had it, right?
He's a really good defender and a team guy. That's what he is.
And you want to know something else? Oh, you want to go more, right? Okay, let's do this right here.
More?
Let me look at this right here. Hold it now. You want me to go? You wanted me to go. Now I'm going to go now. Okay, this year.
Kevin is laughing.
Yeah.
He was exposed for 40, 50.
Hold it now. I'm not done yet.
How you counting?
I'm not done yet. In our losses, he's only played 5 minutes and 2 minutes.
Really looking at
and our wins, no, because I took
40 of them.
40 of them. In our wins, he played 19 minutes, which was a win, and he played 16 minutes, which was a win. And then in the last game, he didn't play because he was hurt. All right. So what I'm saying is these are just stats, but these sacks show how valuable he is when he does play.
Well, I'll say something about Frank, and then I'll say what I do with RJ Barrett, if you guys don't mind.
No,
But
let it flow.
What I
But
think
Zach,
about
you see
RJ,
where I'm getting at? Where I don't like bashing
well,
our players.
this isn't horrible about Frank, but Frank was drafted to the wrong team, and let me tell you why. If
The wrong league.
Easy, Chuck.
See what I mean?
No,
I
I can see why he thinks that, but what Frank was never alpha dog. Let me score. That was never his goal. That was never our goals for him, or at least it shouldn't have been. This man you got glue guys like Draymond Green, who was a horribly inefficient shooter and player on offense. Marcus Smart, inefficient on offense, but they were drafted to really good teams, and they're glue guys. They play defense hard. Everybody likes them in the locker room. They'll pass the ball. They'll keep the ball movement going, and they're just going to get into other team's best player for how many minutes they're on the court. And that's what Frank should be for a good team.
And can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kev.
Because I have two. They're like principles that I hold dear. One of them is I do not talk about next year's draft ever.
Case closed.
And I do not talk about players who are not playing. And if Frank was playing, it would be different. But he's hurt, and so he's out of my mind.
I just wanted to give a little bit of defensive.
I thought we were talking about RJ Barrett in the first place. I know how this goes, because if we let this train ride,
you're right,
we'll
Kev.
be talking about Frank for an hour.
But Kev, here's the thing. I didn't bring him up.
Kev, let him finish.
No, he was finished. He was finished.
No, Kev.
Kev
W. Wait a minute. Kev W. said, "I have a question."
Oh, you have a
question? Because the question is, I thought we were talking about RJ Barrett.
Yeah. You were.
And that's the thing. We were talking about RJ. The question was about RJ Barrett, and then it just
took a U-turn somewhere.
Frank. I know how this will go. It's like we're talking about RJ Barrett, and then Frank will be brought up, and then we'll talk about Frank for like 45 minutes.
Right. But this individual brought him up. That's the reason why.
No,
you didn't talk about it. He brought him up. He brought him up. I was already talking about RJ, right, Zach? Am I right?
Yeah, Chuck. It was already said and done, and then someone else brought him up, and then Chuck came in and called him up.
No,
it was brought up earlier.
It was brought up earlier. We were already on RJ Barrett.
I just want to make one point about Frank
to address the chat.
I was trying to stop them both, but it's all right. It didn't work.
Exactly.
Anyway,
exactly.
Hey,
you have to show to address the chat about Frank.
I don't know. I mean, are you getting the same vibes?
What was that?
Yeah, Frank had a free lottery pick.
Got a weird flow to it. It's like herky jerky. Because it's like I'm legit
want to get everybody when he's wrong either. So that's another thing. That's another thing.
I was never wrong about Frank. I'm never wrong.
I feel like I'm watching an old Skip and Stephen A. episode of First Take right now.
So let's go back to the original question I asked.
Yes, please.
What, if you were Tibbs, that's my Batman. If you were the original Tibbs, if you're the original Tibbs.
That's right.
What do you say to the kid?
If I'm Tibbs, so we know Tibbs has a really, really great work ethic as a coach, right? He's always in early, out late, watching film. I'm pulling RJ aside outside of practice, and I'm going to try to relate to him and try to help him get it out of this. Watch film, do whatever it's got to do, because also one of Tibbs' knocks are that he's not personable enough to relate to his players. I'm going to show RJ a vote of confidence. I'm going to go out. I mean, can't because of COVID, but go out to eat with him, or go invite him over to the house, watch film with him, build him up, and show him what I want him to do, provide attention to him to help, and just talk him up, keep his confidence up, go over film, get more involved, and just hope he gets out of his slump. If not, then you revisit it at a later time.
Hey, Chuck, so what do you think? Should Tibbs sit RJ for a game? Do you think he should keep him playing, put him on the second team? If you were Tibbs, what would you do to try to resurrect him at this moment?
I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't bench him. That's not gonna.
It'll hurt his confidence.
It's not gonna be productive. It's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna change its game. You're not gonna get nothing out of that. But I would expect him to shoot less jumpers, less threes. Put it like that. He shouldn't be shooting 8 threes in a game. and I expect him to go to his strength, which is attacking the hole.
We also talked about impressing though. Freezy said about him impressing and wanting so hard to be the man in New York. That's why I say that Tibbs has to set him down and say, "Look, buddy, look, RJ, this is earned. You have to go step by step. You can't just try to skip steps and all of a sudden become a 25-point a game scorer and the man in New York City. You have to slow down." And I hate using this word, but trust the process.
Yeah.
Of your development.
Well, yeah, and the thing about it is,
let me just get real quick back to Chuck. So, take it, Cornerstone. I'll get back in a second.
No, what I was going to say was the one thing Tibbs has been preaching is trust your players, trust the play. So, if RJ is really going through this, through this drought that he's that we're witnessing, I would want him to pass just a little bit more. You don't want to keep shooting. I mean, he's not Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson or anything where they can, shoot their way out of it. I would want him to make the right pass and take shots that are a higher percentage, of course. Because if the shots are if he's open and it's a high percentage shot, take it. So that's pretty much it.
Chuck, I wanted to come back to you and say to you, what does RJ and the Knicks do when their competition's throwing a 1-3-1 zone and basically taking away RJ's strength, clogging up the, packing that paint and making him have to shoot?
You get him out of the game and get shooters in there.
Yeah,
you have to use personnel
because that's what they're doing now.
You have to use personnel to when someone like when someone tries to stop a certain player or a certain style of play, you have to make adjustments no matter what the cost if you want to win. If RJ isn't getting it done, put someone else in there who can. I'm not saying bench him the whole game, but get shooting in there to get him out of that zone and then put him back in. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things you can do.
Yeah, I'm going to kick it to you, Kevin, in a sec. I just want to do a quick shout-out again and just ask everyone to please hit those likes, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Thanks again for helping us. We're at 1,130 subscribers, 1,500. Here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And as Freezy was saying, shout-out to the greatest mods in history, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. So, Kevin, I know you've coached in the past. Put your Tibbs hat on. What do you do? How do you work with RJ at this point in time?
My first thought is we got 400 subscribers in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
I remember when we were talking about getting up to 800, and this is a week before Christmas.
Freezy's got that magic in a bottle. I keep telling you.
Here's the thing. I'm as we all know, I'm the optimist on the panel. But I'm also the one, I'm never going to get too up for a win. I'm not going to get too down for a loss. There's reasons to why everything happens. We lost the game yesterday. I don't know if it's just a sheer anomaly that everyone was cold. I like to think that fatigue probably has played a little part in it. It's probably they didn't practice today. When you get tired legs, you
and
Julius looked beat.
And you're right you're right, 100% right, Kevin, because if Tibbs gives his team a day off, they're tired.
Yeah, he was taking the pulse. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you get heavy legs, all the shots were front of the rim shots, and so it's really nothing that RJ or Tibbs can do that can. I mean, they just have to get refreshed. I mean, the starting lineup is, granted, they're not the greatest shooters collectively, but they're not going to go 0 for 23 every game.
Especially if we get Burks back.
Yeah, so I don't think that's something that should carry over until tomorrow's game. I think you'll see those numbers come back up. You should take the threes that are given to you. And with RJ, like I said, RJ, yes, there's some shots that he forced. You can see it was a bad shot. But if you're wide open, shoot it.
Yeah, shots will fall some as long as they're good shots. You can live with them.
Right,
not
high
falling.
percentage, exactly. High percentage shots.
Yes.
The worst thing you can do is have an open shot and not take it, because then you're definitely not keeping the defense honest. So I hate to say, because it looks so bad when you're watching it, but the last thing you don't want to do is tell him not to shoot. So
you just want him to be more selective with his shots.
I could get on him. He was taking. I mean, RJ's taking some bad shots. He's taking some shots where he should have passed it. Yes. But it's not even that.
Wait a minute. This sounds like Knox is coming for the
no. I mean, I'm not
like
Knox at all.
Are we Knoxicizing?
In a couple minutes, we will be.
No, I mean, are you sitting here and telling me that RJ Barrett has taken all good shots?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm not getting on RJ. I'm just saying.
It sounds like the Knox fan base wants RJ to share some of those shots, give some of those shots to Knox, so that Knox can have.
I never once said.
So I'm not accusing you of saying that. I said it may sound like that. So I'm not accusing.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm saying there's.
Wait, so let me ask you this then. So let me ask you this. Say I take 5 of those shots that RJ just threw around arbitrarily and gave those shot opportunities to Kevin Knox. Would the Knoxers be satisfied with that?
If they're good shots, yeah.
No. Whether they're good shots or not is not on RJ Barrett. Because if you just take the arbitrarily bad shots from RJ and give them to Knox, if they're bad shots, that's all.
I'll give you an example.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
No. I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question in an example. No, I'm answering the question in an example.
Don't answer.
No, it's not a question. It's an example. I'm giving an example of this very same scenario. I don't know. It was the end of a half versus one game. I don't remember what team we were playing, but it was the end of the half. And you had RJ and you had Knox. And RJ took that really bad 3 and it's like, why did you shoot that when Kevin Knox was wide open next to you? I don't know what game that was, but it was like the half was closing down and RJ and Kevin were both coming down the court. And RJ pulled up for this really bad 3 when Kevin Knox was wide open next to him. That's a shot where it's like, okay, RJ, maybe you should pass the ball to Kevin Knox.
Yeah, Your Honor, objection. The defendant is
an example.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
the defendant is using conjecture.
I'm using an example of the very scenario you just gave.
That just happens to involve Kevin Knox.
Right. That was a question that he posed. The question was directly to Kevin Knox.
The question I posed was a yes or no question.
But it related to RJ and Kevin Knox. I gave an example of RJ Barrett in the exact scenario of Kevin Knox in the exact scenario.
If you give them to Knox, if you give those shots to Knox, would the Knox fan base be satisfied? Yes or no?
I have said this before.
If you hesitate on the stand there, the answer is no.
I do not believe in there's an old saying that you build somebody up, but you have to tear somebody down. I'm not building one or the other up to tear one or the other down. If RJ has a good shot, take it. If RJ feels that somebody else has a better shot, then he should give it up to them. It doesn't have to be Kevin Knox. It doesn't have to be anybody. But if he feels like I'm in a funk, I know I'm in a funk, I can shoot my way out of it, or I can get my team the best shot.
So it doesn't matter.
That's what I want from RJ Barrett. It doesn't have to be Kevin Knox.
Your Honor, Your Honor, permission to treat the witness as a hostile witness.
Granted.
So
wait a minute. We have to have a segment where we get Freezy a judge's robe and a gavel. That will be.
So Freezy.
The reason why I say that is because
and Chuck's in an orange jumpsuit. He's the
Freezy. Hold up, Freezy. That's a tough question because a bad shot for RJ might not be a bad shot for Knox.
But I didn't say that. Kevin said that. Kevin brought up.
I didn't say that. What I did is give an example of the very scenario that you're talking about.
And Chuck agreed. Basically, Chuck agrees with me though, Kev. Because I said
if you saw the play, everybody would agree. I'm but if you watch that game, like, all right, you should have gave that ball up to Knox.
Well, let me get back to the question though. Would Knoxers approve of taking the 5 or so bad willy-nilly shots from RJ where he just go to the lane and just throw up something ridiculous instead of you taking those shot attempts by RJ and giving those shot attempts to Knox? Would the Knoxers be satisfied? And so you interjected like a struggling player. Well, for one, the reason why you take those wild shots from RJ, who's a struggling player, and give them to Knox, because Knox is struggling to get his shots in the offense. Now you take just arbitrarily just random shots at the rim from RJ and give those shots to Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox may be able to turn those shot attempts into something, especially since we already talked about on this show, on the Knicks at Night podcast, that Kevin Knox is sometimes wide open and they won't even look at him. Remember we talked about that, Foxy?
I think that's going to change though once we get the right message, and right players and right leaders in there. It'll change.
So you give Knox these new clean shot attempts. Would the Knoxers be satisfied? Right. So instead of saying, give Kevin Knox more opportunity, because the last time or 2 streams ago on the Knicks at Night podcast, I said, and I'm speaking as Kevin W now. So I said that Kevin Knox is not getting shot opportunities when he's wide open. So 2 streams ago, we were like, Knox is wide open. They weren't even looking and passing the ball. And then now I just said, well, what if we take those shots that RJ just arbitrarily just threw around the rim and gave them to Knox? Would you be satisfied? So I took Kev W from 2 streams ago, who said Knox was wide open. Why not get us shots? And I give him them shots. And now Kevin W is like, well, I don't know. I'm just going to use conjecture right here.
I remind you, Kevin, you are under oath.
You are Kevin Knox. Hey, Kevin W.
This is what would satisfy me. If I saw Knox take 80% of those shots I see Elfrid Payton take, if I saw
anybody on the team other than
Knox
Elfrid,
took 70% of those bad shots I see Reggie Bullock take, yes, I'd be satisfied then.
Man, he hates Reggie Bullock. That's one thing I have.
I'd be satisfied when the announcer calls out the starting lineup and number 20, Kevin Knox from Kentucky, is one of the names he calls out. I will be satisfied when that happens.
Hey, and so Tomas Abreu says something smart. He says, trick questions, Knicks fans will never be satisfied.
True. True.
I'll be satisfied. I'll be satisfied when we hold up the Larry O'Brien trophy.
Oh, so you're not a member of the Knox fan base then?
What?
You are not a Knoxer. You're in disguise, is what you're saying.
Contempt of court.
I love the Knicks.
Are you? So I just want to hear you say it. Are you or are you not a Knoxer?
I'm a fan of the New York Knicks and anyone who wears orange and blue. My favorite player of all time. My favorite player.
So you are not a Knoxer, sir.
My favorite player all time hasn't had a New York Knicks jersey on in 21 years now.
Well, we're talking about this team. Who's your favorite player on this team?
Starks. What?
That's mine too.
My favorite player on this. No, my favorite player is Patrick Ewing.
No, on this team.
On this team, my favorite player is Kevin Knox II.
Okay.
So are you or are you not a Knoxer, sir? Are you or are you not a Knoxer?
Yeah, just a minute, man.
You're under oath, Kevin. You're under oath.
It's okay.
Kevin Knox is my favorite player on the New York Knicks.
Okay.
No, are you, sir? Are you or are you not a Knoxer?
What is a Knoxer,
the Dave Chappelle show,
sir?
So
can I get a definition of a Knoxer?
A Knoxer is a Knicks fan who is a fan of Kevin Knox that is gonna go to the ultimate and penultimate point of a conversation to defend Kevin Knox in every situation, regardless if everybody else feels like Kevin Knox is right or wrong. That's a Knoxer.
So here's a funny.
And it's a membership. They actually have Knox membership cards
I was watching I think the Knicks won a drive, and somebody in the comments was like, I don't know who's the president of the Kevin Knox fan club. I don't know if it was Kevin W. or that Prince Bun.
Probably Prince. Probably Prince.
I don't know.
Say yes, man, and move on.
Yeah, we got more.
Stake your claim. Stake your claim. I mean, don't dodge it, because what's going to happen is when Kevin Knox does bad and we jump on Kevin Knox and then you jump in to defend him, we not going to want to listen to you, because we like, yo, this dude he's a fake Knoxer. He's not a real Knoxer. He's a fake Knoxer. You know what I'm saying? Here's
my thing.
Kevin, let me ask you a question.
Political runaround.
Kevin, remember Rex Ryan got that tat of Mark Sanchez? Did you get one of Kevin Knox like that, man?
He already got two.
Well, I don't have any tattoos. But no, here's my thing. My actions technically my actions are my words, but my words have spoken for themselves when it comes to me. I have made it fire in here defending Kevin Knox. Now
here,
plenty of shows.
Yes. Now,
so that hasn't gone to show.
We may do that in a few minutes when we get to a couple subjects.
Hey, Kev, now, real quick, Kev. Now, Raphael Burgess says Knox is trash. What do you say to that?
No, we'll get to that in a couple of minutes.
No, but you know what I'm saying? He doesn't even defend him. He's a fake. He's a fake Knoxter. There it is.
Hey, Freezy, I want to kick it to you in a second to get your thoughts on, if you were Tibbs, what you would do. But I want to just put a little feedback in the chat. First of all, Teddy Flat said he's pushing up the hats going around in the chat, trying to get some money so you could turn some lights on, Cornerstone. And the other thing was our brother Guillermo saying, how do, the question I posed to Chuck about, teams are putting the 1-3-1 zone in, and Guillermo said, how you attack a 1-3-1 zone? Keep RJ in the corner, have him cut to the basket once the ball handler cuts into the zone and attracts the defender down low. So Guillermo, as always, thanks for your insight.
It's going to be a modified 1-3-1 because they know the Knicks can't shoot. So they're just going to – the baseline runner is going to stay towards the paint more than they are going out to the corner, running after RJ Barrett, shooting the ball.
Yeah. And I don't trust anything that Legion of Knicks says. Gilmore says.
Oh, come on now. Come on
now.
I don't trust
Come
on now.
He knows
it too. He knows
it too.
Yeah, that's my man. No, that's my man.
Come on now.
He knows it too.
So Freezy, you coming back? We wanted to hear your insight on if you were Tibbs and you put the Tibbs hat on. Are you just instigating Kevin and then running? Or we wanted to hear your insight, but
we want to get his judge's robe on and his gavel.
Yeah, man, we got to do a segment. I'm writing a note on that. We got to do the
Law and Order Special Freezies edition.
Hey, man, you are creative. I like the way you roll. So Chuck, did we get to you on what you thoughts on if you were Tibbs?
As far as what?
What you would say to RJ?
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So my next question then to the panel is, if RJ's problems continue, how long before the media descends on this kid with negative articles? And hold on, before I get to that, Freeze, you want to finish up that thing? If you were Tibbs, how would you handle the RJ situation at this moment?
So mine is easy, man. Just let him play. Just let him play. He'll figure it out, man. The dude's too smart.
Yeah, I think that everyone.
He's too hard of a worker too.
Yeah, he'll figure it out, man. It just takes some time. I mean, if you're talking about guys that were scorers in this league, I mean, look at all the guys that are scorers right now. Like, I mean, aside from the outliers like Kevin Durant, but when you look at Brandon Ingram's, they took time. Bradley Beals took time. Jason Tatum took some time. Jaylen Brown took time. So yeah, just lump RJ in with the bright future at his position, and look at their career arc, and then you'll see where RJ is, and then you'll understand that RJ.
Another
1 second. Examples. I was going to say we have a super chat. I was going to ask Freezy to do the super chat, and it's directed at my brother Kevin Wright from our brother Kaiser Soze. Kaiser says, and thanks again for the super chat. At least G ain't saying, meaning at least Guillermo ain't saying a Knicks player is a young LeBron James.
Who said that?
I don't know. Maybe somebody else said it, but I'm only reading the super chat, man. As always, thank
Chuck's
you for your
burner account.
generosity and your feedback.
I know that.
Two guys. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kev.
Who's the question?
I think what's the guy in the morning? Freaky Keith.
Are they talking about Randall?
Where I think brought up LeBron. He brought up LeBron in that.
No, free Keith. It's free Keith.
Free Keith. I apologize. Yeah. So did he give an association, Free Keith, about LeBron James on the show? Freeze.
Someone said a Knicks fan LeBron James.
All right, I'm just trying to understand the back thing for Kaiser's super chat, but we'll figure that out. Kaiser, thank you again for the super chat.
Probably because Randall's role.
I was right. Keith said Randall was a young LeBron James.
No, because of his role.
No, he didn't say that.
Not the talent, because of the role.
He didn't say that? Thank God he didn't say that.
Point forward. That he pretty much saying point forward.
Okay.
How long did it take Dwayne Wade to develop into the player that he did?
Well, I was gonna actually give two good examples, Kev. First one, Tracy McGrady. You asked him to this day in interviews, and he'll say, "I was not ready." My first 2 years in the league, first year, then second, he said he wasn't ready. And Kobe for the same aspect.
Yeah.
Didn't they both
in
go
peace?
from high
But
school
Kobe
straight
took a
to
while
the
to
league?
become what he was. Same with Tracy.
Yeah, but they did. Kobe
I'm not saying
Tracy did.
I'm not saying RJ's gonna become one of those guys. Don't crucify me for that. I'm just saying that it takes patience for some guys. It takes a couple of different years.
Exactly.
Or a couple of different things, couple of different factors go into someone's development.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the question I was about to pose, and let me do it now, was if RJ's problems continue, how long before you think the media descends on the kid with negative articles and questioning his future as a foundational piece of this team? The Knicks, as I mentioned, didn't provide access to RJ at the press conference after the last night's loss. So my question to you guys, and we'll kick it around, and we'll start with you, Chuck, does RJ have the temperament to deal with this type of adversity and the brutal public assaults on his skill set? We've seen many players across many sports in this city never recover from the New York media's and fans' venom, and have seen them wilt under the pressure. So what's your thoughts on how our golden child, like RJ, is going to deal with these attacks? Take it.
Well, I think it'll be based on the team performance. So if they're winning, then it'll eclipse his bad play. And if it's not consecutive, say you have 2 good games and then 4 bad games. You know what I'm saying? It has to be a long stretch, basically.
We're talking about RJ now, not Knox.
Yeah.
I wish we had a Knox on here to defend Kevin Knox. If only we had a Knox on the panel to defend Kevin Knox.
It's not my time
we
yet.
had a guy that
When
would
it's
stand
my
behind
time,
his
then I'll
boy.
go.
It's a Friday night. I got to get my goof on, man.
Hey, hey, Chuck. So what you're saying is, if we're winning, it won't be a problem. Is that what you're saying?
If we're winning,
solves everything, man.
If we're winning, it overshadows individual bad play.
Okay.
There's nobody to blame losses on if we're winning.
Right, winning solves everything.
Yeah.
You're right, Chuck.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, you have to. I think it depends. Like, he has a really bad slump. Let's say this slump lasts another couple weeks, and then he starts catching on. I think we give him to the end of the year at least.
You couple that with the team's expectations is not high.
Right.
So they're not expecting us to do anything anyway. So it's like we'll go under the radar.
All right. So here's my thing. I don't trust Mark Berman. I don't trust Steve Popper. I don't trust Stephen Bondi. Isola, because Isola will still put his stuff in there too.
So you don't read any of the newspapers then?
They come up on Twitter. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
That's why this show was taken off.
So with that,
people.
So with that being said, if it continues, I mean, taking it from Chuck's perspective, if we are winning, I guarantee you Mark Berman will find something to stir something up. I guarantee it. And if we're losing, they'll all jump on him. That's all I got to say on that.
And so, okay, all right. So Kev said that's all he got to say on that, and I'm gonna jump here and say something counter to what y'all all said. I think we're dealing with a cat that's different. What we don't understand is RJ has already been through all this stuff that y'all are saying, not to the degree of the New York media, but if you remember, RJ Barrett played for Team Canada in an era where Team USA basketball is the ultimate in international basketball in terms of persona, not in terms of all wins and W's, but in terms of persona and image. And RJ Barrett took all of y'all young stars, all the ones that y'all want to say that's better than RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett took them to task on an international stage. All your Ja Morants, all your Zion Williamsons, all your Cam Reddishes, all your Kevin Knoxes, all these guys, when they were playing U18 and U16 basketball, RJ Barrett was destroying them on an international stage, right? And the scrutiny was on Team Canada. Like, who do they think they are? You know, they're coming out here and beating our young teenagers in something that belongs to us. And so the scrutiny and the pressure had always been on RJ Barrett because Team Canada was nobody. You know what I'm saying? In terms of international basketball, the rankings usually went USA, Australia, Brazil, 2 or 3 European countries like France and some other countries in terms of international basketball, right? And RJ Barrett dragged Canada from being a top 20 country, barely in the top 20, maybe 17 to 18, to number 1. And he beat y'all babies. Kevin Knox knows RJ Barrett, not just because RJ Barrett showed up in the Knicks gym one day. Kevin Knox played against him in international basketball where RJ Barrett used to murder Kevin Knox and other young players.
The thing is, though,
hold on. Let me finish. I'll let y'all do your thing. Let me finish. So RJ Barrett didn't show up out of the blue. RJ Barrett has a reputation where he was a flawed player and grinded through that to become the best player in his high school class. It's the reason why RJ Barrett wound up at Mount Verde Academy. It's not because he was, he liked the study hall. It's because Mount Verde saw him as being a player that was comparable to a cat that they already had on campus in Ben Simmons and D'Angelo Russell. You know what I'm saying? They knew RJ Barrett was a star, right? The only thing about Barrett is his flaws get magnified because of where he plays, right? So you don't, and I say this, and people take this lightly. Like when Ja Morant has an off game in Memphis, Tennessee, nobody notices. When Zion Williamson has a weight problem or an injury history in New Orleans, Louisiana, nobody notices. When RJ Barrett goes 3 for 19 in Tampa Bay, Florida, the whole New York media, everybody knows. Even shows like this, the Knicks at Night podcast. There is no Grizzlies at Night podcast. There is no New Orleans Pelicans at Night podcast where cats come on and talk about Zion. Mm-hmm. The RJ Barrett is under tremendous. The lights are brightest in New York City, right? And so while people may not agree, they say the talent level is different and all that stuff. Well, we say talent level all we want, but when it came head to head, RJ Barrett versus them dudes, the dudes in his age category, RJ Barrett dominated them, and to a point where a loaded team of Zion Williamsons and Ja Morants and U17 came up against RJ Barrett and some dudes you didn't even know, and Team Canada beat them with RJ Barrett scoring 38. RJ Barrett scored 25 in the second half when the team
was on that team.
Was up by 8. RJ Barrett brought that team back and scored 38 and won the U17 tournament MVP. You know what I'm saying? So the thing of and Cam Reddish was on that team too. Yeah. So what I'm saying, I said all that to say this: don't underestimate who we have here. R.J. Barrett is not Clark Kent, right? And y'all are gonna say, well, Clark Kent turned into Superman. Now what I'm saying is look at R.J. Barrett as Clark Kent right now. When he gets into his bag or when he gets into his phone booth and comes out, he'll be somebody different. Just be patient, man, is what I'm getting at. This dude is not soft like DSJ, like mentally soft like DSJ, where a little bit of scrutiny is going to turn him into a bad NBA player. The more pressure you put on this cat, the more pressure you put on him, the better he becomes. So what Knicks fans need to do, and I know they're not good at it, Knicks fans need to be patient. Let my man turn into this thing that he is. And Mav, I know, but I know Clark Kent is Superman, but Clark Kent is also Clark Kent. Superman doesn't work at the Daily Planet. Clark Kent worked at the Daily Planet, man. Come on.
But,
you gotta use Caesar's
ghost. Yeah, hey, Freeze, the thing about it is Knicks fans, they overreact. That's been our MO for years. We overreact.
But Kev, that's the reason why
I'm with you totally. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about RJ. I'm not.
But that's the reason why. But Kev, that's the reason why. You got to follow me. That's the reason why I use the analogy. The reason why Metropolis needs a Clark Kent is because they overreact and are not patient.
Right.
Metropolis needs Superman and Clark Kent at the same time. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But you have to. But there has to be a balance, right?
Yep.
So what I'm saying is this: just be patient with RJ while he makes the transformation, because it's easy for a Tim Duncan to get drafted #1 overall to the San Antonio Spurs as opposed to the New York Knicks. Yeah. It's easy for some guys. It's easy for Zion to get drafted to the New Orleans Pelicans as a #1 pick, as opposed to coming to New York. It's easy for Anthony Davis to get drafted by the Pelicans at #1 and not the New York Knicks because their attitudes are not one that can deal. Say for instance, New Orleans had 700 Chuck B's on Zion every day. What would Zion be? You know what I'm saying? Zion would be mush. You know what I'm saying? Because Chuck B keep it real all the time, right? And that's what we have in New York. And RJ Barrett is built for that. That's the reason why he said when in the hey, what's up, Coach Color Blocks? That's the reason why RJ, when they asked him, how do you feel about being drafted for New York? RJ Barrett said out of his own lips, I'm built for this. He said that on draft day. I'm built for this. And New Yorkers heard that and they were like, oh yeah, he said he was built for this word, blah, blah, blah. And now when he's struggling, you ain't seeing RJ Barrett holding his head down. He keeps shooting. Stephen Fox said RJ Barrett missed 21 threes in a row, right? What other cat you know, think about this, what other cat you know after they miss 10 in a row would keep shooting?
Can I say something to that point, Freezy?
Hey, go ahead, boss.
I haven't heard any player drafted by the Knicks, but this is too much for me.
Yeah, even Kristaps said he was built for this. Was that true?
So that's not really
okay.
Kevin Knox even said, "I'm ready for this." So
yeah, I was going to mention that, Kev. I was going to mention that.
Everyone who drafted, everyone drafted anything says that.
So look at Kevin Knox right now, though.
But that's not the point. But the point is,
Kevin Knox second year. Look at so the Knoxer has spoken. Okay, so
are you ready to answer yes or no yet, Kevin?
So Kevin Knox in his second season. Kevin Knox is a rookie. Said, "I'm built for this." Kevin Knox in his second year averaged 6 points a game. Is he really built for this? RJ Barrett is averaging 16 points a game in his rookie year. Is there a difference?
Here's the thing: the context of that is totally different. You can put out a number and say this is a number, but there's context behind those numbers also.
Political runaround, man. Yeah.
I would say
I'm not Nazicizing, but we're sitting here debating. But here's the thing, we're sitting here debating if a guy who's averaging 16 points should be benched.
I would say, I would say that
That's the context.
I would say that if we didn't have the coach or the coaching staff that we have now, I would really question Kevin Knox right now. I really would.
Oh, the Frankers are throwing. Oh, the Frankers are declaring war on the Knoxers.
I'm just saying. If
I just don't think that's. Hold on. Why would you question Kevin Knox?
Can we get a Knoxer in the chat?
Why would you question Kevin Knox if they didn't have Tom Thibodeau here?
That's what I'm saying. Let's put it out there. If Tom Thibodeau, if Tom Thibodeau wasn't here and Kenny Atkins was here. And he had his own, yeah, that's it. Thanks, Stevie. If he was here and we didn't have the assistant coaches that we have now, do you think that Knox's confidence would be as high as it is now with those guys?
Good question.
Good question. I wish we had a Knoxer in the chat. Hey, can we get a Knoxer in the chat?
The only thing that I know with Kevin Knox is Kevin Knox. I'll put it out there, and I'll say this to the original question: if RJ Barrett wanted to know what the media would do to him if he struggled, he just has to go a couple lockers over and ask Kevin Knox.
Oh my god!
Because
hold on,
baby
crying in here somewhere.
Because you said it yourself. It's just a passage how we do. We get a kid. He's the apple of our eye.
No.
And then the next season, we get another kid, and he's the apple of our eye.
No,
the
expectation for Knox
listen, Chuck has no apples. All his apples are rotten. Okay?
No, they're not,
There's nobody on Chuck's eye. Chuck's almost blind if it's an apple of eye. He's blind. He's Ray Charles right now. Nothing is good to Chuck.
The expectation for Knox was nowhere near RJ. He didn't have that pressure that RJ had. First of all, he was the 9th pick, not
top
the
10
third.
pick. Okay, not top 10 pick. Okay, yeah.
No, there's a difference. There's a difference.
Hold on. Does Trae Young have pressure on him?
Hell yeah.
Trae Young's actually doing somewhat.
Hey, Trae Young is the next
star.
But he's delivered at least.
No. Hold on.
Trae Young is the face of Atlanta.
Let's talk about the context. The context is you said RJ is a top 3 player. Luka and Trae Young weren't top 3 players, but they got pressure on them. So let's not go there. If you're top 10, you're top 10.
They got the superstars.
If you're top 10, you're top 10 because you expect a top 10 player to have pressure on you, don't you? If you got in the top 10, you're supposed to have a level of expectations, right?
Disagree,
not
man.
If you have a top, if you're a top 10 player, are you not expected to have expectations?
Yes, but
higher than if you're drafted like 23rd.
No, much less than 3rd though. Much less than 3.
Tell him, Chuck.
It starts from 1,
okay, so you're like
less and less.
Okay, so if you're a top 10, you have expectations that's higher than if you're drafted 15th. So if you're top 3, then obviously, so basically Obi has the same expectations that Frank does.
What?
It's a different brand.
No, it's a different brand.
Now it's a different brand. Oh, 8th. They're both were drafted 8th. So it's either it's the player or if it's a draft position. So which one is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to. Thank you, Chuck.
But Obi could have been taken 4th. Nobody was going to take Frank 4th.
Expectations that Frank Ntilikina has.
Yeah, but nobody was picking.
So Kevin Knox. You're saying
exactly.
Kevin Knox is picked 9th.
Yeah,
so you just ruined your own argument.
And Knox.
The
argument that you're making is if you're a top 10 or if you're not top 3, then whatever.
But the same thing is like a sport team power rankings. If you're a top 10 team, you have expectations.
Right? Lottery
top 3
pick
team, you got different ones. Top 3 is different though. Top 3 is different
lottery pick. There's a reason why they're called lottery pick.
Top 3.
Top 3 is why they're called lottery pick.
Knox, Frank, and Obi got the same expectations.
Right.
So if Obi turn into Frank, he'll be a bust too.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
When I say
whatever. Here we go.
What are you talking about? I said your name. What the?
Here we go.
What do you mean, whatever?
Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
I didn't even
I
bring
think we
him
need a
up,
new
man.
topic.
Yeah,
Tired of Knox and Frank.
We talking about the draft.
I'm tired of it.
What we should be talking about is how's Mitch going to get bigger rebounds tomorrow night, because he's been
Well, we didn't change the
out-rebounding
subject.
anything.
We didn't change the subject.
Yeah, we're changing the subject right now. All right.
Wow.
He's living his dream. Frank is living his dream playing on Madison Square Garden, and you just sitting there with your cowboy shirt. I apologize.
It's about to be a nightmare.
Hey, 1 second. Hey, Cornerstone, we got a question. We got a question from the chat for you.
Freak. It's not a cowboy shirt.
Whatever. Cowboy hat. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Cornerstone,
boys.
your fans in the chat have a question for you. This one happens to be from somebody named Legion of Knicks podcast. I'm not sure you know him. Yes. He said, "Can you please ask Kevin if he would draft Frank Nitti again if he had that pick back?"
That's a trick question.
Would you?
Here we go.
Would you take?
Yes
would
or
you
no.
take Nitti over Donovan
Kevin to go
Mitchell?
Yes or no? You won't now.
That's a trick question.
You won't say yes or no now. Yes or no.
No, I will. No, I will pick. I will pick Donovan Mitchell. I will pick Mitchell. Yes, absolutely. I will pick Mitchell. Hey, put it this way, hey Zach, I wouldn't have picked DSJ, and I definitely wouldn't have picked who's the guy from Charlotte?
Monk.
Oh, Malik Monk. Yeah.
Malik Monk. Yeah, definitely was. Now people wanted DSJ over Frank, and now that DSJ is here, now they see what happened.
Well, that just right there, what you said of bringing up Malik Monk proves Freezy's point earlier. We don't talk about Malik Monk being a huge bust, but all these Frank and DSJ and not since they're on the Knicks, they're so magnified.
Yeah, exactly.
If Frank wasn't a bust, DSJ wouldn't be here.
No, I was just saying.
Ding, ding, ding.
No,
man. Nah, man. That ain't necessarily true, man.
Yes,
it is true.
No, man.
That's 100% true. Let's go.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's conjecture. That's conjecture. What it is, yes, it is. Because the Knicks wanted talent back in the KP trade. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they didn't force.
They went for a point guard.
Nah, man, no.
Yeah.
That's not true, Chuck. Man, that's not
God.
totally
For a point guard, they would have.
He just hates on Frank. That's it.
Based on your premise, you're saying that we traded KP for a point guard. Based on the premise that you just made, we didn't trade KP for a point guard.
We didn't.
That player was included in a KP trade. I mean, come on, you act like we were looking for a point guard so bad that we traded our best player for him. That's not.
He wanted to be traded. He wanted to be traded.
Right.
KP wanted to be traded.
No, he did not. He didn't want to be.
He didn't want to be traded.
Based on Chuck's premise. Hey, virtual chat, check this out. So Chuck B basically just stated that we traded our best player for DSJ because we needed a point guard.
Chuck, no offense, but you are not always right now.
Be going.
All right.
You are not right all the time, man.
Hold up.
You're not right all the
Chuck
time.
is saying that in that KP trade, we wanted DSJ to shore up our point guard. That may be true, but we didn't just go to them and say we need DSJ at all costs and we'll get
exactly.
KP.
Who was the
key?
All right, wait.
Looks like the chat's on Chuck's side.
Who was the key player in the trade? Answer.
Yeah, but the picks and the
but we don't know
getting a disgruntled star out.
No.
The disgruntled star. They took a flyer on DSJ.
We wanted Kevin Durant. We wanted Kevin Durant, so it was clearing everything out because we wanted Kevin Durant. All right, that's what it came down to. So go ahead. It's nonsense. That's nonsense.
You only got a dark.
Nonsense.
Hold up. You only got a dark because you're about to cry.
I ain't no dark. I ain't crying. Hey, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. All right, you ain't saying nothing.
Y'all act like, I mean, Chuck B act like we wanted DSJ so bad that we gave up Tim Hardaway Jr., KP, Trey Burke.
And I wanted him so bad we drafted him over Frank.
Hey, hold on. Let me finish because I want to let Chuck finish too, but I just wanted to say my thing before Chuck finished his point. The thing is the premise is we wanted DSJ so bad that we gave up KP, Tim Hardaway Jr., Courtney Lee, and Trey Burke to get DSJ and some other stuff. That's not what happened. The thing is Dallas wanted Kristaps Porzingis. And to make an even trade, we felt like we wanted 2 first-round picks, DeAndre Jordan, Wesley Matthews, and DSJ for KP, Hardaway, Trey, whatever his name is, and
Lee, Courtney Lee, yeah.
So while DSJ we felt like was an attractive piece because we wanted to cure the point guard position, it's not the reason why we did the trade. Chuck, go ahead.
Hey, 1 second, Freeze. You don't think that KP and his brother put the knife to Knicks management, saying, "I want out, I want out, I want out"? And maybe
No, we agree to that. Yeah, we
agree to
that.
Yeah, but just meaning that I think the Knicks and Coach Colorblocks said the same thing, that maybe we pulled the trigger too quick on the trade with Dallas. But basically, it looks like they looked around and said, "This is the best we're going to get. We're going to ship him out, and we're going to get this, and hopefully, Hail Mary full of grace, DSJ will, he'll realize the potential everybody thought he had."
Yeah, they took a flyer on him. That's what they did.
And that might be the case. So go ahead, Chuck.
All right, for one, they didn't put him on the block. Other teams didn't know.
Yeah, they did.
He was no.
Yes, they did.
There's plenty articles saying
it has already been said that he was he was shopping on the team. We just know about it. We didn't know about it. Go ahead, talk, whatever.
Cry in the corner.
I ain't crying. I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere.
Look,
I'm not going nowhere. I ain't crying.
I'm going somewhere. I got to use the bathroom. I'm
okay. All right. You go. Name one.
That's a different stream.
Name one trade that the Knicks turned down. One offer that the Knicks turned down. Since he was on the block. Since other teams knew. Name one. Give me one offer that the Knicks turned down.
I don't know.
When did people?
Because
that doesn't always come out, offers that were turned down. That's not always in the news, Chuck, and you know it.
I'm gonna send you the article. I'll send you the article where they said GMs or whatever was surprised that he was on the block. They didn't know.
That same article said that Mark Cuban was throwed when the Knicks called him about a Kristaps Porzingis trade. So they called him. They wanted to trade Kristaps because he asked for a trade.
Yeah,
and talk stalled, and then they called again.
The Knicks made the call.
Yeah, to get rid of a disgruntled star.
Other teams didn't know.
Yes, they did, man.
No, they didn't. The Knicks called them.
Whatever.
Yeah, to let them know that he's available. Meaning other teams knew.
All right, hold up. If other teams knew, we would have had more offers than that. That wouldn't have been the best offer.
There was
Your best offer wouldn't have been Wes Matthews, DeAndre Jordan, and DSJ.
When teams find out that a superstar is disgruntled, demands a trade, you do not get the best offer.
You would
they know that he's not going to resign.
You would have got better than that, and we would have heard about offers that was refused or whatever, offers that was on the table. No offers was on the table because the Knicks called Dallas, and I think they called Phoenix for Booker. So they made calls. They didn't let it be known that he was available.
They also, Phil Jackson, the Bulls were offering, what was it, Lauri Markkanen?
The Bulls wasn't offering nothing because they didn't.
Phil wanted to trade him for Lauri.
No. That don't have nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay.
The Phil thing don't have nothing to do with that. Phil wasn't the one that did it.
And Sim Singh brought up, don't forget KP was also injured.
Yeah, you're not going to get the biggest offer in the world for an injured superstar who's 7'3" and gets posted up by point guards.
That's not the point. They didn't have nothing to go. They didn't have nothing to weigh it against. That was it. They took that offer. And that offer, the best player in that offer was DSJ. Soon as Matthews came, he was waived or whatever. DeAndre Jordan played 1 year. DSJ is the only thing left with those picks. You don't trade your best player for two, probably 20-something number picks.
Didn't turn out that bad because he's often injured.
Unknowns.
That's not what we thought he was.
That trade was about DSJ because Frank failed. The Knicks been trying to replace.
Whatever.
What do you mean?
Let's go to another thing, man. Because
we're gonna go to another topic in a second. But I have a favor to ask my man Freezy. Freezy, would you mind doing a shout out of our brothers in the chat? They live for it.
Yeah, man. Hey. So Todd Barbie is in the building. Hey, Tyrone the champion, we see you. He talking about 40 million in cap space. What's good? What's good with you? Hey, shout out to Chuck B for his point just now too. Shout Shout out to Pseudonym Sweet Pay. What's good? C Mac, I see you. Nameland.
Exactly.
What's good?
That trade was
What's good?
100%
Hey,
about
Mr.
signing
Mitchell
two
Chris,
max
what's good?
players.
Kaiser Sauces in the building. What's good? Wacko Knicks fanatic. What's good? I see you. I see you. Hey, Tomas Abreu. What's good? What is good? What's good? What's good? All right, and Jarrell Williams. Simba Singh is in the building. One of the best mods in the game. What's good?
It's freezing.
Hey, Foxy. Foxy, I got a question for you.
Yeah, just one other thing. Just a reminder to please hit those like, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Thanks again for helping us blow through that 1,000 subscriber. We're at 1,130 subscribers. Thank you so much. 1,500. Here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And also a shout out to the best mods in the world, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. Sorry, Freeze. Just wanted to take care of some business.
And again, this is what I'm talking about with these Frank haters, man. Calling him, I don't understand. Frank is dude is trash juice. Do you even know what trash can juice is, Brian? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Frank.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Freeze.
We don't listen to you, man. We don't listen to you.
Latrell Sprewell is the American dream. Where you at, man? You throwing us away? What's good? What's good? Latrell Sprewell is in the virtual chat. That's dope. Nameland said the Mavs was for cap space and only cap space. I think Kev Cornerstone Kev touched on that some too. I kind of agree with that. Otherwise, what's good? Jack Harlow sucks. Wow, that's a dope name.
So Freezy, you had a question for the old Sly Fox?
Yeah. So what I wanted to ask you is, do you think all of these conversations? So we're having meteoric type conversations where meteors and comets are all over the place in our Knicks solar system, right? Do you think we're having these conversations because we're continuing to have a dearth at the point guard position? Do you think Emmanuel quickly coming back will resolve all these random issues that we're having on offense?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. It's only 12 games, and I'm old school that the analytics and everything, they're going to see his tendencies and they're going to test that kid the minute he gets back. He has talent. He's a sniper from three. I love his energy and everything, but the NBA, they don't play. They don't play.
His attitude and his work ethic are what's most impressive about him. Kyler Perry had said multiple times he doesn't quit. He's a hard worker. He just keeps his head down. Whether he's starting or coming off the bench, he's going to give you his all. That's the type of player you want.
So yesterday we went over our top 10 players, meaning our rotation. And let me just see what my notes were. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. There's so many things I have. A lot of you don't realize I have like 10, 12 pages of notes for us to every show for us to do our stuff. But I had on my thing was I had Peyton, Rivers, Quick, RJ, Burks, Knox, Randall, Obi, Mitch, and Noel. Nerlens leaving Bullock, Frank, DSJ, and Spellman on the bench, with Iggy and Spellman and Iggy on the bench, but with Pinson and Harper probably going to the G League. So I was really impressed with Rivers' play. He had 7 points, 3 for 6 shooting, 1 for 4 from 3, 1 rebound. But the big thing that I saw was the 5 assists in only 21 minutes from Rivers. So my question was, whose minutes is Rivers going to be taking? Quick's or Peyton's?
Peyton.
Is that unanimous? Freeze, what you think? I'm sorry, Kev.
No, technically, well, because you can have Rivers play the backup too, so he doesn't have to play the point. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily, because if Bullock is coming out the rotation, then obviously the most common thing is you'd insert Knox and then have Rivers.
No, we're not. No, Knox ain't. No, what does Knox do? What does Knox do?
What do you mean? What does Knox do? What doesn't Knox do?
What? Hey, we need to get a Knoxer on the show. Can we, Foxy? Can we get a Knoxer?
Can I ask?
You know what? Let me go there. Another question I have written down was, and pardon me, was that during Tibbs' post-game press conference, he said, even with the teams firing blanks, the Knicks led by 7 points in the third quarter. They were still within 3 with under 9 minutes remaining in the fourth. And we already mentioned the impact of RJ's and Bullock's shooting problems. But I watched the game again today. And one of the biggest culprits in us losing that game last night was Kevin Knox. Although Knox, hold on. Although Knox had a better game than previous games with 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 1 assist in 32 minutes, he only scored 5 points in the second half. He only had 2 rebounds, no assists in that second half. So Knox demonstrated his aggressiveness, which we loved, and eagerness to play defense versus his previous seasons. But he came up empty in the second half when we needed him. I'm old school. If you can't hit your shots in crunch time, you're useless. I don't know if I've
not about how you start; it's how you finish.
That's my guy. So
let me squash this right here. Kevin Knox hurt his hand. He hurt his hands to the point that he had to have X-rays taken on it.
And what were the X-rays? What were the X-rays?
Negative.
Kevin Knox had to play, and that is what's called a warrior move, because Kevin Knox had to go back out there and play because they didn't have anybody else. So yeah, he wasn't hitting shots. Don't sit here and say that. Oh, he killed us.
Or we could say
Kevin Knox went out there with a bad hand, a hand that obviously needed to have X-rays on, so it wasn't like it was good.
Oh, he hurt his hand.
Still went out there and played and battled it out. Now hold on, because if RJ Barrett, no. Because if RJ Barrett had X-rays and then came back out there, oh, he's has a warrior mentality. Oh, he's just this and that. And
he showed it more than once, though. Kevin doesn't show his warrior heart, whatever, ever really.
My whole thing is this.
Where is his warrior mentality?
The only reason why he can't back out
is it kills me. This is the thing that kills me with RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett.
When Zion showed
Kevin can literally go out there and lay up an egg, and they're like, "Oh, he battled. He has such a great mentality. Oh, he'll be okay, even though he has missed his last 21 threes. He'll be okay because he battles through it. He's such a warrior."
We already talked on those guys.
Literally almost breaks his hand and goes back out there and like, you know what? He's still not tough enough for me.
We didn't say that. But you think it's cool that we're talking that Knox had a good game yesterday because he hit those 3 early. He hit those three threes early in the game, but rather he was more of a contributor to us not winning a winnable game because he missed wide open threes. If you can't play,
everybody was missing wide open
threes.
We
already touched on those other guys.
Who else is going to come in?
What?
Who else is going to play?
That's not Knox's
Theo Pinson.
Yes, Theo Pinson will come in and play the backup big man. You're right. Theo Pinson will come in and play the backup big man. Julius Randle was out there for 60 minutes and had a heart attack if Kevin Randle didn't go out there and spell him. You're right. Theo Pinson. So let's not sit here and say Kevin Knox should
wait a minute.
When there's like, Kevin, we need you to go back out there because we literally don't have anybody else.
Hey, if Knox plays tomorrow night, then there's no validity to what you're saying.
He's still listed as probable. Yeah. But again, they have nobody else. See,
that's not his thing.
Kevin Knox goes out there and he showed you to set the same mentality, but you still question, even though he's going to there playing through injury, but he's still soft. I don't understand that.
I didn't say he's not tough. I said he wasn't clutch.
The context in what you're saying is he's hurt and he's soft because
Kev W, an hour ago, you said you're not a Knoxer, you're a Knicks fan. And you asked me just now, if Kevin Knox didn't go back out there, who would go out there? I said Theo Pinson, and you just trashed Theo Pinson. You legit just trashed Theo Pinson, right? So come on, bro. I mean, you got to tell me which one is it? Are you a Knoxer? Are you going to defend Knox to the end? Are you a Knoxer? Or Or are you a Knicks fan? Because if you just a random Knicks fan and then you trash my man Chuck B for being brutally honest, you know what I'm saying? You can't be on both sides of the fence. Like I just said Theo Pinson, and you act like I just said a curse word. You know what I'm saying?
You
Come
gotta
on,
be
bro.
real.
In contempt
You
of
gotta be
court,
real,
please.
man. You gotta be real.
You just be If you
Yeah,
a
you
Knox,
gotta be
you a
real.
Knox.
I have admitted
real,
I
man.
said Kevin Knox is my favorite player.
Okay.
No, but you
So
didn't.
say
But
yes.
you didn't say.
But you gotta be a
didn't
Knox.
say if you're a Knoxer or not, because I said Theo Pinson, and you legit act like I just said the worst thing that a Knicks fan could ever say. I mean, come
Say
on,
yes,
man.
bro.
I mean, you kind of did.
No, man. No, in your opinion. So if you a Knoxer, say you a Knoxer. That way, when we bring up Kevin Knox, we know just to let you talk. But if you say, I'm just going to be
about me having to say it.
okay.
Everybody in
So
the
you
chat
don't want
He's
knows.
too ashamed to admit he's a Knoxer.
He's not really a Knox fan. He's just a Knicks fan that's showing some love to Kevin Knox. Because there's a difference.
The only thing
There's
I'm
a
saying is
difference. Y'all know I'm on the RJ bandwagon.
this is what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
This is what it comes down to. Again, we all know if there's one player that you aren't going to blame, there's two people who you're not going to blame: Kevin Knox and Julius Randle for yesterday's loss. You can blame. You say, "Oh, that game was winnable," and da 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 da. But that game, by the time Kevin Knox had got back in there with his hurt hand and sore knee,
Oh my God! Now it's his knee.
Wait, I
too.
gotta get my violin. Hold on a half a sec.
Because
World's smallest violin.
I'm sorry that he's not
There you go,
like,
Freeze.
he tweaked his ankle and had to miss 2 games like Alec Burks. Nobody says that, or at least he can run down the court without hurting himself.
Because Alec Burks
like
is actually
Frank
hurt.
Ntilikina
He's just
does.
not using an excuse.
At least Kevin Knox is available.
Or is he available? Is he healthy or is he hurt? You're saying when we're talking about him missing a shot or here and there, oh, his hand, his knee, he needs to change his tampon. But when you talk about when
his mama and daddy was out there, the only reason why he was aggressive
but then when
was
you're
good,
trying to give him credit, you're like, oh, he's you change it.
But
is he hurt?
you
say, well,
agree that Kevin
Burke
Knox
is
as you believe that Kevin Knox is responsible for us losing that game
The
yesterday?
whole team
I didn't
is,
say
man.
that. I said he was
The whole
one of the
team is.
contributors because he only scored 5
Everybody
points
was
in
one of the
second half.
contributors. Everybody who stepped
We
in
touched on those already. We
Right,
said
so
Bullock
why are you
sucked.
defending those
We
guys?
said
the way
Bullock
you are
sucked.
your
We said
playoff
RJ
team?
was sucked.
Where
But
were you
they
at?
weren't alone. They weren't alone. You can't score 5 points in the second half and be. Are you happy
Yes,
with
you
his
can.
5
He's
points
got
in the
Knox for
second half?
MVP.
Are you happy with the 5? So you're satisfied that he only scored 5 points in the second half?
No, of course not.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Yes, because that was
like I said, that shot he had when we were down 6.
His hand and his knee, guys. Remember.
That was a great shot. He missed it. I was upset he missed it because I was like, that's the shot that killed us right there. Kevin Knox shot the shot that killed us.
But he didn't.
Hey, but you know what? You have your
losing.
side and I have my side, but we got the truth here. Take it, Chuck.
I mean, I don't. When you say he's definitely at the top of the list of players that cost us the game, no.
No, you win as a team, you lose as a team. Everybody's to blame.
Take it, Chuck.
Yeah.
Who cost us the game?
No, but are you happy with Knox's performance? They're saying, "Wow, he scored 16 points." And it's like, yo, he hit those 3 threes in the first half, but he came up empty, especially when we need him. Like Coach Tibbs said, you know what? We were within 7, then we were in the fourth quarter only 3 points when it was a winnable game without their best player Siakam, and we got our boy Kevin here saying he's the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, he showed his whole career in one game. Right? You have the hot Knox and then you have the cold Knox. So you saw him in both in one half hot. Well, not really hot, but because he never get hot. But for Knox hot. But he 5 for 14, yeah.
Ooh.
So
I will say about
2 for 8 from 3.
I will say about Kevin Knox, his defense has improved dramatically from these past 2 years. You got to say that he's put the.
And I said that I opened up saying his aggressiveness and his defense.
I know Foxy. I know Fox. Yeah, you know.
Well,
Oh God, here we go. Here we go.
If it
Chuck,
wasn't for
serious
Frank,
question.
if it wasn't for Frank, we wouldn't need quickly.
Oh,
And the chat agreed
Really,
with
man?
me about the Dallas trade.
you are.
They
Chuck
agreed
is
with me
telling the
about the
truth. There he
Dallas trade.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
he's the
Charles, the
reason.
truth be, is in
Yeah,
the
he's
house.
Hey, Corner Store, check it out.
No, Cornerstone. No, it's Cornerstone. It's Cornerstone. All right.
You said
Cornerstone, not Corner Store. Cornerstone. If you want to get
Oh
it right,
man, I wanted a
Cornerstone,
nickel
get it-
bag. Oh,
Cornerstone.
man.
Get the name right. All right.
Oh, my
If you
goodness.
want, if you gonna say it right.
All right, Kev. Sessions, Jack, Moutier.
Ugh.
I said all these guys. I said Moutier. I
Burke.
said Burke, DSJ, Alfred Payton. Yeah, all these guys. But yet and still, they find something for Frank on
Rookie contract. Rookie contract.
A rookie contract. What does that mean?
That's why he's still here.
What does that mean? A rookie
He
contract.
won't get another one.
There's a whole bunch of guys that have rookie contracts.
He won't get another one.
Right?
Of course, he's not going to get another rookie contract.
No, he ain't gonna get another contract. He ain't gonna get another contract
He's not going to get another contract.
with the Knicks.
How much money?
With
you
the
got?
Knicks.
I got $100 right here. How much money you got?
Let me
I
see.
guarantee you'll get it.
You said it's
Wait,
right
he's got to take his shoes off. Hold on.
Yeah.
He might get $10 an hour plus tips.
I've never seen a man crucify a player on his own team.
Well, he's a
Especially
bust.
when he doesn't. He's not a bust.
Yes, he is. All right. What's
No,
your
he's
definition of a bust? We'll settle this. What's the
Kwame
definition?
Brown. That's
No.
no.
Give me-
Kwame Brown. That is a
No.
bust.
No,
That is a bust.
without naming
Right?
a player.
Freezy.
No.
Am I right? Freezy.
No. Wait,
Freezy.
Kev.
Am I right? No, that is a
Wi-
bust.
Without naming
Yeah.
a player, what's your definition of a bust? Don't name a player.
Someone who does not improve his game over the course of time.
Improve
Never
it.
realized
Someone who
their
doesn't live
potential.
up to the potential of their draft pick.
That's my
That's
boy.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Anthony Bennett.
Draft
Anthony
position.
Bennett.
Anthony Bennett. Yeah, Anthony Bennett.
What did Anthony
No,
Bennett average? 4 points a game? What does
Think
Frank
so.
average? Like 6?
6 and 3.
Is Frank living up
So he's
to
2
the
points
eight
better than Anthony Bennett. There you go.
Hold up.
But, but does he?
I'm just,
Is he living up to being
I
an
am not seeing why you hate this kid so much.
I'm asking you a
That's the
question.
only reason why I'm defending him, because you guys hate him so much.
I'm just adding fuel
All
to
right,
Chuck's
just
fire.
answer the question. Is he living up to being the 8th pick?
He's living up to doing what he's doing. All
I
right.
didn't ask you what he's doing. He ain't doing nothing. He's sitting on the bench hurt.
No, you're.
Is he living up to being the 8th pick?
He's on the bench hurt, but I remember him in the Milwaukee game. You're saying how he got his points in garbage time. I remember we were only up 3 and he expanded to 6 in game 2 and in the second quarter. So your point about all his points were in garbage time is ridiculous.
No.
Okay?
I said 9.
No. It's ridiculous.
I said 9 of them.
Whatever.
You talking about his first point in the first half.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
The game was a blowout going into
you
the
just a
fourth
hater,
quarter.
man. You just a hater. And a lot of these guys in the chat are haters too, but I don't care.
Why you rocking?
Because he's living.
Why you rocking? What's this?
I'm right here.
What's this?
I'm
Stop
right here.
rocking. Calm down.
You ain't said nothing.
Calm down.
You ain't
Calm
said
down.
nothing. You ain't said nothing, man.
It's a simple question.
I'm fine.
You ducking the question. Has he
I'm not-
lived up to the 8th pick? That's all I asked you.
Has he lived up to the 8th pick?
Yes.
No, he hasn't. Has Kevin Knox lived up to the 8th pick?
We're not talking about Knox.
Oh, no, don't kick Kevin out of the set.
We're not talking about Knox.
First off,
Frank doesn't have
no,
any-
because
Wait a minute.
Knox was drafted ninth.
You got to remember, Kevin
No,
Knox
he
has
doesn't
a
have
had
any-
X-rays on his skin.
Kevin Knox was drafted
A
ninth.
lot of players have lived up to their picks and everything, but he still
No.
had a team and he's
Foxy,
still
I
playing.
can't believe
All right.
this.
And he has more money than
Frank
both of us
doesn't have beef
together.
with Knoxer.
And he has
I
more
know,
money
man,
than
my
Hold
brother.
on.
And he has
Hey.
more money
You know
than
what I
both
hate?
of us
Oh,
put together.
my
You're
God.
not gonna
What they
tell
gotta do
somebody
is
else
do a
now
buck.
because you losing the argument.
Total Bennett. All right.
All right? He has more money than the both of us
Kev.
put together. So what are
Kev.
you saying?
Kev, calm down. I don't want you
I'm
to calm
fine. I'm
Look,
fine.
Look,
I'm
Kev,
just unbelievable because you always think you're right and you're not right.
I'm
all the
asking you
time.
a question so you can be
And
right.
I'm telling you the answer.
He
I'm
is right.
asking you
So
a question
far,
so you
Frank
can
has
be
been a
right. You
bust.
can't.
Huh?
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 Listen, if they did a redraft,
I'm picking.
Knox would go. Whoa. Let me finish. If they did a redraft, Knox would go before Frank. Frank would.
Of course. Of course.
All right. So don't bring Knox in.
I'm saying
Don't
that.
bring Knox in. Frank could be in the 20s.
But I'm saying they're
Frank could be in the 20s. That's a bust.
There have been
That's a
plenty.
bust.
20s
Whatever.
of the
You was
first,
picked
second
eighth.
round.
He's not a bust. You know why? Because he's playing still right now. All right, he's still playing.
Frank is
Hey,
playing
Corner-
because of injuries.
Hey,
Frank ain't playing because
Cornerstone.
he's in the
He was
rotation.
out of the rotation.
Huh?
Hey, Cornerstone, the chat asked me to repeat something that I said the other night. This is Frank's injury list since he's coming to the league in the games.
Oh,
and the
God.
reason why he's missed: sore ankle, sprained left ankle, sore right knee, illness, right ankle, left ankle strain, sore groin, sore groin, neck, left abdomen strain, groin, quad strain, groin, back, illness, groin, Achilles, sore Achilles, and sprained right knee.
From
and
being
he's still
slow,
playing. And he's still playing. And he's still playing.
slow,
And
slow,
he's still playing.
slow. No, he's
And
hurt. He's hurt
And
again.
he's hurt right
He's
now.
hurt again.
But when he comes back on,
And he's going to get
He has
hurt
more
again.
groin issues than Johnny Holmes,
he's
man.
still
You
playing.
do realize, and this is
Johnny Holmes.
can we admit that if everybody is healthy, Frank is gonna get a lot of DNPs.
If
Yes.
everybody's healthy, that's up to the
Yeah.
coach, man. That's up
We-
to the
Oh,
coach.
you know he's
We've
not
seen
playing.
it. He's not.
He had about
No,
5
he ain't
coaches,
getting on the
and none of
floor.
them like him.
More run than
How we get
Alfred
back
or
to
DSJ.
Frank?
He will get.
Well, you say he'll get more run than Alfred?
Exactly. The reason why we're bringing it up because your person.
Because you won't let it go.
I let it go. He's the
a
one
bust
that's
to this
talking
point.
about
He
it.
had 5
He is
coaches,
a,
and none
hold
of
on,
them like
hold on,
him.
Chuck. I got you here.
Zach, here's the thing that
To
I'm
this point in Frank's career, he is a bust. Just because we call him a bust does not mean we're haters. If you just say he is a bust. I like Frank. I have his jersey upstairs. You want me to get it?
The guy next to you is saying it. The guy
I
next to
I
don't
said
believe that.
he's a bust.
Jack, I
Gentleman
don't
next
believe
to
you
him.
have Frank
the
jersey.
guy next to you is
You
saying
all right? I bet. I'll be right back.
Hey, he don't. He didn't even start in France.
This dude said he got a Frank
Coming off
jersey.
the
I don't
bench
believe
in
him.
France.
yeah, but he was
It ain't no butts. He's a bust.
no, he's not a bust, man.
Put an S with that
You're a
bust.
bust. Yeah, he's a bust, but he makes more money than the both of us
What
put
they-
together. So
What they
sit
have to
down.
do with it?
So
What they
kick
have
rock.
to do with it?
Will Selkin from the chat did
So
have
the
some
one,
insight,
so
though.
the one hit wonders.
Kick rocks, man.
Will
Kick rocks.
Selkin from the chat
said
did
kick
have some insight. He said the skinny jeans are messing up Frank's knees.
Whatever. Whatever. You can hate all they want. Don't care.
Yo, so I'm trying to figure out. So Kev, why do Frankers have beef with the Knoxers? The Knoxers just seem to be innocent.
I have no beef with him. I used him because somebody down here on our panel who will remain nameless was talking smack about my boy. And that's the difference between me and a supposed Knoxer, because I'll defend my boy to the end and he won't do it. He won't even call himself a Knoxer.
The Knoxers won't do it. The Knoxers
Hold on,
won't
hold on,
He's
hold
got
on.
a weakness for those
Hold
skinny
on.
jeans, I think.
When did
Here you
the
are, right
reason
there.
Man, Zach,
somebody was going
that's
at
You
somebody
wanted to
else?
sell it? I'll give you
And the
$10 to
conversation
take
was-
it, Kev.
Thank God Freezy has that banner up. We don't want to see that.
Kev, I'll give you $10 to take this Frank Ntilikina jersey.
do that. That's fine. I'll give you $10 for it. That's fine.
$10. All right, man.
This is what I know, and this is a fact.
I get it for $5 from
I'll put it in
Odell.
the trash. It'll get to where you're from eventually. It'll be recycled into the drinking straw
I'm
you're
not
about to
going
drink
nowhere,
tomorrow.
man. I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna keep defending this kid, man. I'm not going nowhere.
Every
I'm
coach
not
he had treated him the same way.
Except
All of them.
Miller. Except Miller.
All of them.
Except Miller. Except Miller for the short time he was here.
What did Miller do different?
This is all I know.
Gave him the
Is
most playing
that
time.
Tom Thibodeau
No.
does not
Fizdale
want to
gave him
play
more
Frank
playing.
Ntilikina.
Whatever.
He plays Frank Ntilikina because he has to.
Because quickly got
Elbert
hurt.
Payton can go out there looking like straight,
He don't even play over Alfred Payton, man.
but
He can't.
he will not.
He will.
He would rather go up there and play DSJ. He would rather play a guy who hasn't even practiced yet. Literally, just came off the injured list, hasn't even practiced, and was like, get in there.
Who his own father traded him away.
Hey,
He ran him over.
hey, I don't. Hey,
Right.
hey. Yeah, but
So is it me or the coach is like,
Okay, he makes money. Yes, he's a professional basketball player. Yeah.
like
And if Chuck, I mean, what do you expect us to be in the NBA?
whatever.
Make
man.
money like that?
Whatever, man. Whatever. Whatever. I'm still going to defend this kid.
Hey, that's
Look,
fine,
you
man.
blocking.
You're a fan of him. Good.
You look like you need a hit.
Oh, I'm fine, man. I'm fine. I don't need no hit.
I'm talking about my money. I'm about to make some money off of
I'm
you.
fine. I'm
about
fine.
to go to the corner and get
I'm
something.
fine. I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm perfect.
You getting a lump in your throat?
I ain't getting no lump in my throat.
Here we go.
Don't do it, man. Not on TV.
No, Steve. He
Don't
can
put
use
some
the jersey
shades on, man.
to dry his tears.
Whatever, man.
He can use the-
Whatever. Hey.
I had to dig this out of the trash can, man, just for
Okay.
you.
All right.
Oh, that's a nervous laugh. You about to cry for real.
I ain't about to cry at all. Because again,
No.
he's making one and living his dream playing on Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena. So what?
That's right. He's a lot better basketball player than all 5 of us combined. Yes,
Wow.
sir.
No, he's not.
Oh, all right, hold on. Real
Frank?
question, Steve, if I could take the floor for a second.
Who you said,
Chuck,
Frank?
Chuck, game to 11.
Frank?
Against you against Frank.
First of all, I'm bigger than Frank. Right.
All right, LeVar Ball.
First of all, I'm
Thinking
bigger
you
than
could beat a
Frank.
pro.
I'm posting Frank right up.
And Frank gonna kill
All night.
you.
He's
a professional
doodle.
basketball
No, he's not.
player.
No,
He's in the
why
league
you think
for
I
a
hate him?
reason,
Because
bro.
I'm better than him. That's why I hate him.
Well, then go play for the Knicks because we need you if you're better than Frank. Come on,
see all
Chuck.
that
I can't
then.
no more. I can't
Come
no
on,
more.
Chuck. Yeah, okay. Then you keep okay.
He stinks. He stinks.
Hey, so here's why I think the Frankers have beef with the Knoxers, right?
I don't
Because
have
Frank,
no beef with the Knox.
no, listen, Kev, listen. Let me get my point out because I listen to y'all, man. I just want a chance to get in too. So I think the Frankers have beef with the Knoxers because they feel like the Knoxers get unnecessary minutes. They feel like Frank, if pushed into that role that Knox plays, can be better than what Knox does. If we need a 3-and-D wing, they feel like if Frank is forced to be the 3-and-D wing, then he'll be better than Knox. And if it's a case of just flat out knocking down that corner 3, they feel like Frank may be a better shooter from that corner 3. And in some weird way, there's data to support it, even if it's a small number, a small sample size. I think the Knox is shooting like 40% from the corner 3. And historically, Frank Ntilikina is shooting 49.8% from the corner 3.
Just the left one.
That is
or
so
The
slow.
right
He
one
literally
is
takes a
10%
corner
lower
3.
than the league average.
He literally
So-
takes a corner 3 like every 3 games.
Correct.
So that number is so skewed. He literally takes a
The
corner
janitor
3
at Madison
every
Square
3
Garden
games.
has more attempts.
So Kev, you say he takes a corner 3 every road trip? Like he don't take a corner 3 at home. He takes all the 3s.
Hey, Freezy, I'd give you this Frank jersey to do a giveaway, but I think you'd have to pay somebody to take it.
Pay somebody
Here's the
to,
thing.
like I had to pay postage
Nobody
for it.
sits here and argues about, oh, we don't know what position Knox should play. We don't know where
Left
Knox
bench.
sits on the floor.
I'm just messing.
You know,
with
like Frank, we don't even know what Frank is.
But the Frankers feel like Knox is taking away minutes from where Frank is going to be eventually. I think
Frank is
gonna
taking
be-
minutes from where Frank needs to be at. It ain't
Hey,
nobody
well,
else
well,
but Frank.
But Knox is not doesn't consistently give the offensive aggression. You know, and Knox is an offensive player that doesn't necessarily. The only reason why he was aggressive this game past is because his mommy and daddy were in the building.
Listen,
That's my
if Kevin
opinion.
Knox doesn't show aggression, then I don't know if Frank Ntilikina shows.
His
You
daddy
hesitant,
wasn't in the building. Zion wasn't there to rip the ball out of his hands.
you know.
Oh!
that's so if that's the case, so hold on.
Oh,
So
that's
did
good.
I get
That's a
him
good
out of?
one, Zach.
Oh,
That's
If
good.
hold on, so
Kevin.
are you trying to sit here?
Good
If Zion is Kevin Knox's daddy, does
Yes.
that make Zion Ben Simmons' granddaddy?
Ben Simmons' granddaddy.
Oh.
I've never seen something like I was playing one-on-one with my 5-year-old earlier inside of a little hoop, and I've never seen someone manhandle someone the way Zion did Kevin Knox.
Wow.
That
Well,
was sad, bro.
I mean,
Wow.
you want to talk about Kevin Knox bust Zion Williamson up? You want to talk about the rest of the game, or you want to talk about that one play?
Rest of the game? What did he do?
The rest of the game.
You
The rest of the
obviously been someone's come at you about this before. You
Yeah,
got
the
your
rest of the
homework. Come on.
game where Kevin Knox just destroyed Zion Williamson.
In a summer league game, woo.
The summer league game, but the same play. But he's talking about the play that happened in the summer league. So if it matters or it doesn't matter, which one is it?
Well, I was just saying Zion was his daddy for that. He got it.
So again, you want to talk about the rest of the game where Kevin Knox like destroyed Zion?
Where he like avoided him and might have hit a few threes.
They matched up against each other. So how did he avoid him?
Oh my God!
But you don't want to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about it. They want to talk about one play. But when I bring in the rest of the game, like, I don't even know what happened. Oh, you don't know, but you saw that. Listen, if you can watch the game, you can watch sports on the highlights.
Was his hand in his knee? Was his hand in his knee hurt in that game too?
Yeah, probably from dunking so much on Zion, it probably was hurting. That's probably why his hand was hurting.
Wow. So Foxy probably want to get a few words in right here, y'all.
Yeah, just a quick again shout out to the chat. We have we're hitting the 2:00 in the morning. We have 132 people in the room, 74 likes. Please let's get up to that 100 number. And just a reminder to hit those likes, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss out on any of our brother Freezy's Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning broadcasts. Thanks again for helping us. We're at 1,130 subscribers. 1,500 here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And we greatly appreciate the greatest mods known to man, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. Thank you for all you do. And also, gentlemen, I will be dropping out. Freezy, what we call it is Knicks at night, and then when Freezy takes over round 2, it's Knicks at night after hours, because that man is a marathon. So as always, chat, I love you guys. Panelists, as always, it's an honor. And big fan of you guys. Have a good night. Can't wait to come back tomorrow night to talk about our game, and I'll get all ramped up. But you guys are the best. Have a good night,
one, Steven.
Hey, great job, boss. All right. Hey, so is this? So are we having a civil war? I just want to know what it is, man. I want to call it what it is. I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be shade. I want it to be real. Like, so are the Knoxers jealous of the Frankers because the Frankers get so much attention?
We play.
And do the Frankers feel like the Knoxers is just that Knox is just getting minutes and getting in Frank's way? I think, and in a weird way, I kind of agree a little bit with the Frankers because I think Frank Ntilikina has more defensive upside than Knox. But Knox definitely has better offensive potential than Frank, though.
Yes.
No lie.
Who's the better player? Who's the better player? Forget all that.
Kevin Knox. Hands down. Kevin
100%.
Knox the second
100%.
is a better player.
He's the better athlete.
He's a better player. He's a better NBA player.
He's the better athlete.
Than Frank Ntilikina.
He's the better athlete.
He does things on the NBA level. Frank doesn't.
Yeah, boy. Yes, Frank does.
I don't know if what Knox does contributes to winning though. Hold on.
Time out. We have a defensive oriented coach, right? You would say that Tom Thibodeau is a defensive oriented coach, right?
Right.
Is there a reason why the best defensive player on the team can't get any burn?
He
other
did
than garbage time.
It's not garbage time. I just told you the minutes that he had.
Other than when other players get hurt.
The man is a point guard in the NBA level that picks up his dribble at half court. Is that all? That's all you need to know on the offensive side. He's a good defender, but he can't do anything offensively.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with picking up your dribble at half court as a point guard. Come on now.
So I'm gonna make this stuff. And
Treasy, what did you say?
Frank Ntilikina got hurt running down the court. God. Let me repeat that again. Frank Ntilikina hurt himself simply running down the court.
Cornerstone. Let me ask you this. So Kevin Knox hurt his hand shooting a basketball.
No, he hurt his hand. He hurt his hand on a foul going up on a dunk.
No, he didn't get hurt.
Oh, poor guy.
That's when he hurt his hand. That's when he hurt his hand.
No, but okay. All right. So I saw, maybe I saw something different. Maybe what I saw is wrong, but I saw Kevin Knox shoot a basketball and look at his hand and start holding it.
Yeah, it was an excuse.
After the play.
He knew Kevin would give him excuses and defended him after that.
After the play.
He said, I got to give Kevin
he got fouled. He looked
like
something's wrong with my hand. Something is not right. But that's different from you are a professional athlete. You hurt yourself running in a straight line.
Right.
Chuck's
He
loving
didn't
it
make a
already.
move.
He didn't. He
You
didn't
try to
trip.
cross
Hey.
nobody up. You literally
Hey.
you got the ball. You was running down court, and you
Let's
hurt
not
yourself.
go there, man, because I did see somebody get his ankles get broken by I think it was either Van Fleet or somebody. Let's not go there
If
now.
that was Frank, he
Let's
would have
not go there
been
now.
literally on
Let's
the
not
injury
go there
reserve
now.
list.
Let's not go
If
there now.
running in a
Let's
straight
go there now.
line hurts you,
Let's not
and
go
I
there
don't know
now.
if getting crossed up would do to Frank because that would hurt something more than his body. That would hurt his mental.
So now I'm starting to think that Cornerstone Cav has beef with Chuck B and not just beef with people that have beef with Frank. Because Kevin W is coming after Frank and Cornerstone Cav Cornerstone Cav is maintained even kill. Like he don't want to go after these Knoxes. You know what I'm saying? but the Knoxes are coming after Frank hard. You know what I'm saying?
He's
I
pacing
wouldn't come
again,
after
Chuck.
Frank. I wouldn't come
I ain't trying to
after
boost
Frank
up
if they
Frank
didn't
beef,
come
right?
after the Knoxers.
I'm not trying to boost up Frank to take beef, but what I'm saying is I've been feeling the shade from the Knoxers for a long time, and I'm talking about
Hold on. This is the thing.
No, man. So
This is what it is.
This is what it is. Frank often.
This is what it is.
The Frankers are classy and won't go back at the Knoxers. But at some point, when the Frankers come after the Knoxers, we can't jump in and get the Frankers off these Knoxers, man. But the Knoxers throw shade at the Frankers all the time.
No,
you know,
no.
They are in the virtual chat. They in the virtual chat calling Frank a 6'4" Kevin McCullough. You know what I'm saying?
You see the 6'4" Kendall Marshall.
Yeah. The Knoxers are slight. They in the chat, in the virtual chat, throwing shade at Frank for like the last 2 weeks, and the Frankers have been super classy. But when Chuck D say something about Frank, it's World War III.
He started rocking.
See, here's the problem. Here's the
He
problem with
started rocking. He started rocking like that dude from Belly. Remember the dude on the couch in Belly?
Yeah, I could rock. Yeah, I could do all that. That's fine.
No, but let me say this. This is the thing. The Knoxers, we be in our own lane.
Hey, I'm just showing Chuck that he's not right. He's not right all the time. That's what I'm saying.
No, we all know Chuck ain't right all the time.
He thinks he's always right all the time. Look at the time.
What I'm saying is they do it on the next morning drive too. They do it on the next morning drive also. The Knoxers hide in the virtual chat.
No, but let me
push shots at Frank for the whole live stream.
Let me say something.
I just like getting on both of them because
the Knoxers, we be in our own lane, right? And then the conversation of Frank will come up, and the Frankers is going to grab and claw at something. And they want to grab and claw at the Knoxers. But then there's like, wait a minute, don't come for us because we is like head and shoulders way above what you are.
Maybe 4 heads above.
And you really had no leg to stand on when you come after Kevin Knox.
By this much you are.
Literally not. Because Kevin Knox isn't about to get a DNP.
Huh?
Because
more than Reggie Bullock, he would.
Wow. You see what I mean?
If we had someone better than Reggie Bullock, he would.
I mean, listen, if Kevin Knox right now is in a really good place, Kevin Knox is about to be the starter for this team.
Looking like Frankenstein's monster.
I mean,
I said he's 4 heads above Frank.
I mean, listen,
I gave you his credit.
Come on, Zach. Yeah, come on.
We're okay with Frank because at least when he doesn't pan out in the NBA, he can have his modeling career to fall back on. So next year when he's out of the NBA, at least he can go back to France and be a model.
He ain't playing Fortnite either. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. All right, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy tomorrow night's game. I'll see Freeze. I'm gonna try and get on tomorrow morning. But
word. No doubt. Hey, Cornerstone, it was good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see y'all too. Yeah, happy New Year,
Kevin. Drive safe, bro.
Yeah, thanks.
Don't rock while you're driving.
All right, but I'm driving. Riding in the 6'4".
Rocking in the 6'4".
Later, guys. Take care.
See you, man.
All right.
Are you not gonna say bye to me?
I think he just
He
hates
really
you,
did.
man.
Yo, it's crazy how the Knoxers are trying to take over this Knicks fan base with Frank on the bench. Like the Knoxers are legit coming after the Frankers, and the Frankers can't deal with it. It's crazy. And look, and I thought I didn't see it. This didn't. The origin is not this show. It's not the Knicks at Night podcast. It's the Knicks Morning Drive. The Knoxers legit sit in the virtual chat and take pot shots at Frank all live stream long. Like they call I think they call Frank a 6'4" Mateen Cleaves.
They 6'4" Sebastian Telfair.
they come, but you know what though? The Frankers are deep. Don't sleep. Don't think the Frankers don't notice. The Frankers
they hiding in the weeds right now. They're waiting for that 10-point game again.
I can't believe you didn't believe I had his jersey, Freezy.
No, I didn't see it. Where is it? You still got it?
You didn't see it, bro?
No, I didn't see it.
Right here, man. Right here.
Oh, that's why Frank had a suit on, because you have his jersey.
That's right. I think I have his talents with it too.
That's why Frank got DMP, because you have his game gear right there with you.
He told me to try to sell it, but I haven't found anybody yet.
Wow. Hey, so Chuck, you want to jump in on the Frankers versus the Knoxers? Is this real, or is this something maybe I'm looking too deep into?
Well, the Frankers started it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because I was attacking Frank, so he threw Knox in there to try to throw me off.
You know what Frankers are? Frankers are like that kid on your team that you coach that sucks horribly, and you don't want to play him or don't start him, and then the mom's there. Frankers are the mom of that kid. You need to play my son more. He's not doing this because of this, X, Y, and Z. You need to put my son in the game. That's what Frankers are.
Right. And so
every excuse in the book.
Yeah, and so the at least our origin for me and Chuck B, when the Knicks drafted Frank Ntilikina, we were like, okay, let's see what this kid is. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. You know, Phil Jackson made the pick and got fired. All this stuff. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Let's at least see what this dude can do.
I was happy with the draft at the beginning because I wanted someone who could play defense.
Yeah,
I wanted a defensive-minded guy who could shoot the ball, and that's what he was supposed to be. But he's still a defender, but his offense bad.
But the support of Frank Ntilikina is born into the every time we draft a rookie point guard, we trade him. Right, so it goes back. So it's the Jerrion Grant, Rod Strickland. Just insert any rookie point guard that plays a half a year or a year and then gets traded. Just insert whatever rookie point guard there, right? And so what happened is, so these dudes come from out of nowhere. A dude named South, a dude named Trace. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, they come from out of nowhere on Twitter. And like every time you tweet something about Frank, they legit go after your head. Like, oh, he's had 99 coaches. You know, he needs 7 more years and all this stuff. And when you say most NBA players don't need all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? They don't need all these things. They if you can play, you can play. You know what I'm saying? They dig in deeper. Like, oh, you just hate Frank. And I'm like, dog, I don't hate Frank. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Like, you know, we want the guy to be successful, but the Knoxers, they grow exponentially. I mean, not the Knoxers, I'm sorry. The Frankers grow exponentially. Like, you go from battling 20 guys a day on Twitter to 200 guys a day on Twitter. You like, where these other 180 people come from? And then before you know it, is everything you put out there. They start hating on you personally. They like, oh, Uncle Freezy wear big glasses. And I was like, what does that have to do with Frank Ntilikina?
Or Chuck being a Cowboys fan.
Yeah. And so they do it to me, and I'm neutral to Frank. Like, I was a Frank supporter, but after I didn't see him progress, I'm like, hey, man, we need to resolve this.
You see the proof? You see the proof?
Yeah.
I was too.
Yeah, and so to Chuck, they come after Chuck like Chuck is public enemy number one to Frankers and to Knox's. Like Chuck point out stuff to Knox's like Kevin Knox can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. And I'll be like, Chuck, you my man. I co-sign
or that
that.
he needs lotion for that big fold in his big forehead.
And so when we throw out the obvious, they come after you like you did something disrespectful to a family member.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? and instead of listening to the points, like say for Knox. So Knox was 4 points a game his rookie year. The next year he was 6 point something points a game. And so when you say, hey, his production is cut in half, what's going on with Knox? The Knoxers will say, hey, man, why you hating on Knox? He changed coaches 52 times. And so you ask yourself, were y'all once a part of the Frankers? And then y'all moved and started your own church called the Knoxers? Is that what happened? Because they used the same excuses the Frankers used in the beginning to validate the production of Kevin. Well, listen, I'll let Chuck. Chuck, what you say to that, man?
Which one, Frank or Knox?
Hey, to the Frankers.
Oh, the Frankers.
Oh God.
I don't understand the emotional attachment because it can't be basketball related. And
gotta be the way he's dressing. They might like
man.
Frank.
And it's crazy because I could say something that stats back up, or I could just say he averaged 6, 2, and 3, and they'll bring up DSJ.
Well, DSJ is trash.
No, but he don't have nothing to do with it though.
I know that, but I'm saying
DSJ don't change 6, 2, and 3 by Frank.
No.
See what I'm saying? So they always have to bring up something that's either worse or in the same line, or they'll here's another one they use. They say no number 8 pick. They have a list of number 8 picks that wasn't good. So they say you really don't get good players with the 8th pick. I'm like, hold up, every draft is different. Like that don't make no sense.
A lot of different arguments people will pull out from left field, something ridiculous that doesn't even matter.
Mm-hmm. But there's man, they're the worst, man. Because
you seriously think you could take Frank 1-on-1 though? That gets me, man. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's little. He's little. I'll just back him down every time. If I get the ball first, it's over.
All right, LeVar.
Yeah. He's little, Kev. He's little.
He's like a little like skinny little or a little like
both. We're the same height, but I got him by like 30 pounds. I'm backing him down the whole game. Yeah.
I feel like Frank would be able to contain you on defense, Chuck.
Nah, not from under the basket. I'm taking him right under the basket. There's no ref to call the 5 seconds.
You got to get from the out of bounds to under the basket.
It don't matter where I'm getting from.
No,
in Chuck's defense, he just got to hurt him, like hit him in the groin or something, and be out.
Yeah, he don't have a base. He don't got a base.
I personally don't have anything against Frank Ntilikina.
No.
I really don't. Like, I don't have anything against him. My whole thing, like I said, I just don't talk about players who aren't playing. So I have no reason on Guys Gonna Earth to talk about Frank Ntilikina right now because he's not playing. That's my issue. Trying not to get my TV in this, but the cameras keep changing. So yeah, but I mean, he's the thing. This is why there's I guess you want to say a comparison. With Kevin Knox, people get frustrated because they're like, they feel like Kevin Knox should be better than what he is, and so they don't see it, so they get frustrated. With Frank is like, well, he plays defense, and that's it. That's it. And so it's two different feelings with those two players. Like with Knox frustrates Knicks fans because people feel like Knox should be better because they know he has the talent to be better. But with Frank, it's like,
I think with both of them too, their mentality's a problem. I think they're both not they don't have a killer mentality of. They just seem to be a little bit more reserved, laid back, more the soft type.
I
Both
just
of
don't
them.
see how being a reserve type of player means that you dislike somebody.
No, I think I feel like they're both soft in my opinion. They both don't
I
seem
don't know
like
what
they want it.
I don't know what now. I've always never understood that. Like, how do you know what a player wants and what they don't?
No, that's why I said in my opinion, just for outside looking in, I don't know how he really is. I've never met the man. I'm just saying.
You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand how people can say that. Like, oh, I don't think he wants it, and da da da. Like, how do
Body
you
language is a huge tell. Body
know?
language.
Because here's my thing. This is my thing. If you've ever played basketball,
Yes.
then you know you can either do one or two things when things aren't going your way. But when you show any kind of reaction, that pretty much means that you care. It may, as a fan on the outside, it may not be the reaction you want. But if Kevin Knox was just chucking up bricks and just didn't show anything, just like, oh well, whatever, I got my paycheck. That'd be
That's what it
different.
seems like. He'll chuck up a shot. Not this year. Last year, the year before, he'll chuck up a bad shot and then he'll just
Yeah,
he'll walk around with his head down,
hold on. No, no,
moping.
no, 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 no. There's a difference. I said if he chucked up a shot, I'm just like, oh well, I did it. That's
Okay,
different.
okay.
But the fact that he's doing it is like, oh man, I messed up, I missed it, I did that. That means he cares.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because he gets down on himself, that means he cares and wants to be better and doesn't want to make these mistakes.
And I'm not gonna lie, I see the
Oh, here
work.
comes State, y'all. Here comes State of New York Knicks. I don't know if this is the Knox's. I think y'all might have crossed the line because State.
That's my whole thing. Like with Kevin, like I said, with Kevin Knox, everybody I do believe this. Everyone looks at Kevin Knox last year and they're like, Kevin Knox should be better than this. Because no one ever says that Kevin Knox doesn't have talent. That's never been a debate or a question. The thing with everyone is they want Kevin Knox to look more and be more assertive with the talent that he has.
Right. That's kind of what I think I'm trying to say.
No one has ever questioned Kevin Knox's talent. People legit question Frank Ntilikina's talent.
Lack of.
Oh, Knox is y'all throwing shade at. Oh,
it's not being shade. I'm being real. Is that true? Did I say anything that wasn't true?
You know he's got defensive ability and talent on that end of the floor. You know that he's a good defender, and his shooting form is at least solid. But
playing defense is not a talent. Defense is an attribute.
Yeah, but there's certain fine techniques to defense that you have to have.
Yeah, but playing defense is not a talent. Anyone can play defense.
Right. Do you guys hear me?
If everybody can play defense,
yeah, we can.
Go ahead.
All right. First thing is thank you for having me, and been watching you guys for a while now. I don't have a webcam today, but I should have one tomorrow. So I don't have picture. I was going to say, in terms of Kevin Knox, is it a consensus here that Reggie Bullock will be the one that
Bullock got to go?
Okay, so
let him finish, man.
So if most of you guys agree that the one that's going to suffer their starting spot when we have everyone healthy is Reggie Bullock, don't you think? I mean, I think the Knicks could take a shot and start Knox with Quickly. Because if you have Knox with Quickly, RJ, Randall, and Mitch, I think that's enough scoring in the starting lineup for what we have to give the opportunity to Knox to see how he plays, being that, in the short sample, he did okay with Quickly. I mean, if you're going to save him, if you're going to, you're going to figure out how you can maximize or see if you can get more. I think if you're going to subtract Reggie Bullock, you can start Knox and you still have a scoring punch off the bench with Burks and Rivers. I mean, obviously, if we're talking strictly on skill, then Burks should start, right? Burks Quickly. But I'm looking at it more, I would think the organization is probably going to give him this year to figure out what we have in him, if he can even be someone that can be a rotational player long term. So if the goal is to figure that out, why not take a shot and start him with Quickly? I think that could also help RJ in some sense, give him some spacing, because I think if Quickly turns out to be solid, or anything that we've seen in preseason so far, then you can live with starting Knox. That doesn't mean he has to play 32 minutes, but you can start him and give him the same minutes you're giving him now, but just to see what you get.
Right. Hey, so let me do this thing real quick. Hey, Sports Vibes TV, come on. I know you got a camera because I'll be checking out your channel. Hey, come on in the video chat, man. If it ain't too late for you, man, come on in the chat, man, so we can have you come on, man, and rock with the crowd, and maybe push some of the stuff that you putting out on your channel. It ain't that type of party, man, where I feel like it's all about Uncle Freezy. You know what I'm saying? If you want to jump in, man, come on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the only thing I promise you is I'll try to keep Chuck B on a leash. I ain't gonna let him, you know what I'm saying, get all over you on your first time on the channel. But the second time, no, I can't guarantee nothing.
Fact.
Yo, Chuck, hey,
Don't
Chuck,
have him rocking too, Chuck.
Yeah. So
what do you guys think about that? Or you're just 100% against him even giving that an experiment?
Well, I don't think Quickly is going to start.
Honestly,
you don't think he's going to start at all?
Honestly, I think
no time.
I think Rivers is going to get the start at point guard, just because of experience.
No,
and
I
how
don't
Tibbs
think
values veterans.
No,
I don't think Rivers is starting. I think it's either. I think it's. I mean, we could be talking maybe another 10 games, depending on when he comes back. If Quickly comes back the next game, what you're saying, 10 games after that, I think in 20 games, we may be looking at a situation where Quickly and Austin Rivers are the two main point guards. And
that's what yep.
Peyton hasn't been bad enough to lose his job, though.
No, you've been bad.
You've been very bad.
Not the last two.
You've been very bad till the end of the 2 games ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The last two. So you go by your most recent performances.
Let me look at something. Let me see what he's done.
But if Quickly and Rivers are back, and now we're talking minutes, somebody has to suffer those minutes.
Peyton's already getting his minutes cut with Rivers.
If Peyton's going to start, but then only play 15, 16 minutes, then what's the point of even starting?
But don't Quickly have to earn that? He hasn't earned anything.
I mean, I think if he didn't get hurt, a lot of people were making the argument that he did earn it. That he should have been the starter.
Well, they always do that with rookies.
Tibbs loves veterans. He's not going to start Quickly, at least for a while. Well,
I heard something counter to that. Thibodeau said that generally you earn it in practice, and Thibodeau said that Quickly is Quickly, no pun intended, Quickly earning those minutes in practice. So I'm not saying that he said Quickly should start, but he said that Quickly is earning a lot more minutes in practice in the way that he prepares for games.
Right, Freezy. He said that, but he also said, and I think it was the same interview, he said you don't want to put that much pressure on a rookie's plate right away. You want to ease him in. When they asked about is Quickly going to start, do you see him starting? He said, no, we can't put that much pressure on him right now. That was Tibbs' runaround way of pretty much going with what we know him to go with, not starting rookies.
Right.
Trusting his veterans. And Rivers comes in, he makes a huge impact without even practicing, having much time. That's what Thibodeau wants.
He had 4 assists in 10 minutes. You talking about Austin Rivers, right?
Yeah.
Or you talking about Quickly? Austin Rivers had 4 assists in 10 minutes of his first game time.
And look how much more organized they look with him on the floor. The same thing, but Quickly gives that too. So that's why I say Peyton's gone, because one of them, Quickly and Rivers, one of them's got to start and the other one's got to play the rest of the minutes.
Right.
I'm sorry. Right. Peyton gone. Bye.
Peyton is averaging 12, 4, and 3, shooting 50% from the field and 46
Zach is shocked.
and 46 from 3. And I'm saying you gotta
Like I said, the numbers. See, I was just looking at that, and those
Yeah,
numbers.
Julius
We
Randle
all
was shooting
know
70% from three.
it might
He's
say
not a
he's
Steph
shooting
Curry.
46%, but we all know he ain't shooting 40.
Nah, he ain't gonna keep it up, but he's doing it now.
That's probably all from that one game
I
when he
don't
scored
care.
27.
Hold up. Time out. So we going by what Quickly did in 12 minutes and upgrading that to over what Peyton did in 5 games. So we don't care about 5 games, but we care about 12 minutes.
No, I'm saying my personal opinion that I like Quickly better
played 12
than
minutes.
Elfrid Payton.
No. What I'm saying is we know. By this time, we know who Elfrid Payton is.
Yes, he's a veteran in the league.
We know Elfrid Payton. So we know this is not going to maintain. We know this. It's not like he found it overnight after 8 years in the league.
Yeah.
Magically, I'm a great 3-point shooter now.
I'm talking about the 3-point shooting. Just he's playing better.
And then plus what we got to take into account, man, and is this a rising tide raises all boats. Like we legit think just because Thibodeau came in, he only gonna impact the growth of the rookies. A good coaching staff impacts all the players. You're not all what you are just because you've been in the league 7 years. I don't think. I think a good coach and a good development staff helps everybody.
I agree with you that they're overachieving, that they're going to overachieve with Thibodeau. But Elfrid Payton's not all of a sudden going to shoot 50% from the field and 46% from 3-point line and be sustainable.
But okay. So with that said, like just what you said, so he may not get a better three-point shot, right? But maybe his defense gets better, and maybe his passing and his vision gets better.
I'm all for it.
Not only does his passing and vision get better, helping him run the offense better, then he also finds guys like Knox more open. Like when we say we couldn't find Knox on the floor when he was wide open, now with Thibodeau, Peyton may be able to find those guys that are open so they get better looks at the basket. So using one category of measure, it would not be a true indicator of somebody's overall game.
Right, I'm saying, I hope he does better, but I'm just saying, his line drive shot bugs me. The fact that he misses over half his floaters all the time bugs me.
Right.
His passing, his decisions with the ball bug me. So he's always been a solid defender.
How is he shooting 50% if he's missing all these shots?
Do you watch the games, Chuck?
Yeah, but how is he shooting? I'm asking you, how is he shooting 50%?
Chuck, because he scored 27 that game, and he had he had like a 12 for 16 shooting night. That inflates the overall.
Aren't you always
stats.
the one that says you can't go off of just numbers and stats?
But
now you want to support your argument?
I would like to see what different shots he's shooting, but the numbers don't reflect it.
I would like to see what his percentages would be if you take out that one game.
Well, you can't take out that one game.
The only thing I want to see is him pass the ball to someone other than Julius Randle on a consistent basis.
So you want him to pass the ball to Knox more?
Yep.
Just Knox, though. Just Knox.
Nobody
else.
But it's also
by league pass if Knox shoots every shot in the game.
But he's shooting 50%, but the teams are still playing zone as soon as they see him and RJ on the court together. Like it's also the skill set. I know Quickly doesn't have the minutes or I guess the experience yet, but the scouting report says he can shoot. And if I know we have only preseason, but even in preseason, when he shot the ball well, you see also when he sets a pick, when he's coming off a pick as a guard, you can see the way the team is playing. They do. He's a rookie, but teams are, they respect the shot. He's a shooter.
At the same time, though, every preseason performance you got to take within context because there's not everybody from the rotation of other teams that's going to be playing. It's a bunch of guys that aren't going to get any burn. And I like Quickly, but you got to temper the expectation on him a little bit.
No,
right. Y'all, let me welcome in our guy, Sports Vibes TV.
What's up, man?
In the building. What's good, fam?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? Really enjoying what you guys are doing.
My man here, he does the film work, so he should know what I'm saying with the scouting report and how Quickly can create the spacing.
Hold on. Let me bring my guys in real quick. We'll get back to that. The conversation ain't going nowhere. We got plenty of time, dog. We got plenty of time. I just want to welcome in Welcome in, my guys, man. So Sports Vibes, man, I'm a big fan. Seeing your stuff all over YouTube, man. You've been doing good work, man. It's good to have you here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you guys. Definitely. What you call it? Delano put me on yesterday, and I've been watching since last night. I caught you also because I had to work today, and you were playing in YouTube while I was driving, listening. You guys got some real good content on here.
Yeah, man. Hey, we be trying, and so our brethren, another New York Knicks content creator, State of the New York Knicks is in the building. What's good, State?
Yo, what up, What's up, man? How you, man?
Hey, Happy New Year! Happy New Year to everybody. I've been meaning to say that. Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Guys. Happy New Year!
Yeah, man. So we've been having a conversation. JD has been going in with alternative lineups. JD, you wanna continue your thought?
Yeah, I'm basically. I mean, the whole idea with my thinking is, I think as soon as Quickly proves to be healthy and he gets a few games in, I mean, listen, I'm starting him. You know, I'm giving Rivers the backup point guard position, and in conjunction with Knox, I think if Bullock is the one that's going to suffer in terms of minutes or even a spot, then I'm starting Knox with Quickly, and just giving that an experiment. I think this year the Knicks are taking this year to see what they have in Knox, being that Tibbs is a coach that wants players that are ready to contribute now. And so in terms of Quickly, I think Chuck doesn't agree with it. He thinks Peyton should start for the foreseeable future. I'm more of the mindset of, listen, RJ is struggling. I'm sure Sports, he does the film work. Part of it also is the spacing. RJ is our biggest investment right now, and we should look at how we can maximize lanes, drives, and how we can create that for him. And I think the best way is to surround him with, a lot of Quickly, a lot of Burks, some Bullock, just shoot it. I think that will help everyone else. We already know what we have in Peyton. We signed him to a 1-year deal. I know Chuck throw out numbers. He's shooting 50%. But yet teams are still playing zone on us. I think when he had that one game where he scored 27 points and he shot like 12 for 16, I think that's inflated some of his shooting numbers. Again, I know Chuck says you can't take out that game, but if you do take out the game and you do the other 3 or 4, let's see what his numbers are.
All right, so JD, so what you threw out like 8 points or whatever. So what we want to do is let's just do these joints one at a time, so that each point get their proper due, right? So inserting Emmanuel Quickly in a small sample size, where we don't have pure data, what we do have is, and what we can measure in an unreasonable way, is the energy and synergy he brings to the floor. You know what I'm saying? But like you saw, guys legit like to play with Quickly. Right. Hey, is that somebody? Does somebody have the broadcast playing in the background?
Not me.
Nope.
Okay. No, I'm hearing an echo from somebody. Can y'all hear that?
There is an echo.
You guys think it might be me? I'm not playing anything on my end.
Yeah. Somebody's got it going, because every time we start talking, we can hear it.
Yeah, I'm just in my garage. I got nothing else going on.
Oh, you know what it might be? It might be my headphones. Can you still hear it?
Yeah.
What about now?
You only hear it when you talk, Freezy.
Yeah, I don't have anything separate playing. I just have the one browser up. I don't have anything else open.
Do you hear it when I talk?
No.
No.
You hear when I'm talking? You hear it?
So it's one of the new guys. State, is that you then?
I don't know. I don't have nothing planned.
I mean, I've been here for a little bit. You guys hear anything on my end?
So we'll just try to rock through it. So the Quickly thing, while we don't have in-depth measurable data, what we do have is the synergy. Like you saw, guys played better with Quickly available, Like you saw RJ play better. You saw Knox play better. And you saw a bunch of guys play better with quickly on the floor. So the thing with Elfrid Payton, you see it takes a monster-sized game from Elfrid Payton in order for us to win, while the team plays better with quickly on the floor.
I think it's not really just quickly himself. I think it's the style in which quickly plays. The kids, as in Knox, Barrett, Mitch, and Obi, look better because of quickly they were running up and down the court. So quickly has the ability to push the tempo, but Elfrid Payton doesn't. So the younger players look better in their natural kind of habitat and just running and pushing the pace.
So you getting that? So what I'm hearing is we talking about Elfrid Payton. The starting backcourt shot terribly the last couple of games. RJ Barrett, I think his struggles is attributed to the point guard spot. Is right there. Like I'm watching all these games. Elfrid Payton, he's been playing well. I give him his roses. But at the end of the day, RJ Barrett is more important to me than Elfrid Payton, who's on a 1-year deal. And for me, I feel like we don't. No disrespect, but Elfrid Payton doesn't even need to be in the rotation once certain dudes come back. Once Alec Burks and Rivers is healthy, and Quickly's healthy, I don't see the reason to play Elfrid Payton if you're going to keep Randall and keep RJ Barrett on the floor, because RJ is a drive guy. When he's playing with Payton and
well, the question you had to ask yourself is this.
So it's kind of tough for me, really.
Did you freeze?
Yeah, he back. He froze for a little bit.
Yeah. It's just kind of tough for me to really see the starting lineup, man. It's tough, man. I don't know what they're gonna do. But
this is the conundrum that you look at this team, because if you say that Julius Randle is your best player, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Julius Randle is much better in a half court set. Julius Randle is better in like the high post kind of area doing stuff.
But that's Thibodeau's offense, though.
What?
Mm-hmm.
You know that you have 5-6 other players who are younger who are better in an open court set. But Julius Randle isn't at his best in an open court set. So that's where the conundrum lies, is what do you want to do? Do you want to set an offense that is suitable to your best player and makes him more comfortable? Or do you want to try to force the other players into this?
But here's the conundrum. See, now we drafted Obi Toppin, right? Obi Toppin plays the 4. Randall plays the 4, but Randall's playing so well that even if you want to trade him, right? Be realistic. You can't trade him when he's putting up these godly type numbers. But at the same time, you got Obi Toppin. So the role that Randall is playing right now, you will want Obi Toppin to one day play that same role, because Obi seems like he's a great passer. But it's tough, bro. It's tough, bro. That's a question I couldn't even answer my damn self, because it's like you want to trade Randall for assets. I understand it. But at the same time, it's like he playing so damn well, bro. And then the point guard spot, regardless of who's been the point guard, Randall has been playing well, regardless of who's been at the point guard spot.
But RJ Barrett, is you trying to put an offense together to make one player because one player is doing so well, but
you have to
you got to realize the style of play that is making Julius Randle so well.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally bringing down a lot of other players.
But see, here's the other narrative to that. Randall, you can't trust RJ Barrett to be the number 1 option right now. And I understand as a fan, you want him to be the number 1 option. I understand
It's not just RJ. But if the one thing, this is what we know,
mm-hmm.
is you have these other players who you know play better up tempo. Mitch and Obi and Kevin and RJ and Quickly and all the all the Knicks, the baby Bakers
Mhm.
play better up tempo. Even Alec Burks, I think, plays better up tempo. Austin Rivers probably coming from Houston. Austin Rivers probably will play better up tempo. But Julius Randle and Elfrid Payton don't.
But I think the biggest, a huge improvement I've seen with Randall too this year is that he's not forcing really anything as much as he used to. He can play. He's shown in the preseason. He also, when Quickly was in, or when they were trying to go up tempo, he played to the strengths of what the team was doing. He didn't always just need to slow down and post up to be successful. He was passing, keeping the ball movement, and he's shooting a little bit better from three. So I think we can try to bring the tempo up and play better once it quickly comes back healthy and it be successful.
Coach Colorblock laid out a stat that showed Tibbs don't run. He don't play with pace like that.
Yeah, no, he never has.
And to your point, Kev, with Randall, Peyton fits best with Randall because they playing at the same speed.
Exactly.
Now that same speed led to 0-23 last game. So we gonna have to get a change up to that real soon.
That ain't have nothing to do with them missing all them threes. Peyton won a game for the Knicks. They got 2 wins. Peyton won one of them.
But Chuck, let me ask you a question. When your offense, when your starting 5 goes 0-23 from the 3, what position you blame that most on? The point guard?
Whoever missing.
No. But who is supposed to get the offense together when they're missing so many threes? Who? That's on the point guard.
No.
The point guard is an extension of the head coach on the floor. Yes, it is on the point guard too.
So the point guard is why RJ went 0 for 8.
But
is 27 and 7 sustainable from Peyton? Are you going to get 27 and 7 a night? Because that's what won the game.
No, we talk about the threes they missed. They missed wide open threes. How was that on the point guard?
That's true, but if you're Elfrid Payton, you should tell RJ Barrett, get your ass in the paint instead of just letting him fling out threes like that. It's called a floor general.
That's not his job.
I mean, to be the coach's extension on the court.
So let me ask you this: You think quickly would have allowed RJ to continue shooting like that, knowing how much he talks on the court?
I think both of y'all are right. I want to get my boys Sports Vibe TV sometimes to eat.
My bad.
So Big Dog, how this generally work is so I'll turn these mics on and we gonna let Knicks fans eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we don't often get a chance to have our say be heard. So a lot of times, we just get on here and we just chop it up about certain topics. We try to have some order sometimes, but at the same time, what it is with Knicks fans, man. We can't be too orderly because it's a lot to talk about. So instead of asking you to talk about one thing, I'm gonna just ask you to jump in and feel free to talk about whatever it is that you want, and then we'll play off you.
Nah,
is that good?
Way too far from what the conversation was. We're talking about Quickly and him potentially being in the starting lineup and how the other players are gonna flow and gel with Quickly. So I'd really like to continue talking about Quickly in the starting lineup if that's something you guys still want to touch on.
Okay.
So the Knicks gonna start winning once Quickly play?
I'm not gonna say they're gonna automatically start winning, but I think once you put Quickly in the starting lineup or you start getting more minutes with Quickly, you're going to see players around him kind of get things a lot easier. And once they're able to get to the basket a lot easier, once they're able to get open from 3, when the defense has to adjust to Quickly, you're going to see a lot more better shots. And that's why I said Quickly needs to get a little bit more time. He got injured, which was unfortunate. But the minute we started giving him some more time, we saw some positive results. And I know y'all saying it was just preseason, but we're not going to act like the same Sexton and the same Garland ain't come out and start killing in the first 3 games of the regular season. And they were out there in summer league. Same thing with the center. What's his name? Drummond. He was out there as well. So you still had NBA quality players out there, and you still saw Quickly do what he had to do, and he was able to affect the game in a lot more ways outside of just having the rock and being on ball.
Hey, boss. They saying your mic is low, and so it's coming in low and here to me too. Can you turn your mic
up
now?
now?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You super good now.
All right. Cool.
But no, I get what you're saying about he's still organized and did all that. All I meant was it was preseason and what you got to temper it. He's still going to have growing pains as a rookie. That's all I meant.
Yeah,
he's going to have his ups and downs.
I understand.
You can't expect him to be this 10-year veteran on the floor every night.
He played well. He played well in
stats
Indiana.
With quickly though. I don't think it's going to be what stats he puts on the stat sheet. It's not all about stats. It's how the players around him are going to perform. Exactly, a glue guy. He doesn't have to step in
there's going to be ups and
carry the
downs with
load.
everything as a rookie. That's all I meant.
Yeah.
Even in that very small sample in Indiana, when the game he got hurt, the team was flowing.
Yep.
And I think it was, I forgot what quarter it was, but Tibbs extended him and played him a lot. Peyton, we didn't see Peyton until he got hurt.
And so let me do this real quick, y'all, before we continue. Just want to say shout out to D Hall for the super chat. He says Chuck B, a Nets fan. I ain't going to co-sign that. I think Chuck is a realist, but yeah, Knicks fans feel like realists.
First of all, I don't overrate nobody. For one, for two, I'm not hyping up quickly over 12 minutes of regular season basketball.
You hyped up DSJ.
No, I don't. Yeah. No, I don't. I said he wasn't going to start. I don't hype up nobody.
So you didn't see him?
I don't think we're hyping him up though.
Huh?
This is seen on the film. I don't think we're hyping him up per se. You can see Knox thrives when Quickly's on the court. RJ gets driving lanes that I haven't seen on the court in a Knicks uniform. When RJ's in a Knicks uniform, he opens up the lanes that you really don't see. And that's what I've seen when I've been breaking down some of the film and seeing how some of the players react. And you see Quickly also, shouting out commands. That's something I don't really see from a young player. The fact that he has that heart to be on there with a RJ, with a Randall, players that are more seasoned than him, and he's actually telling people where to go. He's letting Mitch know where he's supposed to set the screen. He's telling when people are supposed to rotate out. I like that from a young potential floor general.
You also don't even see that from Peyton a whole lot. You don't see it. And you see it from two guys, small sample size. You see it from Rivers and Quickly.
Okay.
The only thing I see from Elvis Payton is him roll over and get the ball to Julius Randle.
Facts.
Shouldn't that result into wins then? Since Peyton.
How well to do last year?
Quickly is.
Chuck, it may not result in wins, but it could result in just a better product. Just other players even getting better. I mean, the result may be the same.
You're not tired of watching Alfred Payton, bro? You have to watch, bro.
He has no future on his club, so why are we giving him extended playing time?
I'm just all right. Quickly's the next thing. Okay.
Don't start rocking now.
I'm not saying Quickly's the next thing.
Not you, but I've been hearing this Quickly thing.
I feel you.
I've been hearing this Quickly thing since preseason, and Knicks fans in general are quick to anoint the new guy. We did it with Obi too. We called him the franchise. He's the 3 and a stretch 4. Like, he's showing none of that.
Called him Amari. So I get what Chuck's saying.
I
want to jump in here right quick and just stir up the conversation.
Okay.
So here's the way I'll start up this conversation. And it's not that I'm trolling in any particular side, because every time you say something live, it seems like you stick a thorn in the side of one section of the Knicks fan base. Right. But here's my take on what I've seen. The young guys, the young core, we want them to be good, but they're so wildly inconsistent that we can't depend on them. Like, we can't depend on Obi because he'll come out and throw out a clunker. We can't depend on IQ because he can't stay healthy. We can't depend on RJ because his shot is wildly inconsistent and is probably broken. We can't.
This is a sign that when he's about to say Knox,
This is a sign. RJ said enough with the slander.
That's a
RJ said enough slander. I'm sick of your
I don't think it's that we're so quick to anoint quickly. I think it's we were so quick that we want to see what he has.
Somebody in the chat said quickly is the future, bro.
You see, Chuck.
It's not just it's everywhere though. It's everywhere.
You
Chuck,
definitely gonna have that.
Hey, thank you, StreamYard. I appreciate that. Cutting me off in the middle of my thing.
They said you were about to say Knox. That's why.
Kevin got you up out of here because you were going to say something about his boy.
Yeah.
I was like, it was a sign.
The thing about the young core, though, you can't depend on the young core because Mitch is going to have an impact once every 3 or 4 games. Knox is only going to be aggressive when his mommy and daddy got his pacifier for him. If his mommy and daddy ain't in the crowd, he ain't going to show. Right, and I know that sounds like something mean to say, but until Knox's mommy and daddy was in the crowd,
first box of tampons.
You didn't see Knox be aggressive. And while I'm a Knox fan, it frustrates me to see that.
That's false, Freezy. Come on, Knox been aggressive all season, man. It's just it's not showing up in the box scores.
Well, where's the proof?
I got proof. I watched every game. I'm telling you, he's been aggressive.
But you're not the only one that watched.
I want to ask you a question.
No, I'm not answering
no question. Kevin Knox again.
No, I just want to ask this question. Is Knox's aggression based off the amount of shots he takes?
He's worth about 10 minutes of discussion every live stream. We'll be talking about him for hours, man.
You'll be lucky you don't mention Frank Ntilikina.
I'm just saying, is Knox's aggression based off how many shots he takes?
No, if you have a point stated, but asking us questions about Knox ain't really stirring the conversation. If you have a point about Knox,
I'm saying you said you haven't seen Knox be aggressive until yesterday, and I said that's because
his mommy and daddy was in the crowd.
That's because he took more shots than he had. But Knox has played the same level of aggression this whole season.
No,
he took more shots.
Yo, Freezy,
but 2 streams ago, you, the local Knoxer, said that we don't get Knox involved in the offense. We don't see him and don't get him the ball. And then yesterday, he was aggressive because his mommy and daddy was in the crowd, and now you're saying he was aggressive. So it can't be both sides. We can't just make the conversation convenient for whatever stat backs up the support of Kevin Knox. What we want from Knox is if this is if the Knox of yesterday is the real Knox, we need to see that more consistently.
He's more consistent on his defensive effort this year, but everybody is, it seems.
Yeah.
So you attribute that more to Tibbs.
Yes, which is what you like to see. I'm just giving some credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I got a question for y'all, and I want you to start this off. I got a good question for you. With every Mavericks loss, I think about their draft pick, and Porzingis doesn't come back till February. What do you value the 10th or 9th seed more than the top 10 pick in next year's draft? And I want to say this. I want Knicks fans to lose the loser mentality, but I want you to answer that question.
Man, and
so for me, and this is, and I'm gonna say this is about 35% of the fan base. I don't care about none of that stuff, bro. I want to win. If we win a championship this year, I don't care about Cade Cunningham next year.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All I want is WINSs. That's what I want to do. I want to win because it makes no sense for us just to be playing this thing for the sake of playing this thing. You know what I'm saying? It's legit stuff that's attached to this. It's intangible stuff that's attached to it. Because say losing and tanking brings with it a losing and tanking mentality. So when Cade Cunningham, say if we get Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green, right, and we bring them in, guess what our franchise has? a losing, tanking mentality with 2 lottery picks coming into that environment. So if they start losing off the top, guess what we're talking about? Well, who can we get in the 22 draft class to go with these kids that keep losing?
So one more thing. One more thing. When you say that, right? Don't say tanking because this roster is not that really good. You can still get a top 5 pick and win 30 to 35 games with the way the new lottery system is going. So
right,
what
but we can't depend on and that the system is still the same. When have the New York Knicks with the losing record moved up in the draft? You can only point to one time since we had a lottery system that the Knicks won the lottery. That was Patrick Ewing. All the other years of the same approach that you're looking to take right now, the Knicks either maintain their spot or move back. So we can't say the system, whichever system it is not designed for us to win it. It's designed for the little guy to win it. It's designed for the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's designed for the New Orleans Pelicans. It's designed for whoever, but the Knicks, a major market team, doesn't win the lottery.
Again, it's also
they're just gonna want us to figure it out.
You want if we have a shot to make the 7 to 10 play in, even let's say we get to between the 7th, 8th, 9th, to 10th seed, you get in there, all of a sudden you win the play and you're in the playoffs. You get so much. All of these guys, really, you only have Rivers, who's been and Noel, who have had playoff minutes. These guys can get that experience at the biggest stage. That helps players a lot because then all of a sudden you lose a couple more seasons, you get a couple of solid players, and then we hit the playoffs and blow and choke, blow it, and whatever. We need experience in big games.
Don't understand Knicks fans because Knicks fans
you want to win
always looking at every game. Who's the next person to come in and save us.
Right?
Aren't Knicks fans tired of who's the next person to come in and save us instead of trying to win with what you already got? I hate when people sit here and say this team has no talent.
Yeah, that's the savior.
Huh?
Quickly the savior.
Last year, RJ was the savior.
Quickly's a piece.
Year before that, it was whoever.
But in order for us to realize he's the piece, he's gonna have to play.
Everyone's a savior every year. We get Cade. Let's say we get Cade Cunningham next year. Somebody else is going to be, we're still missing that one piece. Next year, we got to go in the draft and find the next player instead of trying to win. Winning is the most important and efficient thing in sports.
That's understandable, but
it is difficult, man, because they're hyping up this draft like that.
They'll hype up every other draft too.
Every draft they hype up. They hype up every draft.
Kevin, be a realist.
Number one every year.
Kevin, be a realist. 7th to 10th seed, or give me 4 years of Jalen Green.
I want
4 years of Jalen Green.
Winning right now.
I understand that, but not with this roster. You better be realistic.
What do you mean with this roster? What's wrong with this roster?
This roster is still flawed. I'm not sitting here saying we gonna win 38 games in a 72-game season. We're gonna win at least 28 games, and we're gonna get a top 10 pick.
Hold up, you said they was gonna play 500 ball.
I guarantee
500 ball at the beginning of the season.
January 2nd at 3:02. Hey. Write this down. I guarantee the New York Knicks. This New York Knicks team will be in the playoffs.
I don't know. I feel like they won't. The first 2 months, 500 ball. And then they're gonna start losing. Then they're gonna tail off, and then they're gonna have to play the kids.
Why would they start losing if they getting more comfortable with Quickly?
Oh my God!
I don't know. I don't got the Doctor Strange time zone, brother.
This is gonna be the new one.
We know these guys are one thing that's consistent. A team's defensive execution and their mental makeup on that end doesn't change. Even yesterday, we were losing because we couldn't hit shots. Our defense was fine. We just couldn't score. That's because we were missing shots, but that's not going to happen every game. We'll be in a lot more games. We'll be in a lot more games than we aren't.
That and
Yeah, we will be in a lot more games, but the shooting's going to be an issue throughout the season.
It's really
right,
not.
we're not going to
Because
win no
Here's the
championship.
thing: if you have Burks come back and Burks is a shooter, and once Rivers kind of gets back, because mind you, again, Rivers literally just came in from the bench from being hurt and has played 20 minutes. Knox is a shooter, quickly can shoot. Obi is going to bring a different dimension to the team. You know, so we have players that can shoot and stretch the floor.
So who said?
But none of them are really consistent outside of the vets
Right.
like Burks.
Yeah,
That's
right. Lord, Kevin, this roster is not that good, bro. Like you saying, Burks and Rivers, like they Superman, like they supposed to save
I
us.
didn't say they're Superman, but I said they feel a role. And
Okay, but let's not overlook them, though.
Bill Belichick says, all you have to do is do your job.
Okay.
We're not asking you to do anything else other than do your job. And if you do your job, I guarantee good things will come.
Facts. Quickly going to make
Nobody's saying we're going to win a championship or anything, but you want to be a more competitive basketball team every year.
You're
We'll
going to
add
be
pieces.
super
If
competitive.
this draft is as deep as they say it's going to be, we can still get a solid player for the future and focus on winning as many games as possible. You cannot tank.
I prefer Josh Christopher over Alec Burks. That's just me. Okay? That's just Jalen. I prefer Jalen Green, a crack at him, possibly.
Here's my thing.
What happens when they come here, they handle the pressure and become busts?
Yo, let them finish. Let them finish. Everybody can eat. We got plenty of time, man.
Who's going?
We were all going. Who do you want, Freeze?
I want to state what he was saying.
Oh, nah, I was just saying, like, just for me personally, I understand. I hear everybody talking about the 7th, the 10th seed. I respect your opinion, right? I respect it. But for me, if I was running the team, I would let Peyton start a few more games. I would play Randall, and I'm trading Randall for unprotected first round pick in 2021 draft. And I'm going to play the Knicks for the rest of the season. We're going to win 28 games minimum. And I'm going into next year's draft, and I'm trying to find 3 more pieces. We didn't pay Walt Perrin the big bucks to sit on his ass. We didn't pay Kenny Payne the big bucks to sit on. No, we didn't pay them to just sit there and just lollygag. Nah, man. Put them brothers to work, man.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Can I say something?
I just want to say something clear. I think you're overestimating those young kids being able to win 28 games. You need veteran leadership. They're not winning 28 games. It's just the youngins.
No, Obi's going to do the 2010. Obi's going to do the 2010.
No.
From Randall. No. This is how he thinking. Obi's going to do the 2010. And then quickly he's going to have Knox average 20. RJ.
Kevin having Knox average 20.
RJ, he's going to shoot 40% from 3. What else? Mitch is going to start shooting hooks because quickly spaced the floor and got his man away.
Mitch could be Bill Russell reincarnated.
So what Alfred Payton going to do? We got.
No. Y'all benched him. He benched.
He need to be benched. He should have been benched last year.
Yeah, he needs to go.
Quickly starting now. 60%.
Peyton's only here because he's Perry's boy.
He's what?
He's Perry's boy. That's the only reason Peyton.
I'm sick of Alfred Payton, yo.
No. Y'all already got Peyton out of the rotation.
Chuck, I have a question.
There's only one person I want out of rotation, and we all know who that is.
Kevin Knox.
Definitely not. It's Reggie Buck.
Big forehead.
Yeah,
Reggie Buck
needs
to go. He got to go. But here's the thing. When is enough going to be enough? Because last year, you thought RJ Barrett was going to come in here and he's going to change things. He's going to bring that toughness, and he's going to do this, and he's going to do that. And now you're ready. You're on to the next player. And then in 2022, you can be on to the next player. You're like, oh, we're going to win next year's draft. We're going to be loaded. We're going to win then. No.
Don't
try
forget
to
about
win with what you have. Try to make the best. Kenny, like you said, Kenny Payne is doing what he's getting paid to do. Because you can't tell me that the big men on this team don't look remarkably better than what they did last year.
Nerlens Noel looked terrible.
Nerlens Noel wasn't here last year. I ain't worried about Nerlens Noel. No one cares about him.
He got stone hands. So, and Mitchell Robinson is still the same player from last season. So
he's not getting as much.
He's
foul
gotten better
trouble.
with the fouls. Yeah, he's gotten better with the fouls.
No. Besides the fouls and the shot blocking,
What more
But
you
the
really
fouls
want
were
from
the
him?
biggest thing against him.
Yeah.
Was the foul trouble being on the floor consistently? That was the
Right.
He's
biggest
not
knock.
getting buckets without a point guard. So you can't really expect
All
him
of
to
these,
create for
we
himself.
need a really good point guard to make this team go and everybody win.
I don't even think we need a really good point guard. We need just
No,
proper floor spacing because
that's
Tibbs
what-
is preaching ball movement. If we have enough ball movement and we have shooters that the defense has to actually react to, you're gonna see a lot more things open up.
Yeah, that's part of being a good. I'm saying like a good leader on the floor, get everybody involved, but also space the floor. I'm not saying we need a superstar point guard. I'm just saying we need a solid floor general who can shoot.
An upgrade over Peyton.
Yeah,
We got it.
I think Chuck's an upgrade over Peyton.
No, quickly is.
Honestly,
is.
Burks plays point guard better than Peyton at this point. I like Burks initiating the offense when what I've seen from him as opposed to Peyton.
Yes.
Burks was all right.
Dennis Smith Jr. is unplayable.
All of this upgrading is going to be 20 and 52. This is unbelievable.
Well,
Oh,
minus
my
10,
God.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Do anything make you happy with the Knicks, Chuck?
Dude, you went from saying 500 to 28 wins.
500 the first 2 months, and then we're gonna get through injuries, and then he's gonna play Randall, and then he's gonna start playing the kid.
You said they're gonna play 500 ball. Why would it be the first month and then get worse? That makes zero sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because he was in
Hey, so
injuries throughout the season.
I'm gonna jump in right here because just real quick before StreamYard boot me out again. I'm not for sure why StreamYard don't like me, but so I think the trading the Randall thing is probably a little bit overstated because of people's dislike for what Randall did last year with the roster. I don't know if you trade a guy that can give you 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. The only person that's comparable to him right now in the league is the center from the Denver Nuggets. And that's not me spewing conjecture. That's what the data says. The data says that Julius Randle at the power forward position is comparable to the center of the Denver Nuggets right now because they put up similar stats on similar shooting. And also what people don't know is that Julius Randle right now is first in the NBA in passes, which means he passes the ball more than anybody else in the NBA. And so to say he's a selfish player is and to me is an injected false narrative to diminish what Randall does. But for a guy that's giving you 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 7.5 assists, those numbers are up there with all-stars in this league. Now, while I'm not saying that Julius Randle is a top 10 player, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that Julius Randle has more value to an NBA franchise than what we let on. And on top of that, if Julius Randle's surrounding pieces were consistently better, like if Kevin Knox was consistent in the effort that he gave yesterday, if he was that every day, the Knicks would have more W's. If RJ Barrett's shooting was more consistent, then the Knicks would have more W's. If Elfrid Payton would not show up once every 5 games, the Knicks would have more W's. If Quickly could stay healthy, the Knicks would have more W's. So to point out that Randall should be traded, I'm not for sure if that's the case because I'm not for sure if his current play is sustainable. But since he is playing at a high level, I'd say let's wait and see on trading Randall because power forwards generally don't give you the type numbers that Julius Randle is giving you right now. And so as of yesterday, Julius Randle was shooting in the 40s and from the 3-point line. Guys, point forwards, guys that's 250 pounds like Julius Randle don't give you shooting percentages in the 40% range. So what I would say is let's be more patient with Randle. If you want to build the team up with young guys, what I would say is stop taking Randall's production for granted, and then look at the kids and get the kids to be more productive. And in a sense, like RJ Barrett should not be shooting 3 for 24 from 3 on the season. We need to get RJ in the mid 30s, at least league average. So
that and Julius Randle, where are you going to find that production for $18 million?
The more y'all talk about Julius Randle, the more I think about Obi Toppin. That's so crazy. It's
but Obi Toppin ain't done nothing. What has Obi Toppin done?
He hasn't earned anything yet.
Nothing. It's not about him earning it, I would say, though. But are you expecting Randle to continue to perform like this? And are you expecting him to continue to perform at the level of a Joker?
I expect him to continuously perform better than Obi.
Well, yeah, that's true, but he's performing better, and it looks like it's to the detriment of some of our other younger players. So
even if
I'm not going to sit here and say we shouldn't trade Randle, but I'm going to be open to any offers if I find a good one. I'm not going to say no. I'm going to look at it, I'm going to assess it, and I might pull a trigger.
Well,
that's
reasonable
thinking, though. That's reasonable thinking because every team should be not. I'm not saying looking for a trade, but every team should be like, listen, if we can get more value on the court right now than what we already have, then we should consider it. But right now, I don't know if playing Obi Toppin is going to get you Julius Randle's production. And to say is it sustainable? We have Julius Randle has gotten better in the NBA every year. And data backs that up. Like when you turn over his basketball card, you can look at Julius Randle improving every year. Except for that whatever that was with David Fizdale. But under Mike Miller, when Mike Miller took over for those 44 games, Julius Randle was 22-10. Under David Fizdale, Julius Randle was 17-8. And so Julius Randle bumped his averages up to 2010 under Mike Miller. And right now, Julius Randle leads the NBA in passes. So I can't say now if I'm wrong, somebody pointed out, but if Julius Randle is leading the NBA in passes, how is that to the detriment of the other 4 players on the court with him?
Because the Obi ain't starting.
Because of where he operates.
You're not wrong.
He operates on the court. Just because you're passing doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be beneficial for the team. I mean, you're not going to stop the ball, but are you making the right passes? Are your passes ending up as turnovers? There's a lot more factors to look at than just are you going to be passing the ball around.
Okay, my question to you then is if we want to still
spots as Randle.
Do you still? My question to you is: do you want to try to win games?
So let's
say one more time.
Well, let me say this real quick. Just interject. So let's look at let's just break it down instead of doing a bird's eye view. Let's break it down for what it is. So Julius Randle at the time of this discussion is averaging 7.5 assists per game from the power forward position, right? And he's averaging 5.3 turnovers. We'll use those two together, right? So if Julius Randle is leading the league in the number of passes, and he's averaging 7.5 assists per game from the power forward position, how is that to the detriment of the other players? And if the Knicks were hitting, if the guys on the team were knocking down shots, would Julius Randle's assists be higher?
Yes.
Yeah,
but
it would be.
Might be, but
my question for Sports Vibes was, if you want to win more than 15, 20 games this year, who are you going to have be the number one option? Who are you going to run the offense through? Then you're going to be successful doing it. Better than Julius Randle.
I'm not going to sit here and say that the team isn't better on the court with Randle. I just think we're going to see more development from our younger players if we have that vacuum. You're going to see RJ step up and be able to operate on the courts in places that he wasn't going to be able to do with Randle. And like we already said when I first jumped in, the team just looks better when they're running up and down the court, with the younger players. And Randle and Payton are not going to want to do that.
RJ just hasn't proven to me that he gets a bigger plate, bigger piece of chicken on his plate when it comes to the offense. He has
I want to ask a question, and I want to ask a hypothetical.
Right.
Just a hypothetical. Let's say this team traded just back in the summer, traded Julius Randle, and we brought in CP3. would we be a better team with CP3 than we would be with Julius Randle?
What kind of question is that?
Question is that? Wait,
y'all sitting here making it seem like Julius Randle playing at MVP levels. So
no.
That's not what I said.
If you had
Kevin, that's not what you said, Kevin.
That's not what I said.
No.
We're saying that Julius is the
Here's
best
the thing,
option.
y'all saying because he's passing, he's making the team better.
But Kevin,
if you had
you don't understand.
Point
Not
guard,
what I said.
doing that.
No, that's not what you said.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Chris Paul wouldn't be doing it.
Saying for a power forward.
That's crazy.
As a Knoxer, you just
automatically you would elevate.
That's
not what I said. What I said was
nothing to do with Kevin Knox. I'm bringing up Kevin Knox. I'm making it about Kevin Knox. This is about Julius Randle.
I know this.
I'm talking about.
Freezy is saying he's not a selfish player because as a power forward, he's leading the league in passing. He's not.
But here's the thing: we all know eventually politics are going to play out, and Obi Toppin will. Politics are going to play out because Leon Rose is running the Knicks. Leon Rose drafted Obi Toppin.
Word, that's a fact.
Obi Toppin is the future of this team at power forward, regardless of whether he's performing right now the first 5 games of his rookie season or not. Obi Toppin is the future of power forward for the New York Knicks.
Guess who his agent
of basketball operations drafted Obi Toppin. That is his boy.
As his first.
Guess who his agent?
Okay.
So
we'll see how it works
Randle's time is ticking. The time is ticking. Whether he's traded at the deadline, whether his option is picked up, whether it's picked up and he's traded. Julius Randle is not the future on this.
Let me ask you a question though, because everybody else agree. I don't agree. All right, you trade Randle and you said for Chris and you bring in Chris Paul, whatever.
This is a hypothetical. Let's say
okay. Yes. Where's your post points coming from? Where's your
there's different ways of getting
Kevin Knox
points.
No.
Obi Toppin.
No, you need a post.
Obi Toppin. With Chris Paul. Oh my God. They would. Chris Paul is a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer. You being disrespectful. You see what he's doing with them Phoenix Suns?
Let me ask you a question.
Obi pick and roll.
Knox
open shots on the wing.
Suns got the best record in the NBA tonight.
Chuck, if you don't stop your nonsense, look. Uncle Freezy. This is the block only.
Nobody answered the question.
A legit post
Nobody answered the question.
Hold on.
Right.
Was Steven Adams?
Nobody answers the question because it doesn't benefit Kevin Knox. If it's a Kevin Knox benefit,
why is this benefiting Kevin Knox? This has nothing to do with Kevin Knox at all.
Right. So what I'm saying is the reason what I mentioned to you and the diversion was classic. That was next level diversion that you did. You said trade away a power forward that passes for a Hall of Fame top 4 point guard of all time. That's classic next level diversion right there. That's like saying trade away Julius Randle for Magic Johnson. And
we were going to trade if we were going to acquire CP3. That was a report, I think.
There's a legit opportunity to get CP3. There's a legit opportunity to get Magic Johnson. And CP3 would have made this team.
But that was what you did was next level. You said, "Yo, what if you trade away Julius Randle and bring in John Stockton for the pick and roll?" That was next level diversion. What you did there.
It's not a diversion. It's always an underlying message.
Right, but the reason why I brought up Julius Randle's impact on this team is because what we do is we shoot arrows at Randle, but we don't hold the young guys accountable. What is so for instance, if our point guard situation was already settled, we wouldn't even be shooting arrows at Julius Randle. Julius Randle is averaging 24 points, 10 rebounds, 7.5 assists, leads the league in passes. And instead of saying, hey, well, you know what? Maybe we have the answer here at power forward. We need to fix other areas. you're saying get rid of the one good, consistent thing we have in hopes of getting something better down the road. To me, that's ridiculous.
And so we can give a guy who's a horribly inefficient shooter.
Hold on. It's not that. It's just, again, eventually politics of basketball is going to take precedent. Obi Toppin was drafted by Leon Rose. That is a fact. Leon Rose is the president of basketball operations. Obi Toppin is his boy.
You're right, Kevin, but we're just saying that we shouldn't be so quick to trade Randall.
I'm not saying trade Randall. I never said that. All I'm saying
you just said, what if you trade Randall and get Chris Paul?
I said trade everybody and just have Kevin Knox be the
starter.
No,
What I'm saying is this. Eventually, Randall's not going to be on this team.
Nope.
So we might as well get something for him.
You don't draft Obi Toppin with the 8th pick, who is 22 years old, who is the president of basketball operations.
I don't want to trade Randall just for a bag of rocks. I'm thinking if you're going to trade Randall, trade him for something else.
I'm trading him for a bag of rocks.
Trade him for another player that can help this team. Don't just give him away. That's not what I'm saying.
When he's playing like Joker.
Give Julius Randle away to help out draft stock. No, I want to trade Julius Randle away if we brings in another player that can help us at the same level of production that Julius Randle is.
Draft pick.
We'll fill different holes on the roster.
Exactly. I don't want to just give him away. That's not my thing.
Okay, so if you want to fill different holes on the
pick
roster,
in 2023.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
And it's
hey, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I just said a second round pick in 2023.
Another one.
The high school.
With his scenario, he's banking on Obi giving you Julius production, right? And that's not going to happen. He's talking about this. No, not you.
Oh,
not you. State is banking on Obi's giving you Julius Randle's production. And that's not going to happen.
No, that's not my case. My case about trading Randall is strictly tied to Obi. You don't draft Obi with the 8th pick. You don't draft Obi with the You don't draft Obi with the 8th pick, who's the president of basketball operations, client's son, who is you don't sit him on the bench at 22 years old, 23 years old, 24 years old for Julius Randle. That's not how you treat your assets.
What happens when you play him? And
all right, first of all, if he's getting minutes, he's getting minutes. He don't have
no,
it's
not getting minutes.
Just because
quality minutes.
What happens if he's a bust?
What do you mean quality?
You get rid of Randall for nothing to put your future in a bust. Then what?
You're not getting Randall for nothing. You're getting Randall for assets.
I'm saying as far as getting rid of Randall to open up Obi a spot. And then he ends up
honestly,
then what?
If you're going to trade Randall, it's not about what becomes of Obi. It's did you win that Randall trade? Obi's going to be completely separate. You're going to worry about winning the Randall trade, and then you're going to work about your homegrown talent after the fact.
But what he's saying is trading him strictly for Obi. That's what he said.
Oh, so this is about
Obi. This is about Obi.
That's my narrative. It's about Obi, champ. You don't draft Obi Toppin. You don't draft Obi Toppin with the 8th pick at 22 years old, and you gonna tell me that he's gonna sit on the bench for 2 years straight for Julius Randle magical production in 4 games. 4 games.
Hey, hold on for a second. Let me do this real quick. Hold on for a second, real quick. So M. Grady, thank you for the super chat. M. Grady says, Freezy, you tightened up the panel when you got rid of questions by them. Get moderating. Hey, so I understand what you're saying, M. Grady, and I appreciate we appreciate the super chat, and we appreciate everybody that contributes to the show, whether it's through super chats or video chat or however. So we appreciate that. Hey, go ahead, State. I'm sorry.
No, he was done. It was my turn. All right. Frank was the 8th pick. He's not starting, right?
Oh my God.
Knox is the 9th pick. He's not starting. You don't have to start.
Bro, Frank didn't start for Moutier, who's out the league.
First of all, Randall's the best player.
Jared Jack is retired. Don't start that garbage with me. Now we gotta see Knox come off the bench for Reggie Bullock, and then I'm paying bills to watch Alfred Payton continue to start. Don't you hurting my brain, man. Don't do this garbage, bro. This Randall propaganda for 4 games. He MVP. Bro, we drafted Obi, bro. I want Obi to play soon, quick, ASAP. I don't care about
so State, it's not 4 games, it's 5 games. And then plus what you want to do is have all your players play at a high level. That's what you want from all 5 of your guys, right? Ideally, you want it from everybody in the rotation. You want it from everybody on the roster. Right. You want your guys to play at a high level. And Julius Randle is playing at a high level. And so if we use the fact that we only have a 5-game sample size, we can't throw it into reverse and drive in reverse and not use the same argument for guys that are unproductive. We can't say, oh, these guys are unproductive for 5 games and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? We have to use the same narratives for everybody. So I understand. I know and understand that you're not a Julius Randle fan, and I get that. And I ain't trying to throw shade. But what I'm saying is if the player on our roster is playing good basketball, why not trade and get guys to go with him? You know what I'm saying? Like while we talking about trade Julius Randle for pieces, why don't we trade Knox and those other guys that are inconsistent for pieces?
So you should have drafted Devin Vassell. You should have drafted Vassell. You can't. It's no way you don't sit and be like, Obi Toppin got to come off the bench until he's 25 years old. Come on, dog. I just don't see it that way.
You got to earn your minutes. You just don't start just because you just don't start because you was the draft pick. You got to earn it, man.
Right. That's what we're accountability, and you got to earn everything you get. Come on, right now, Randle is earning everything he's getting right now.
Yeah, he's earning that unprotected first-round pick in 2021. That's what he's earning.
And Obi's best game was 11-7.
All right.
My whole
in a preseason game.
I do not want to just give away Julius Randle. That's not the thing. I'm saying, and I'm looking at this realistic. They got Obi Toppin in here for a reason. They didn't get Obi Toppin in here to sit on the bench and be somebody's backup.
It was a bad reason.
Earn everything you get with
it was
Thibodeau.
A bad reason. They shouldn't have got him.
They did, regardless of what they should have. They did.
Obi did look like top 5 talent that fell to 8. So I don't know. So the Knicks would have probably been foolish not to draft the guy they felt like is top 5 talent that fell to.
He looked like that because he was older than everybody. He got left back 3 times, but he could dominate.
Oh, now you slandering our draft pick, but you said Dennis Smith Jr. was going to 15-7. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you thought Dennis Smith Jr. was Stevie Franchise.
Yeah,
I never said
that. Like I said, it's I'm not saying this from an emotional standpoint. I'm saying this is a business thing. You did not draft Obi Toppin to come off the bench for years and years and years. You did not do that.
I'm not saying years and years and years. I just want him to earn the minutes he gets.
Right.
Earn the starting role. Make the pressure on him.
This is what kills me as fans. How do we know what these players are doing in practice? We don't know if he's earning it or not. We don't know how hard Obi Toppin is working.
Well, Alfred Payton started. He ain't earned jack nothing. And Reggie Bullock. So
what
in the same narrative, then how do you know they're not working?
To the guys that want to trade Julius Randle, do you at least acknowledge the fact that Julius Randle is playing good basketball, or is it y'all just want to get rid of this guy so bad that you'll just take anything for Obi Toppin?
Listen, Julius Randolph is being a beast right now. He's playing like Zach Randolph reincarnated, just a little more athleticism. But
he wasn't the next
drafted Obi Toppin. If they would have drafted Vassell, you would not hear me say nothing. I would not complain.
No, if they would have drafted Randle, you wouldn't be saying nothing.
Wait, what?
You wouldn't be saying if Randle was a Knicks draft pick.
Name a vet who's helped with winning in the past 5 years that gave me a chance for me to root for him.
You slow Knicks fans only bash guys that wasn't drafted. Only guys that came through trade or free agency.
So tell management stop bringing in bums. What you talking about?
Y'all get the draft picks.
So now Julius is a bum?
No. Oh my God!
Stop bringing in bums. We were talking about.
Let me explain.
For the past 5 years, name a free agent that has come here that helped with winning.
Now,
name a draft pick.
The Knicks draft.
They didn't even play. Frank didn't start. Jared Jack started.
There's a reason for that.
I hope you can't get a word in with State.
Oh my God, go ahead. Jeff Hornacek, David Fizdale.
No, I ain't naming none of that. I'm talking about the Knicks draft picks always get extra rope, no matter how bad they play.
And it's still bust.
It don't matter. After 2 years, give them 3. After 3 years, give them 4. Oh, Frank,
give them a decade, see what happens.
But hold up. But a free agent come in here, and after 1 week, you want to get rid of him.
Chuck, let me ask you a question.
1 week, but draft picks get extra time.
So let me ask you a question.
Hold up, State.
My fault.
You came in here in 5 minutes, and you put quickly in the starting lineup, and Obi, 2 guys that's hurt. Now you hurting you starting 2 hurt dudes. You put Peyton in the G League.
He need to be in China, but go ahead.
You traded Randall for consideration.
Randall need to be in Minnesota right now. Go ahead.
You got Mitch shooting sky hooks.
So how y'all trading Julius Randle for the player to be named later? You know what I'm saying? Julius Randle is 24 points, 10 rebounds, 7.5 assists, and leads the NBA in passing from the power forward spot.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all want to trade him for the player to be named later, just so Obi Toppin can start.
So Randall
It all comes down to can he keep his level of play up? That's what it is. If he keeps it up for this season, and you got to pick up his team option and see what he does next year.
So Obi gonna be on the bench for 2 years?
If you don't prove it, then yes, he'll stay on the bench his whole career unless he shows that he has to start. Unless he shows that there's a reason he has to start.
So where Randall gonna lead
thinking
us?
Frank should have been a starter 2 years ago.
So where Randall gonna lead us? Let me laugh. Let's have me in the chat laugh with you.
State is saying Vassell, but I don't even think that would be the conversation if a lot of people are saying Halliburton. If it would have been a wasted pick, we could have drafted Halliburton. I'm not the biggest Halliburton fan personally, but even over Vassell, a lot of people, even in the chat, I see a lot of comments about Halliburton. That's going to be the conversation in 2 years if Obi is not a starter or if he doesn't pan out.
Hey, Sports Vibe TV, are you muted? Can you hear us?
I definitely was. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just think about Obi Toppin when it comes to this Randall topic. It's a double-edged sword for me, man.
It really is, because you got a guy that could be the future, and you have a guy that's all of a sudden putting up really good numbers and playing really good basketball. It is a double-edged sword. You want the best for Obi. You want him to become a superstar, but at the same time, Randall's doing so well. I think you give it a little bit of time and see what comes of it.
Randall's first 4 games remind me of Jeremy Lin. It reminds me of who else had a short stint for the Knicks with greatness. Y'all gotta stop overrating these dudes, man.
Here's the thing: Julius Randle has not done anything different from last year other than stop spinning. That's it.
Still doing that.
Other than spinning, the level of production from Julius Randle is that he's just making it look better because he's not spinning.
That's
the Knox are legit haters.
This is the same Julius Randle from last year. He's not spinning, making us all pull our hair out like stop spinning the double teams.
Kev, we legit just said Julius Randle is averaging 7.5 assists per game. He didn't average that last year. And I'm just pointing out that Julius Randle leads the league in passing. He didn't do that last year.
Tom Thibodeau said, move the ball. Tom Thibodeau said, move the ball. You think David Fizdale said that?
So Mike
Miller said that.
That plucked a hole in the argument. You said that Julius Randle doesn't look.
I have the ball in my hand 80% on offense. Literally, if I have the ball 80% of the time I am on the floor,
you're passing it to Knox.
I can't take every shot. So I'm gonna get a lot of passes because I have the ball all the time.
So where's the resource that you find that Julius Randle has it 80% of the time? So is there a stat that backs up the fact that Julius Randle has it 80% of the time?
Yeah, my eyes.
What's his usage rate?
My eyes tell me that Julius Randle
His usage
has the
rate is
ball
down from last
every
season.
time. Be honest. That Julius Randle had the ball every single offensive possession.
He does.
It seems like
I
he
mean,
does.
Yes
every
or no?
player
Does
should touch
Julius
the ball
Randle have
in
the
the possession.
ball
Pass the
in his
ball.
hand every single offensive possession?
Kevin, you're letting your emotions cloud your basketball judgment.
Well, no way.
I'm
He wants
being
Kevin Knox to
honest.
start. What do
Does
you think?
Julius Randle have the ball
emotional.
all the time?
Kevin,
How?
I hate Julius
How?
Randle.
When NBA.com says Julius Randle is leading the league in passes, NBA.com
No.
has
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying shoot it. I'm saying, does he have the ball?
He's our best
They
player.
have him running
Does
point forward
LeBron have the ball?
sometimes. Yeah, he has the
With
ball.
his team?
Don't
How
put them in
do
the
you
same
have
sentence,
He
bro.
doesn't have to have the ball every
That's
time.
wild.
Because Schroeder can have the ball. Because Anthony Davis can have the
But
ball.
still,
the ball
your
does
best
not
player
have
has
to
the ball
be-
most of the
The
time.
ball does not
It is
have to be in
facts.
LeBron James' hand.
Your
The
best
ball
player has
is
the ball most of
literally-
the time.
The ball is literally in Julius Randle's possession every
Because
time.
he's the
So
best
Julius Randle
player we
dictates
have right
the
now.
entire-
Knicks
why
Kevin,
You
you're not
Kevin
being
Knox
are
is doing
not
it?
listening to what I'm saying. Regardless of whether he's the best player on the team or not,
That's why
Julius
he has the
Randle
ball.
has the ball every single possession. So he dictates what the offense does.
That's
So
what your
yes,
best
he's
player
going to
does.
pass the
That's
ball
when he
more than
passes the
anyone
ball.
else
Yeah.
because he has the ball and the opportunity to pass the ball.
Kevin, Thibodeau runs a triangle offense. Your forwards is going to handle the ball in the triangle offense, Kevin. Come on, bro. I hate Randle too. I hate Randle too.
It's not that.
In the triangle, your best player touches the ball almost every possession.
I'm giving you the reason why that stat is.
No,
Because
that is
Randle
credible.
has the
It's
ball
credible.
all the time.
Randle.
So he dictate the offense. So yes, if I had the ball every time, I'm either going to shoot it or pass it.
Yo, stop hating
Your
on
best
Randle.
player touches the
over.
ball every possession. So yeah.
Knox threw the ball in the crowd 2 times in 2 games.
He tried to do
Yeah.
that, mommy and
Kevin
daddy.
Knox. What
So-
is Julius Randle
That's why
having
he
the
got
ball
it.
in his hand have to do with Kevin Knox throwing the ball into the stands?
That's why he
literally
got
has
it.
nothing to do with Kevin Knox.
Yes, it do. Because you
Yeah.
can't trust Kevin Knox with it.
Ask him what DSJ doing. Handing out water. Ask him what DSJ doing real quick.
All right, so
He Kevin Lowe's for Knox's
It's
forehead.
more about Elfrid Payton than it is Kevin Knox, Chuck. Because Elfrid Payton is the point guard.
All right.
Kevin Knox ain't the point guard. It's Elfrid Payton.
Okay.
Why does Julius Randle have the ball more than Elfrid Payton?
Because he's the best player on the basketball court, Kevin. You got to be
Because
realistic.
you're
be
the
on the
best
court,
player on
period.
the court does not mean that you need the ball every single time.
Yes, it
You
does,
have a
Kevin.
point guard
Close
for.
to
The
you.
offense is running through him.
The best player in the
I
on
do.
the team.
Hey,
They're trying to-
hang on. I do
Hold on, let me
need
ask
to- I
you
do
this
need to ask you.
question. Let me ask you this one question. Is our offense
Evan,
dynamite?
come
Are we a
on.
top offensive team in the league?
No, we're a
Do we
young
have any other
team.
choice?
Okay, then. So
We
maybe
were the
What
best
do we have?
three-point shooting team in the league like
How
2
would you
games
run this
ago.
offense,
maybe
Kevin?
we should change the offensive set, and we won't have to worry about all these other players.
Okay, coach, how would you do it?
Maybe we should do that then. Maybe we'll
How
have
would
to
you
talk
do
about RJ Barrett missing all these shots. Maybe
How
we'll
would you
talk
do it?
about how bad Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton and everyone and Mr. Robinson can't do anything if we change the offense.
How would you do it then? How would this offense look with Kevin Knox the first as coach? How would it look?
Yo, stop disrespecting Kevin Knox while I'm on this live too. You going quick disrespecting Word.
You know, hey, so state.
Another Knoxer.
Hey, so state before you get into that, be aware of what you're stepping into. So it's not just a video chat just lining up to disrespect Kevin Knox. So what it is we all were stating things in context, and so the what we're talking about is not just say a bashing one player session. So that's not what because I know y'all like to do that about Julius Randle. We generally don't try to do that. We just try to make sense of the conversation. The thing with Kevin Knox is this: the Knoxers came out with torches and pitchforks for the Frankers, right? Because we thought we thought it was just a deal where it was about Chuck B, but the Knoxers in the virtual chat would just came straight out for Frank Ntilikina. right? And we were like, well, why the Knoxers coming out for Frank Ntilikina? And so I asked the question: are they threatened that Frank Ntilikina will potentially become a 3-and-D wing and take minutes away from Knox? And the Knoxers exploded and then start doing personal attacks on everybody. And so people are just defending themselves. So everybody's just defending themselves. So it's not a thing about us bashing Knox, because Knox made some bad plays yesterday too. He threw 2 right-handed passes about 10 foot over Julius Randle's head into the crowd. and when it was mentioned, the Knoxers came out with torches and pitchforks, saying, well, maybe Julius Randle should be 13 foot tall or something stupid like that.
Well, Randle should stop trying to camp in the field off every fast break.
Knox had a brutal air ball too.
Here's my thing. State, don't fall for this trap.
Maybe the rim should have been wider.
Because it literally did not do anything like that at all. He is trying to lay out a trap.
Oh, Kev, you didn't come after Cornerstone Kev. You didn't come after Cornerstone Kev about Frank.
Not after he came after me and Kevin Knox. No, I wasn't gonna say anything about Frank. I don't care nothing about. I told you, this is my thing. I do not talk about the draft, and I do not talk about players who are not playing. So I had no reason to talk about Frank. I started talking about Frank because he started trying to go in about Kevin Knox. That was it.
Nick fans is so divided. Nick fan would be like,
so State, don't do that. So State, what group are you in? You need to.
He's an Knoxer. You heard him.
You need to declare your.
I'm a Knoxer and I'm a Franker.
No, you can't be a Knoxer because Frank
is illegal, man.
The Frankers only want one allegiance, and that's to Frank. And Knoxers can be in other groups, but you know the Frankers. You be on Twitter with us. You hear what State says, and you hear what Trey says. They don't care nothing about nobody else. And Frank fans just like that. They don't care about no other players.
Listen, I'm both. I don't care about no. Listen, this is my narrative. I don't care about no vet on this roster, bro. I only care about players who's 23 and under. Y'all had Patrick Ewing. I got RJ Barrett and these young boys. Let me love my young core the way I want to love my young core.
So let me ask Nick's vibe. I'm sorry, Sports Vibe. So Sports Vibe.
Yeah,
so are you in a certain camp, or do you have a certain narrative that you would like to see play out, or are you just enjoying the ride like myself?
I'm enjoying the ride, but I think Knox has more likely has a future with the team as opposed to Frank, to be honest with you. Unless Frank can develop that jump shot and be a legit 3-and-D, I don't really think he's going to be here long term.
Okay.
Another reason, they ain't even reach out to his agents to extend him. So I think the team is already looking to part ways.
He wasn't playing even in Rivers when Rivers was hurt and Quickly was hurt. He wasn't really playing. So
yeah, him and DSJ both. They put Bergson at point guard when they got Peyton out of the game instead of one or both of them.
Not only that, when Tibbs was doing his interviews, he referred to them as the other guys or those point guards. He didn't refer to him as by name. It's Quickly he referred to by name, RJ, all those, Mitch he referred to, Obi, DSJ and Frank, he ain't referred to them by name.
Yeah.
Well, State, you said they only like 23 and under. DSJ is 23.
DSJ stinks. DSJ got a
23 and under.
DSJ stinks.
That means 23.
DSJ stinks. He's not a point guard. He's a small shooting guard. He thinks he knows. He thinks he's better than what he is.
Now you just made my point. You ain't got to go.
State is 100% focused on the young guys and the draft.
Draft picks. That's what I said.
On this year's draft specifically.
Minute, guys.
No, it's every year's draft. He likes Knox, Mitch.
Other than RJ, because it's only his second year, and Obi because he's a rookie. All these other young guys, which one of them can you consider has lived up to their draft type? Or lived up to the player they're supposed to be? Which one?
Mitch.
No.
Mitch. If you're talking draft status,
sometimes Mitch.
No, not maybe. If you're talking draft status, he's overachieved.
Yes. Yeah.
Who, let me ask you this question back. Who is our draft picks coached by?
A bunch of different nobodies. Yes,
no, since 2017. Name the coaches.
Hornacek,
Bunch of
Miller,
rookies.
Fizdale, a bag of chips, flat soda.
So you expect for my young boys to get better on the dummies? You know, that's all I need to know.
Nah,
But are they dummies? I mean, they were coaches in the NBA. They obviously know the game of basketball.
Do any of them have a job right now?
But were any of us coaches in the NBA?
I mean, we don't got a job, but they was in the NBA. They supposed to have a job.
I don't think any of them were head coaches before us.
So
Fizdale and Fisher. They weren't.
So how these boys supposed to get
Hornacek was.
Hornacek was, yeah.
See,
The only one that was rookie, I think, was Fish.
Jeff Hornacek was garbage. He started Jared Jack with Porzingis after Porzingis asked him to start Frank Ntilikina.
He had a 50-win season with Phoenix.
Cap, that he overachieved, man. He overachieved, man. That was 1 year. You give him 1 year.
Overachieved, so he knows basketball a little bit then.
He ain't know basketball in New York. He forgot about it when he got here. Just
So
like
did all the draft picks.
Hornacek wasn't set up to succeed because he had to follow.
Yeah, they
Phil.
put the triangle on him.
He was Phil Jackson's puppet and made them run Phil Jackson's system. That
So-
wasn't Jeff Hornacek.
so the young guys couldn't develop on the Hornacek. What about Fizdale?
How about
Well, to be honest with you,
development?
the only young guy he had was Ntilikina.
No, how about develop yourself during the summer?
And so State, you'll
Yeah, it's
you'll
like, do the
appreciate
coaches hold their hand and wipe
State
their
will
behind
appreciate
when they
that,
go to the
right?
bathroom? They
So
can do
when
stuff
State
on their
come
own,
on,
too.
so when State come on, State and I may agree and disagree at times, but throughout the entire process, State know I got his back 100% of the time. You know what I'm saying? So he understand where I'm coming from when I make this point. When Hornacek was here, Hornacek was set up to be lynched basically because Kurt Rambis was legit stabbing him in the back and doing it in public. It's Kurt Rambis was calling out the wackest pick and roll defense you ever heard in your life on the sidelines, and then to the press he was saying, "Oh, well, I'm just going by what coach is telling me to do." Right, just stabbing him in the back. Like Hornacek would call a timeout and be gathering guys, and Rambis would be pulling 2 or 3 guys out of the huddle and talking to them. So Hornacek is talking to 2, and Rambis is talking to 3. Right, and so while Hornacek is kind of put in-game strategy in, Hornacek is legit stabbing him in the back at the same time. And the thing is Hornacek couldn't even fire Rambis for doing it because it was Phil Jackson's boy. Like Hornacek wanted to run the 3 guards wide open style with some pick and roll implemented in it. And Rambis is on the sideline talking about the triangle Phil Jackson is trying to run from upstairs. You know what I'm saying? You can't say that Hornacek was here in a situation where he had the opportunity to coach guys up and all that stuff. And then also at the same time, when he was trying to coach up Frank, you got Frank Ntilikina getting the voices of 4 different guys saying 4 different things. Like when you watch the MSG broadcast, you can hear Hornacek saying, "Push it, Rook, push it," and then you hear everybody else on the sideline calling out triangle stuff. Like how you can't run the triangle in transition? That's stupid.
You can't function with that. You can't develop no kids with that, man.
Right. And so while I agree with some of the stuff that State is saying, I agree with a lot of it. But the part that I want to say, and I think it makes sense, and it's the reason why I keep saying it. The thing with Julius Randle is this: when you have a guy finally in a dysfunctional organization that's exceeding expectations, you let him rock and try to make him better. You don't throw him away because historically we're dysfunctional and guys don't thrive here. You know what I'm saying? And so State was like, yo, all these trash vets and blah, blah, blah. State was right because they come here and they don't do nothing except Julius Randle. You get Julius Randle to come here, and at power forward, he leads the league in passes. And we try to twist that narrative to say that he's selfish. How are you selfish when you're passing the basketball? At power forward, you average 7.5 assists. This dude is close to averaging a triple-double at the power forward position, and we're saying trade him away to get other stuff. What I'm saying is this. I'm not telling State to change his position. What I'm saying is so for State argument and others that follow that narrative, I'm saying we may need to compromise. You know what I'm saying? Because free agents, big time free agents are not coming here. You know what I'm saying? We not getting the number one pick in the draft.
It ain't no free agents next 3 years.
You gotta say that. I mean, I don't know. Name 1 year when all the top line free agents lined up to come here and we turned them away because we didn't want them.
Yep.
Or we got the number one pick in the draft and traded away for more picks. It's never happened. And so we got a guy that's averaging 24, 10, and 7, almost 8. Why not just let him rock? Instead of saying, you know what, we got Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin might be better. You got to play Obi because Obi was drafted. Come on, man. Let Obi earn those minutes. Julius Randle
Does
can't
our
play.
core get better if we let Randle rock?
If it's that hard to get veterans to come here that are good and be contributing and get us out of the dysfunctional organization role, how hard do you think it is for rookies and draft picks?
I mean,
Can't rely on these young guys.
I mean,
Right.
there's no superstar free agents in the next 3 years. Why you?
They're not coming here anyway.
All right,
Yeah.
but
Even in the next
that's
2
cool.
years, if it was 100 of them, they still not coming here.
So I gotta put stock in my draft picks. I got to, because that's who's gonna save us. It ain't gonna be a free agent. It ain't gonna be. Matter of fact, shout outs to Julius Randle because he came here, he's producing, and he's the only free agent that's willing to come here and produce. So shout outs to Julius Randle. If he's along for this ride, it's cool. But at the end of the day, we still drafted Obi Toppin. So I'm gonna forever be conflicted about that subject.
Well, what I said, I think it was, I don't know if it was this one or if it was Legion of Knicks podcast. I think I did say something along the lines of, if you feel the interest, if you gauge the interest in Randall and you don't get a very good trade offer, let's say nobody believes that his numbers are going to stay this way, and you be able to get him on the cheap, keep him as a cheap free agent, then you can keep him. And if Obi comes into his own fruition, Julius be the sixth man.
But you just said you wanted to keep Randall, and you just said his numbers is going to be consistent this whole season.
No, I said I would like to keep him through the season to see if his numbers stay consistent.
Well, I'm interested to see if his numbers are going to remain the same when everyone's healthy, because part of his usage is, you know, he's playing a lot of point forward because we don't have a point guard.
Yeah.
So will those assist numbers and some of those numbers stay the same when everyone's healthy? I'm not sure.
No, they're going to dip.
You watched the episode yesterday when I literally said these exact things. Like, I'll say something, and then like days later, someone else says the same exact thing, and then people get on me like I'm crazy, and they're like, "No, I'm not." People just get so caught up in the moment. I swear to God, somebody called Julius Randle MVP, and on the same level as LeBron. And I'm like, I don't know, y'all need to stop drinking.
I don't know who that was.
I had a dude on my Twitter, in my Twitter thread with Chuck, who's also in that same Twitter thread, who called Julius Randle MVP. Really? He gonna be MVP for that unprotected pick. Yes.
So if his numbers dip a little bit, will the narrative change then? Will we want to trade him? Because if the answer is yes, then
knowing Knicks fans, the narrative will change every day, every week.
Yeah,
that's how by nature. That's how most of us are, man.
So then I guess we have to look at it long term. Then what are we going to do if you're not going to extend him? Then I guess you have to move him. And then what are the expectations of what we're going to get for him?
There's a lot of different variables in this situation.
I mean, would we be happy with a Marcus Morris draft pick of 20? Like,
not for his production, no.
More than
not even for last year's 20 and 10.
If I got a chance to trade Randall in that Dallas pick, in the Knicks pick, and I'm getting Jalen Green or one of those boys, I'm packing his bags my damn self.
It's different, but I'm saying you're just trading Julius Randle straight up for like a mid to high 20s draft pick. No.
You're not trading Julius Randle to a lottery team. If you trade Julius Randle, the only one that's going to want Julius Randle is a contender.
Julius Randle is a sixth man on a championship team.
So I'm about to get out of here.
The Wizards.
So I'm about to get out of here. But as far as Julius Randle is concerned, I want him to continue to play. I want to win this game against the Pacers tomorrow. Hopefully, give us another beautiful game. But I'm not moving off my pivot. I want him gone because I want Obi Toppin to play real soon. He's 22. He's not 19. I ain't got time to be waiting for Obi to play. But Freezy, I appreciate you letting me on the live. Once again, my brother, I got to get up for work tomorrow. Kevin, love you, bro. OG Chuck, love you, bro. My guy Kev, love you, bro. Yo, my guy, what's your YouTube channel, yo?
I don't have one. I'm gonna think about starting one.
Sports News?
Sports Vibes TV.
He's dope, man.
Sports Vibes.
TV.
Sports Vibes.
Yeah, VIBES.
He's dope, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, yo, and we're going to make sure we support. Make sure y'all go subscribe to the channel, Sports Vibes TV. I see the videos come on, man, and I think a lot of them are dope. I like the intro too. So my man is putting in very good work and consistently do it. We want to make sure that we support the content creators that come on and try to give us value, because it's hundreds of millions of YouTube users and it's tens of millions of Knicks fans that use YouTube. So it's not like, we split in viewership. It's what it is so much out here that we can't cover it all. So we trying to support each other in order for.
I've been watching your channels. My fault. I've been watching your channels. Uncle Freezy, man, I love you, y'all, man. I love you, man. I love you with this platform. Keep doing your thing.
For sure.
The rest of you guys, I hope y'all get a good night's sleep. Appreciate y'all, man.
Hey, stay safe,
all right,
man.
Bro.
Definitely, man.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Take it easy.
Happy New Year to y'all, brothers.
Is it Vibes with a B or Vines with an N?
Vibes with a B. VIBES.
Let me do something real quick because I can show his
Before I
name.
get out of here, I'm gonna do my customary pregame thing with Chuck, and then Chuck's gonna change it anyways. So Chuck, tomorrow we play Indiana.
Uh-huh.
What do you have? I'm gonna make sure I got the time. Okay. How many?
Chuck, quickly.
What you got for Knox tomorrow?
How many fouls, Chuck? How many fouls?
Give us a stat line, Chuck.
Because mind you, he's gonna change it tomorrow anyway. So
I didn't say that. I was talking about this.
I already got a bet with somebody.
Oh God!
You do got a bet with Rob, don't you?
Yeah. He said he's gonna have 20.
He's gonna have 20.
Yeah, right?
I think you said what, 12?
I was in the chat for that one.
No, I he got to get 20 for me to lose.
Oh, but what do you personally think he's gonna get?
Oh, 13ish, if that.
13ish. Is that a number?
12, 13.
How many minutes?
Damn, he played 31 his last game, so this time he ain't gonna last 31. So 22 minutes. So I'll probably lose the bet because the bet was 23 minutes. So it'll be 6.
So in an 8-man rotation, Kevin Knox is only playing 22 minutes.
Oh, he's gonna foul out. He's gonna foul out.
He's gonna foul out guarding Doug McDermott.
Foul out for
Yeah, McDermott gonna be going by him. Then he gonna be switched off to bonus. He's gonna get fouled off the bonus.
Everything's a foul out with you, Chuck.
Wow, we're gonna have a McDermott, Sabonis pick and roll.
Wait, was it Knox that McDermott had trouble with McDermott the first game? Somebody had trouble with McDermott the first game.
Blowing by
a little bit of trouble.
Back door and everything, yeah.
Was it not?
No. Backdooring somebody and blowing by somebody are two different things.
No, both.
McDermott ain't blowing by nobody, first off.
He started with Knox. Well, he the only one.
Okay, McDermott ain't getting by nobody.
All right, so 13.
If you go backdoor on somebody, that's different.
13.
He ain't about to take nobody out the dribble.
13, 5 rebounds, and no assists.
Oh, wow, no assists.
How many turnovers, Chuck? How many turnovers?
He gonna throw one in the crowd again. So
that's it.
Hey,
two regular ones.
Y'all can see the names now, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So make sure y'all find Sports Vibes TV and subscribe to the channel. It's 100 or so people in here, so we want to make sure everybody that's in here understand we want to go support my man. And for those, because so Sports Vibes, we generally get about somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people on the replay within the 48 hours after. So for the 2,000 to 3,000 people that watch this on the replay, make sure y'all go support my man channel. And even if you go in there and just put I'm from even if you put a big Uncle Freezy told me to come here, whatever. Just get there, like his videos, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you support my man.
Definitely worth it, man.
Hey, so you cool with that, right?
Good content.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, man.
Yeah, man.
Sports Vibes. I love the breakdown videos.
Everybody,
yeah, I'm definitely a fan of you guys as well. Freezy, thank you for having me.
Hold it against me that my son loves you.
Yeah, man.
Player.
Yeah, man. Hey, so hey, feel free to come back at any time. Hey, you on Twitter? What's your Twitter handle?
Yeah, same Twitter, Sports Vibes TV.
Okay, all right. So we'll
I shot you a DM. Check it out.
Okay. I'll make sure I check that out, man. And so I'm a rock for a little while longer. So if for those that want to stay on, I'm gonna be here for a few minutes. If y'all just want to stay on and hang out and eat, y'all welcome to do so. Everybody in the video chat, hey, we still wide open. If you want to come join the video chat, you're welcome to come on as long as you're not trying to sell porn or life insurance. We straight.
Sports. You was gonna ask me a question before. Did you remember? It was probably like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know I was going to ask you a question, but to be honest, you remember the subject matter?
Nah, I don't. It probably was it Knox?
It was quickly related, or
was it? It was quickly.
All right, quickly.
That was definitely the big topic.
Yeah. Something really not being the point guard.
Quickly not being the point guard.
I just made that up because I don't think he's a point guard.
I got something for sports.
So what do you think he is? Off ball?
You think
like Lou Williams.
Hey, I don't really disagree with Chuck on that one. I just think, quickly is the best option we have, and that's why people are gravitating towards him. But I don't disagree with your assessment on what type of player he can be. A lot of people are saying Lou Williams, but
yeah, I don't expect him. I don't necessarily want to say that he's going to be the long-term answer at point guard, but for this season, he's the best option.
Right,
and then next offseason, we can move him off ball if we get somebody in the draft or if somebody becomes available via trade. But I'm not saying he's going to be the end-all be-all at point guard, but we should give him the opportunity to see. And if he fails, we still have that fallback to move him off ball.
So with experience, why isn't Rivers a better option?
I'm not going to say Rivers isn't the better option, but who are we more invested in our long-term future? We're going to be more invested in Quickly. So I really want to see Quickly get into not necessarily the bulk of the minutes, but I want to see Quickly and what he can do against other starters. Rivers could be a key piece, but I like Rivers coming off the bench as instant offense, operating with the second unit, and he can also come in and work with Quickly, and he could play off ball or Quickly could play off ball, and they can work off each other. So there's a lot of rotations you can use with that guard set, but we got to get Peyton and we got to get Bullock out of there.
I'd really love to see Quickly and Rivers on the floor at the same time.
Facts.
Okay.
I feel like also they push each other.
Okay. Yeah.
We're the type of guys.
I can see where you're coming from with that. I see Quickly as being a part of the point guard puzzle. Maybe not the full-time guy, like what you mentioned.
I see him being
but as of right now, there are a few camps at the point guard position. So for instance, there's a Elfrid Payton camp that feel like the only thing Elf is missing is a jump shot. He's a jump shot away from being close to a max guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't buy into that. I think that's cap. But there's also the Frank Ntilikina group that want Frank to get minutes at point guard also. I don't buy into that either. I feel like Quickly brings a dynamic to the point guard position, some juice to that point guard position that we hadn't seen in so long that when we got it, we didn't know how to feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Like some people say he's a flash in the pan, and others will be like, this is exactly what we've been waiting for. So my thinking is this: just give them, just let them play, let it be organic, let them play point, let them play on ball and some off ball. And let him develop until what he'll be down the road, and because this season right here is we don't have a championship on the line. You know what I mean? We are legit trying to find out who we are as a roster and as a franchise, because we have guys that we don't know what we have yet. Like, we don't know what we have in Kevin Knox yet. And we don't know what we have in RJ Barrett yet. We don't know what we have in Emmanuel Quickly. We do know what we have in Julius Randle. You know what I mean? So I think this version of Julius Randle is what he wants to be, whether he's successful at it or not. Like what you said earlier, can he sustain this? We don't know, but we know this is what Julius Randle wants to be. This is what he aspires to be. And so in past years, we saw him fail at it, but he was growing into this mold. Like, this is the lane that he wants to be. Like, he doesn't want to be a Zach Randolph on one end and at the other end be a Davis Bertans. He is some weird hybrid in the middle. Like, he's not just a banger down low, and he's not just a spot up shooter. He wants to be a facilitator from that power forward spot. So if that's what he's going to do, if leading the NBA in passing is what Julius Randle was to do, then I'm all for it, right? Because it gets other people involved. Well, now, in terms of to the point guard spot, I'm not for sure what we're going to do at point guard, but just by allowing quickly to get minutes there and see what we have, at least gets us to the point where we are at least looking to develop a point guard of the future. At least we're addressing it, as opposed to bringing in a guy like Elfrid Payton, who's more like the substitute teacher at point guard.
I mean, man, that's how bad our point guard situation is. If we had like 2 or 3 Rivers on this team, Quickly may not even be a discussion today. He may not even be a part of the rotation. It's just he has one element to his game that everybody else at that position lacks, and then shooting.
Right.
Well, Tibbs himself complimented him in training camp on one of his press conferences. Say he's ready to shoot on an NBA level.
Right. Sports Vibe disagrees. Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett, Knicks dynamic duo. I'm gonna watch that video and I'm gonna pick it apart. And I'm gonna come for you because I know you said something in there about Quickly that I'm gonna destroy. I'm coming for you, Sports.
Sports Vibes. He's called
Feel
Chuck
free.
L for a reason. Just hand him the L. Just hand him the L, bro.
Feel free.
Chuck, how will you handle the point guard situation for the rest of the season, since you seem to be totally against it?
Max Payton and DSJ.
I mean, obviously you want Payton to continue to start.
Yeah.
So what? 20 games, 25? Is that, or the rest of the season?
Well, I don't think it really matters because they're not going to win a bunch of games anyway. But
it does matter. We got to develop the players on the court, whether we win or not. It matters who on the court.
All right. Well, to me, development happens during the off season. To me.
So you don't expect them to come in and game out and look better? That's development, bro.
I think Jonathan is laughing. I can't see him. But to me, you develop when you practice on something a lot, and you can't do that in game. Right. So how do you develop your free throws? You take 100 free throws, right? That's how you develop your free throws. You when developing your handle, you do dribbling drills. You don't do that in game. You do that in the off season or in practice or whatever. You know what I'm saying? In game, you showed how far you came with what you developed. You don't develop. To me, you don't develop in game. So I don't believe in you got to play to develop. Playing creates chemistry. I don't think it really develops the game.
But Chuck, there's a difference. Like, we ever hear the saying, like, let's say a guy looks amazing in practice, shooting a 3 or doing whatever, and then all of a sudden they get in a game and they can't make it. They can't have water to fill out of a boat.
A good practice player. Yeah. Well, because in practice you're playing against your own teammates, so that have a lot to do with it too. The competition is different.
Right.
I mean, I would say you see bigger steps in development in the offseason, but you still want to see incremental games. I mean, incremental gains from game to game. You don't want to see a player look the same at the beginning of the season that they did at the end. Especially when you have players that are 20-some-odd years old, you're gonna tell me they're not gonna get a little bit better as they get more work in together. That's
All right.
development.
Championship.
Building a team is
All right.
development.
Let me give you an example, right? From what I've seen. Okay, let's take LeBron, right? Every year he came back with something different to his game. Right? He added something different.
What year did he add the jump shot?
It wasn't in season. It was before the season. He would come in with something different.
He also talks about getting better every single day in the regular season at something. He always talks about getting better every single day. Championship teams and championship caliber players and all-time greats get better every single day. They look for what can they get better at every single day, not just off season. They watching film to get better. They're taking 1,000 shots every other, however many couple days, or 1,000 shots a day to get better.
And what are we paying the coaches for if they only going to get better in the off season when they're working with their own personal trainers? We got these coaches on payroll. They better be doing something in the gym up in Westchester or something.
Exactly.
I don't put it on. I don't put it on. You play the coaches to win, and to put plays in place and players in place to display display their talents
and to player development. There's literally player development.
Mm-hmm.
Have to.
Yeah.
And to figure
Game
out.
planning is a part of it, but there's multiple parts of actually building a coaching staff, and you have people that are geared to certain fields, and you have some that are X and O's coaches, and you have some like Kenny Payne that work with these players, try to let them see some things on the court that they're not seeing while they're on the court, and that's how you get better day in and day out. It's not just going to be in the off season. If we just relying on them to go to some summer circuit and get better playing in the Drew League or Dykeman or something like that, it's not going to happen. It's going to happen working with Tibbs. It's going to happen working with Johnny Bryant. It's going to happen with all those coaches like Donovan Mitchell. They credit Johnny Bryant a lot with Donovan Mitchell. I'm sure he worked with him at some point in the offseason, but a lot of their works were getting extra shots up after the game. What did Tibbs say about Peyton? Peyton had a bad game, stayed late, got shots up, and what did he do the next game? 20-some odd points. He had a real good game, and he helped us win that game. So it's more than just getting out in the offseason.
Yeah, but that's not in game, though. I'm talking. You said in game.
You also said in season 2, Chuck. You said development in the off season.
And I said before the games or like that, but it's not in game. I'm talking about in game. You can't practice these things in game. It has
to get better in a game. If you get pulled out or something, that pulls you alongside, tells you what he sees you doing, something like that. You think of things a different way. You get talked to by one of your leaders. You come back, make the right play. Okay, now I know what I'm doing. Now I know what I got to do. You get better at every.
So I can't hear what you're saying, Chuck.
Every time you lace up shoes, you want to get better.
I didn't hear you. My bad.
If you have an off game, right, or somebody like LeBron missing mad free throws, he might stay after the game to shoot an extra 100. You know what I'm saying? How can you make up for that during the game?
So how are you gonna practice these clutch situations? That's something you're only going to experience in game.
You said,
but you're not practicing it in game. No, you're doing it. It's not a.
We didn't say practice. We said development. You keying in on practice. I'm trying to say development. Getting better is not just practicing.
Right. Yeah, because we got two different narratives going. Like what Chuck was talking about the free throw things. In game, it might just be a thing of focus. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't fix it in the game unless it's something going on. You know what I mean?
And if the player's not put in the position in game, then how can you develop those quote unquote weaknesses that could develop from the in-game experience?
Right.
You can have a player that's in the off season looks great. Every, DSJ, we see all these great workout videos every summer, and then in the game is he shows something different. So then the player development coaches or staff, now you have to figure out what is it that we have to work on. Is it a concentration issue? Is it a mechanics issue? But if Quickly or or Obi or whoever doesn't get in the game, you're not going to know where to develop them.
Also, in like I was saying a little bit earlier.
Well, so the two things are so we have two questions running parallel. So to what Chuck was saying about improving in the offseason, I could kind of see that. And the proof to that is now that the Knicks have Johnny Bryant, have you seen what Donovan Mitchell looks like this season?
He's shooting terrible.
Yeah, his game is terrible. Now that contract that he signed looks, unless he shake out of this thing, that's probably a terrible move by the Utah Jazz by letting Johnny Bryant out of the building. And Donovan Mitchell, is looking terrible. I'm hoping that he'll turn it around, because you hate to see guys regress. But man, off-season work to your game. I mean, I think it's something to that.
Maybe he asked for a trade to come here to be with Mr.
Go ahead, man.
Right.
That's why all these guys is paying Olajuwon mad money to help.
That's
right?
somebody Mitch should be paying.
If Mitch was making some money, he probably would.
That's true. I don't see why the team can't pay.
Mitch is
get Olajuwon up on the phone. They got connections.
Mitch is an interesting topic. I think his deal's coming up in a year, right? After next year, we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do with him.
There was something before the year where they were saying he was going to command a lot of money.
They could extend him.
So, are there any Mitches out there? Any people that love Mitchell Robinson?
Mitchell.
I love Mitch.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Are you pledging your allegiance to Mitch?
Actually, let me rephrase that. I love the components that he bring on the defensive end. I think when you look at how the Lakers played defense last year with Dwight and JaVale McGee, I think on a championship team, rim protection is huge. But him specifically, in terms of the maturity and all that stuff, those are question marks.
Right.
But his rim protection is like off ball, like it's not versus his man,
right?
Because he gets bullied. He
but
don't
how
have
many
no
people? Really
it's a lot like
KP
KP was. It's a lot of help blocks.
Well, in the playoffs, you got a lot of teams.
We're talking playoffs. We ain't get there yet. We got to take baby steps. Bro.
All right, no, all right.
Start judging Mitch off playoffs, and we can't even get to the 10th seed.
When they concentrate on them more, because the Knicks ain't going to the playoffs.
Even yesterday when they lost.
But we got teams that got played. All right, Drummond, Okafor,
Jaleel.
Yeah.
What about Jaleel?
Bully Mitch in the point in the post.
That didn't have no impact on the
game. But to Mitch's credit, those cats that you mentioned, we beat those teams.
Well, I don't have nothing to do with Mitch. I'm just saying, like,
you're right.
Like he can't. But my point is, his defense is more help defense.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, most of his blocks.
And that's because he has to help a lot.
No.
This year, not so much, but the perimeter defense hasn't always been stellar. So Mitch gets caught rotating over, and that's where he draws a lot of those fouls, and that's where a lot of his, the people he's guarding, that's where they get a lot of their buckets.
What I'm saying is he's not a great man-to-man defender.
Right.
Yeah, his technique is a little off. His body positioning sometimes is what causes him to get into foul trouble.
He's too jumpy too. He goes for a lot of pump fakes.
Right. Okay.
He's still a lot of athleticism more than actual,
But he had no.
Well, we knew Mitch was raw, right?
Yeah,
so we knew Mitch was raw when we drafted him in the second round, right? Yeah. So we knew there were things that he had to shore up, like communication on defense, playing the team game. Since he didn't play college ball, he took the year off to train by himself. So a lot of the small stuff that you learn as a team player, Mitch didn't get right away. So when he came in with us, he was super raw, and you saw in his rookie year when he played against a guy and his prototype DeAndre Jordan, you seen him take improvements in leaps and bounds. He went from like a small high school player with all-world NBA physical skills to a smarter. And I'm not saying he made it there. I'm not saying he's a where he should be. But what I'm saying is he went from a high school player being overwhelmed by the NBA game to at least understanding where he should be as an NBA player, thanks to DeAndre Jordan. And did he take some steps back after Jordan left? Yes. You know what I'm saying? He fouled a lot, right? But this year under Thibodeau, you see him learning how to block when the blocks are there and contesting when just a contest will do it. You know what I'm saying? Like knowing the difference between a contest and a shot block is something that big men have to learn, right? And so people that hadn't played the position, they say you should block everything. No, you can't block everything, because what it does is it gets you in foul trouble with pump fakes. Like a pump fake will legit, if you're trying to block a pump fake, you're gonna foul somebody. So you got to know when to put your hands up and when to block shots. Just because you're a shot blocker doesn't mean doesn't mean that you're a good defensive player. You have to know how to rotate on guys and use your length to force people to either take a bad shot or pass the ball away from the rim. So that's the stuff that Mitch is still learning. So for those that think Mitch is a good defender just because he blocks shots, I'm gonna tell you that's not the case. Mitch needs to learn how to position his body under the rim, how to wall people off, how to end a defensive possession with a hard rebound. Like instead of not chasing down rebounds, you have to do that so that the possession to be over for the offense. So Mitch has a lot to learn, and I know I just said a whole lot of stuff, and it sounds like a whole bunch of nothing, but that's a lot of stuff for a guy that didn't play college ball.
No, there's a lot of good points. I like to call Mitch disruptive on defense as opposed to being a great defender. He's just very disruptive. He plays passing lanes. He rotates over. So that's usually what I use, disruptive.
Right.
And that's huge, because that can dictate the way, it's a guard heavy league. And the Knicks haven't been bad. Like they lost 17 to the Raptors, but we only gave up 100 points. I mean, today's NBA, that's great defense.
Right. And so that Raptors game, let me get into that real quick. The Raptors game was not like the Raptors came out and jumped out on us by 17 and just throttled the whole way through. That was a very close game where if the Knicks make a shot or two in those droughts, then I think we win that game going away. I think we could have beat the Raptors by 15. And the reason why I say that is because the Raptors, when you have Chris Boucher and OG Anunoby shooting threes for your team to get you into offense, that team is struggling. And what happened was they fortunately got a whole bunch of offensive rebounds. And I'm not saying I'm not saying that they killed us on the boards. What I'm saying is they got lucky breaks where offensive rebound is tipped to Kyle Lowry, and he kicks that ball out to Fred VanVleet for a wide open three. You know what I'm saying? That's not offense. Like Kyle Lowry and Fred VanVleet didn't get out there and orchestrate a whole bunch of great offense. What they did is got lucky with offensive rebounds and knocked down those open threes that they got based on those rebounds. And it wasn't a bunch of them, but it was just enough to keep the Raptors out of reach from us. Like, say, for RJ Barrett was 0 for 8 from 3, and Elfrid Payton, I think. No, not Elfrid Payton, I'm sorry. Reggie Bullock stunk it up from 3 also. And if they just knock down 1 or 2 of those threes, it's an entirely different game. But when you have Bullock and RJ breaking it up from 3, leading to long rebounds, and them getting the score in transition, I think that's what hurt us more so than Kyle Lowry orchestrating a great offensive game and Fred VanVleet orchestrating a great offensive game. And sometimes that's what team needs. Sometimes offensive boards will lead to the best shots. So the game against the Raptors, I'm not saying that's an indictment for who the Knicks are as a team. I'm saying that the Raptors got a bunch of lucky breaks, and they should be thanking their lucky stars that we were not at least hitting threes at the league, because we came into the game leading the NBA in 3-point shooting, right? And in that game, we shot well below league average. So if we shot league average and not what we normally did, we'd probably beat the Raptors by 12 or 13 points.
And it's nice to
see.
And
they wouldn't have gave up in the last 7 minutes.
Right, and exactly. Because you saw the Knicks come down. The Knicks were down 6 I'm sorry. The Knicks were down. The Knicks were down. Yeah, the Knicks were down 6. We come down and we take a 3-point shot that rims in and out. They get the offensive rebound. Now, if that shot goes in, we're down by 3, right? The one that rims in and out, we would be down by 3. They get the long offense. They get the rebound and push it down, and Fred VanVleet cans a 3, and they're up by 9.
Swing.
So we go from a potential 3-point game to a 9-point game.
6-point swing.
And so while people will look at the box score and say, well, the Raptors blew us out, you can't look at it like that, because we also came down with a 9-point lead, and I think we turned the ball over, and then they came down and hit a 3, and they were up by 12.
I love watching.
So if you watch the game, you'll see the Raptors didn't have their foot on our throat. It's, we basically couldn't get out of our own way. So
I love that, and you guys can attest to this, all being Knicks fans, especially over the past 5-10 years, that we actually have a team that plays defense.
So we still
good. We
good?
might not be the best defenders, but we actually give more effort on the defense.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So what I was gonna do, I was gonna wrap it up here. Just wrap up the live stream here, because I gotta jump back on. Believe it or not, I'll be back on in like 4 hours for the Knicks morning drive. You know what I'm saying? Grinding, bro.
Go get a little nap, man.
Sports Vibes, man. I'm grinding on this thing, man.
You need that camera
doing your thing.
vibe cat.
Appreciate it, man. Though, love the channel, man.
Whatever that is, whatever camera sports vibe cat. Is that a laptop or a camera?
Nah, it's a Logitech. I'll tell you the specs. It's a Logitech C90 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just a regular webcam, nothing crazy.
Yeah, and Chuck B, ironically, I have one of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't upgrade the joint behind me. I don't know if y'all can see it, but I got a joint behind me. Every time I get on, so it just doesn't vibe with StreamYard. Basically, the joint I got back there. That's the reason why I keep jumping on the laptop, because the laptop will at least keep me on for a few minutes. And I already been on with them with StreamYard about me getting booted off, and they keep telling me to hardwire in it, and I keep telling them, man, the router is sitting on top of the computer, and I'm hardwired with that one. So what I'm gonna do is just go buy another computer, man, and get a brand new setup. But for me, I'm on the laptop. But anyway, yo, the joint be fire, man. So Sports Vibes TV, don't be afraid of Chuck B, man. You know what I'm saying? He the lunchroom bully. He the lunchroom, hey, but that's our guy.
It's from a Knicks fan. I know it's all love.
Yeah, that's our guy. So and then plus the group from the Knicks Morning Drive and from the Knicks at Night podcast say I keep protecting Chuck. That's why he's the paper champ. But Chuck ain't the paper champ. He legit win all the time, and people can't beat him in these debates. So, but anyway, thank you for coming on. Bro, I answered your joint on Twitter, and man, listen, you're welcome to come on at any time, man.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no doubt, and it's an open invite too. It's an open invite, anytime, any show. So
you'll definitely see me in chat when you guys go live. I'll definitely be there.
Oh, word, no doubt. Hey, and thanks for the other guests and panelists and Chuck and everybody for coming on, man. We're gonna jump back on and do this thing in about 4 hours with the Knicks Morning Drive. So just to recap, so we have open Twitter polls on the Knicks Morning Drive. We got the Twitter mailbox open for the Knicks Morning Drive also. And we do the star chatter of the day. Shout out to Trizzy Trey for being the star chatter of the day for the Knicks Morning Drive for yesterday's episode. I'm gonna end it here, and I look forward to seeing everybody on the Knicks Morning Drive. If not at the Knicks at Night podcast tonight at 11:45. Everybody be peaceful. I'll holler at y'all.
Hey,
all right.
See you, man.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a nice night,
All right.
y'all.
Peace, y'all.
Yeah, man.
Easy.
Yep.